All right, ladies and gentlemen, the doors are open. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the doors are open. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the doors are open. More than welcome to come inside. One, two, 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 three, 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 four, four, four. Hey, hey, hey. Two.
it change the audio source when you change what's on? Because this has no audio.
No. It's all routed to mic one. That's 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. Check, check. Hey, hey. All right, folks. That's right. The doors are open.
But we should prepare for next speaker, fireside chat.
We are. He's right there, I believe.
Okay, okay.
You are Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Okay.
Before we go up on the podium.
Yeah, we are about to get started. Please find a seat. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Chen. I'm the founding partner of Fellow Fund and also the organizer of this event. And thank you for joining us. And this event is also, we have several partners here, Nebius and Morgan Stanley, Atlassian, and Scientific. So thanks for their support. So we will have this 2-day event. As day one will be focused on foundation model and sorry, there is a live streaming here. Okay. So day one will be foundation model and infrastructure and agentic AI platforms. So day two will be more. We're gonna separate into four sessions like enterprise AI and consumer AI, healthcare and robotics. So today will be the day one sessions. So and after at the end of the tomorrow sessions, we will have a happy hour, right? So in this venue as well. So So I'm about to get started. Here is I will briefly talk about the overall market and the opportunity we are facing, right? So I think just like this morning there was a little bit of rain, right? So in our culture, rain means luck and fortune, right? So then I believe in this big AI tornado of AI tornado, big tornado of AI, and we all of the founders, leaders, are gonna got a ton of opportunity here. Yeah.
All right, folks, that's right. The doors are open.
Okay. Cool. So sorry for the interruption. There is a little bit technical issue here, and yeah, I think this big AI and tons of opportunities as I mentioned. So look at the recent growth of those AI companies like OpenAI, Anthropic. So the revenue grew from below like several hundred million to 12 billion or 5 billion within 5 years. So this is different from the patterns of those SaaS companies in old era. So which grow like 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, like 3 times for the first year, 3 times for the second year. So within 5 or 6 years, you grew to maybe 100 million ARR. But companies, AI native companies like Replit, like it took them like many years to get to 10 million ARR, but really it's like only within a year, they grow from 10 million ARR to 150 million ARR. So that's really exponential growth. Founders, if you still grow still have a linear growth, that might be too slow, right? So then compared to those companies grow like crazy. So I think the pace is definitely accelerated and adoption is accelerating as well. So that's what we said, like traction is all you need. So we look for tractions, right? So that's everything we need right now. So when you talk to investors, like, that's kind of pace we are looking for. And then back to how to build up this kind of market leadership. You refer to the old business wisdom. So the left chart is actually from the 3 value disciplines to market leadership. Referred to a paper from the Harvard Business Review in 1973. So everything you need is a customer intimacy. Sorry, I have to mute a little bit. Just 1 second. Okay. So then what you're looking for is actually customer intimacy and the product leadership and operational excellence. So basically, you build a product-oriented company, and then you improve your operation and also build this kind of product leadership. And in the AI era, the meaning behind it is has no change. So we still look for customer intimacy, but the context has changed a lot. So we like foundation models, they deliver technological advancement. So then think about the productization is much simpler. So you have intelligence, you have from those AI models, then you provide a very simple, very basic UI, like more like chatbot, right? So you interact with AI, so then you are able to, that's a basic product, right? So then because AI delivers more like a service rather than a tool or platform, right? So that's the reason productization is simpler. And the efficiency is more about the infrastructure and scale of the infrastructure, and also the efficiency and the tooling. Then everything's about the personalization, like you deliver AI value to your customers. So it's more like a last mile, right? So you deliver that to your end users. So many people don't like those application companies, and they think they are wrappers, and they don't deliver much value. But for us, we do love wrappers, right? So then because the companies are being able to figure out the good use case, and then they actually build up a good product and a good fit into a customer's application. So then you deliver the value to your end users. So personalization is about the customization, it's about the perfection to make your AI is really perfect for their customers and users. Then, we are curious about what is the fellows, right? So then the fellows fund and the fellows forum. So who are we, right? So then the fellows are experts in those three areas. So in commercialization, in AI research and productization. So then we recruit 36 fellows as of today. And from all those leading companies like CTO, co-founder of Bridge, VP of Google, right? So the president of Replit, right? So all those great professors as well from UC Berkeley, from Duke, right? So and in total it's 36 people, and at the larger community, we built since 2016 to support AI founders, right? So to provide them talent, capital, and also the go-to-market guidance. And this event, we actually feature 25 AI unicorn founders. So in the whole market, there are only about 30 or 40 AI native unicorns. So then we managed to invite 25 of them. They're founders. Thank you. So thank you. So then we have a chance. We offer you guys a chance to learn from them. How could they grow from revenue from 0 to 100 million within 1 or 2 years? That's kind of a miracle. And also we invited those leaders, like executives from ServiceNow, from those are all Atlassian, those great tech companies, right? So then how they transit their business model into a AI native model, which is a big topic, right? So next will be the agenda. So day one agenda, as I mentioned. So we're gonna focus on frontier model and in the morning, and a little bit of infrastructure during the noon time, and then also agentic AI in the afternoon, right? So with that being said, thank you so much for your attending, and now I will transfer to our distinguished fellow and also venture partner of a fellow fund, and Charles Erkin, to introduce his session and also his guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's a real privilege to be part of Fellows Fund, one of the most exciting venture capital firms in the Valley. And this is a great event that we have for the 2 days. And we're starting on a high note, so it's going to be my great pleasure to interview Scott White. Scott is the head of product for Claude at Anthropic. Of course, Claude, one of the absolute frontier models that many of us use every day and are impressed by every day. So it's a great privilege to invite Scott to come up onto the stage now. We're going to have about 30 minutes of conversation. I'm going to try to use my lapel microphone. Okay, good. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Scott, thank you for being here. And I have a few questions prepared, so I'll be looking down at my phone just so that I remember the questions. Let's dive right into it. Many people say that Claude is best in class at coding. Can you tell us how it became that way? Was it a conscious strategic decision to prioritize coding, or was it a side effect of other decisions?
Yeah, for sure. So at a high level, we definitely are very intentional about horizontal capabilities that we want the Claude models to be market leading at. Things like tool use, computer use, reasoning capabilities. Coding is one of those. We also try to create as many opportunities for ourselves to be surprised by what we would call emergent capabilities. And so coding is really one of those where we do place a lot of bets. We build, we're training these very large models, and so we're trying to make them good at a very, very wide variety of tasks, which allows us to have an opportunity to get surprised by when we see things be particularly good that we weren't necessarily expecting. A year ago, that might have been something like computer use. And so we launched a very primitive API based on computer use because we saw that the model was surprisingly good at it, and then we wanted to get more feedback from the market. Coding is one of those things where we saw with the Claude 3 family of models that the model ended up being really good, and we heard both from our customers who were using the model for agentic coding that it was really strong, and then we also started building our own product features like artifacts, which is the ability for Claude to spin up a sort of custom UI in front of you. And we were surprised by that, so we wanted to lean into where we saw the surprise and build product experiences that leveraged that emergent capability. And that's also where Claude Code came from. Claude Code came from the fact that we had trained this model, and then we were just mostly experimenting with it internally as a prototype to understand, where were the gaps on agentic coding. And then, Boris, who was one of our engineers, built something that caught fire internally. Everybody started to love and use. So we saw this sort of emergent capability that then helped us build a product experience around it that got product market fit internally at our company. All of our researchers started to use it. Then we started understanding the gaps in what made it even more valuable. And once you understand those gaps in what's making it more valuable, then you can be more intentional about training the model to be better where you have actual perceived and learned gaps. So I think it's this combination of being intentional while also being experimental on a wide variety of horizontal capabilities, finding the emergent capabilities that are surprising, testing the boundary of those emergent capabilities, understanding whether it's like truly ready for production or not, and then once you're excited about it and you think you have something there, then it is building the flywheel of insights both with ecosystem customers and through the products that we build to improve where we see there is a limitation.
Scott, I love that answer because I think you've just provided a roadmap for a lot of people in the audience who are founders and thinking about being founders and looking for opportunities. And I think most of us in the world have been impressed by the emergent capabilities of AI models, amazed at what they can do. And it's interesting to hear that those of you on the inside also in the research and in the development are also being surprised by what you're building yourselves. That's great. And so maybe to follow up on that, so how do you actually decide which applications to build and launch in-house as Anthropic products versus which application areas to leave to founders, entrepreneurs, customers of Anthropic?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's maybe at the nexus of commercial demand, our ability to solve pragmatic problems that we're hearing from our customers, often whom are adopting both the model in things that they're building, both for their external products, maybe internal processes, but also our first-party products like Claude.ai and Claude Code. So addressing what we believe is customer demand. And then third, the ability for us to learn about the limitations of the model to improve the model. And it's really valuable to have ecosystem partnerships that allow us to partner with so many great companies to get feedback on how we can improve the model when we're not building the end user experience. But also us building our own end user experience and first party products allows us to both simultaneously solve customer problems that we're hearing about from the market, grow our commercial business, which no one will complain about, but also, most importantly, perhaps learn about the limitations of the model so that we can continue to make the model better, whether it's for our own first-party product or whether it's for the ecosystem or both. Like, in traditional product development, you have this sort of relationship with your customer. You have a very clear problem that you're trying to solve, and then you try to deploy resources to solve that problem and go through iteration loops with your customer. The model is this new sort of mercurial thing that exists where it's more important than ever to maximize the impact area of feedback and the surface area for collecting that feedback. So it makes sense for us to have amazing ecosystem partnerships that get us that feedback. It also makes sense for us to build our own products that allow us to get more feedback to improve the model. And I think when we decide that it's something that we're super excited about is when there's we believe there's a big commercial opportunity, our customers are asking for it, and we believe that there's a gap and a unique ability for us to execute on it. And then most importantly, when we believe us doing it will provide us an opportunity to learn how to make the model even better for everybody.
Yeah, that makes sense, thank you. But You ended by talking about opportunities to make the model better. And although we're all impressed by the capability of frontier models, many people say that the latest generations of frontier models are disappointingly small improvements over the previous generation. So what would be your perspective on that?
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with the premise, actually. I think that maybe when a lot of people are perceiving limitations of a particular model, they're thinking about it within a particular context. The reality is that these models are used for such a wide variety of use cases and implemented in such a wide variety of ways and at various degrees of sophistication. And if you think about something like a very simple chat experience where you're asking about recent updates in the news, or you're asking, to synthesize a very, small set of, documents or summarization or something like that, I think you are right. I think that the models have been pretty good for the last year at doing very simple use cases, and so an additional release of, a new model, you will not perceive or feel such a significant difference, but that's actually mostly because the task doesn't require a high degree of model intelligence or a very sophisticated harness. If you think about something like Claude Code, I absolutely think that every incremental generation of the model has had incredibly meaningful impact on the ability to solve the problem that it's purporting to or promising to solve. And I think when we launched, Claude 4 and Claude 4 Opus, like what we saw a dramatic inflection in the ability for it to solve more, complex problems. And we saw, the commercial byproduct of that as well. And so I think, in many ways, we're still seeing the task time completion, like the complexity of what a model is capable of doing and how long the task that it, would accomplish a human to take. We're still seeing the double time of that stay the same at around 6 months or so. So I think like the thing that has changed is the diversity of use cases. And the more sophisticated use cases, the more agentic things in nature often, we are absolutely still seeing acceleration driven by model intelligence. It's just that many people are measuring simple use cases, and that's where their intuition is, and that's just not where the frontier is.
I think that's good to hear, and I think that actually also provides insight and possibly even an outline of a roadmap for entrepreneurs who might be in the audience to look for these new use cases that really require the greatly improved intelligence. And when we think about small degrees of improvement, maybe we're looking at problems that essentially have been solved already. And in particular, if we're just asking questions to a chatbot, you were telling me offline when we were talking earlier, just that's a relatively simple application of intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I think we often talk about two things. One is something that's called the model overhang, like the capability overhang, which is today, if you just stopped the progression of model intelligence and model training, there's probably a lot that you could do to leverage the intelligence of the models that exist right now. There's a tremendous amount of economic impact and value that you could all build. But I actually believe that a more interesting opportunity is where we're still blocked on model intelligence and building for future model intelligence. So instead of building for today, instead of building for the model overhang or the capability overhang, build for where you're seeing the model not work today. Like push against the boundaries of what the model is capable of, because if you assume this exponential is going to continue, and I do believe it will, like you will start to see the value at the next generation of the model. And so I always think about building now 6 months ahead, a year ahead of where we think the model intelligence is, because that will catch up, and then you'll benefit from the opportunity of being there when the model intelligence reaches that frontier.
Great. I think my next question actually can be viewed as a follow-up. I'm a professor at the University of California in San Diego, not full-time currently, but I used to be full-time. And what I can see, and my colleagues see, AI models can answer almost any exam question in almost any subject better than even top students. But companies are still hiring students and still getting value from the humans. So what is the difference between the skills that are needed by a student and the skills that are needed by an employee? And how is Anthropic thinking about building AI that goes beyond intellectual skills to have the additional skills that humans have?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think, I at Anthropic am building a lot of products for pragmatic use cases, often professional in nature, where people are taking these models and implementing them in something that they're doing in a work context. You know, Claude Code is an example of one of these. It's often used by professional developers. But I think the byproduct of that is I sort of have seen three shapes of how jobs and kind of people are changing in their interaction with models. I think the first is what I would call sort of automation of toil. I think there's an opportunity for things that were not professionally expansive or really things that you would want to do. You know, updating your CRM, like Salesforce, after any, you know, sales call that you have or something like that. That's not something that was necessarily like fulfilling or really positive use of time. It wasn't helping you like close deals as a salesperson. It's just administrative maintenance of a system. That's the kind of thing that a model can now just take off your plate, right? The second thing is what I would call kind of like giving you professional superpowers. If I'm a product person, I can now actually have Claude look at all of the transcripts from all of our sales conversations and get high quality feedback on, you know, what our customers are asking for, what the gaps are, in a way that a year ago, 2 years ago, I just wasn't able to do that as a product person. And the third, and what I think is the most interesting, maybe related to your question, is as the subject matter expertise of these models becomes wider, and as the product surfaces that leverage that model intelligence become easier and easier for more people to use, the skills that are now available to people are different than they were before. So I am a product person. I am, you know, I've done a lot of coding in the past, but never been a professional software engineer. But now, when I think about trying to convince the engineers at Anthropic to do something, I will build a prototype of it, and I'll show it to them using Claude Code. You know, it's probably not ready for production. You know, there would be a lot of comments on my pull request, but it's enough to get them to understand what my perspective is, and then get them excited to continue to finish the swing on that thing. So I find myself writing product specs to give to Claude Code, not to give to an engineer to build something. And so I think the thing that is going to be interesting for the future is as people, and I call this professional expansion, people's like role purview is widening as more skills are available. And so for students and for, you know, people in the workforce, I think it's understanding opportunities to professionally expand and like how you can leverage your unique skill set with a wider variety of tools. And then for the models, I think it's like the availability and access to tools. A year ago, like, you know, there were very simple tools that the model would have access to. You know, it could use one or two tools. You could do a web search. Now it can access many, many tools, and things like the Model Context Protocol exist, which give access to many, many tools. And so it's this combination of the model now has many, many different tools which, you know, provide access to specific skills. Then the human has many more skills under their sort of purview that are more accessible now. But at the same time, humans are very much still needed in the loop to provide their like guidance, and autonomous agents are not sort of here yet. And even if they are here, there's still a tremendous amount of human involvement that you need to in terms of steering and in terms of guidance and safeguards. So I think it's just the deployment of those skills is changing.
If you were to summarize some advice to students in just a few sentences, what would you say to students who are graduating now, the skills that they should develop so that they will have the most satisfying and productive careers?
Yeah, I think play with these tools, like understand and try to build things, because even if you're not going to be an entrepreneur, even if you're not going to be sort of, you know, a professional engineer, like understanding how to go about trying to work with these models to build things, understanding the mechanics of prompting, understanding, you know, tools, and, you know, gaining an intuition for where this is going. I'm actually quite impressed by a lot of the youngest people I work with are the most maybe AGI pilled. Like they sort of understand these tools really effectively. They can think about where things are going to look, you know, what things are going to look like in 6 months, and they're, you know, not as sort of steadfast in the way that they have been working in the past, and they're very, very readily able to adopt new modalities of working. So a lot of the younger people who are not like engineers, professional engineers, but who have joined Anthropic are all coding for like 50% of their job or more. Especially like the designers are basically front-end engineers now. So it's like this sort of like understanding what new skills you have available to you and gaining an intuition for those, I think it's a lot of like prototyping and playing and understanding is what I would encourage them to do.
That's great. That's good to hear. So let's go back to talking about, in your role as the head of product for Claude at Anthropic, you've said that experimental evaluations are the new product requirement documents. Can you share a concrete example where an evaluation suite replaced or reshaped a traditional product roadmap?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are many, the model is the product, I think, first and foremost. And if you think about something as simple as maybe like web search, which is a product that we launched very early this year, the product spec might be incredibly simple. It might be like, I want to ask Claude a question that when it seems like it needs recent information beyond the cutoff window from pre-training, like use the internet to get a result. That's kind of the product spec in a traditional product spec side. But what really matters is the quality of the experience and whether you are actually getting to the answer that you want to. And there's a lot that ends up going under the hood in terms of the model quality and the quality of the result that ends up having to be expressed in evals as opposed to as just a traditional user story. For instance, how do you measure whether a web search should have been triggered or whether it shouldn't have been triggered? You have to come up with a set of evals and deploy your taste where that boundary is, because it's not always going to be extremely deterministic, like when something should be a web search and when it shouldn't. So you have to come up with a representative set of evals that express your taste, express your intuition and your opinion about how this product should work. When should it search really, really hard versus when should it search really, really, not many times to give you a quick answer versus a really in-depth answer? How important is source quality, and how should you think about choosing the sources that you're going to look for to get the results? All of these things need to be expressed as a set of evals so that as models change, as the other tools that we introduce change, you're able to measure regressions in the experience on these dimensions. But it's also more importantly your way of expressing your opinion or your taste. So something that would have been very simple from a user problem statement actually becomes quite sophisticated when you think about measuring it quantitatively and understanding the interaction of the model with that tool in that context and the user. And that's where evals become important in defining that taste, but then also making sure that you have regression tests effectively. We've had this for code and software development. It's continuous integration, continuous deployment, like CI/CD. Evals are that for models. A model is part of the flow of the experience. It's called prompt engineering because it is engineering. And it defines and represents what quality means. That doesn't mean it's everything though. Evals are like, I think of them largely as a way of codifying your taste and your opinion and regressions, but there's a tremendous amount of intuition, prototyping, playing with the experience and the felt experience of whether something is working or not, and evals are never going to be like the entire thing. It's going to be a key component.
Great. So evals are the core of how you think about designing and building a specific product. But in the roadmap for Claude products overall, how do you prioritize between immediate ease of use, which is really attractive to users, whether they're consumers or whether they're employees in organizations on the one hand, and then on the other hand, there are enterprise needs. There's governance, there's integrations, there's security, there's certifications, and how do you prioritize between ease of use and then enterprise needs?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. There are areas where they're divergent, but I think you'd be surprised at how convergent they often are. If you talk about ease of use, in an interesting way, consumers or prosumers, people who are power users, like a lot of our users are power users who are using Claude for pragmatic and sort of builder-oriented use cases. Those people might often be more sophisticated than people who are adopting it in a business context where it was maybe a line of business that wants to deploy it to the company and they might not be familiar at all with Claude. And in that way, it's actually more important in the business context that you make it extremely approachable, extremely easy to use. You can, your end user might have never heard about you before, whereas in the prosumer individual user context, they might have sought you out they discovered you, they onboarded themselves, they might actually be more sophisticated. So in many ways, they are very harmonious, I would say. We build a lot of primitives that want to solve problems for people professionally. First and foremost, we care about professional use cases for Claude and really pragmatic sort of builder-oriented use cases. And so things like professional development, things like financial analysis, like these are things that are valuable in a professional context. But it's extremely, those primitives that we build in pursuit of those, the ability to create files, the ability to code up bespoke UIs, those are often also helpful for individuals who are trying to solve those similar problems. So a lot of those core primitives that we build are extensible and useful to both businesses that are adopting our solutions and individual users who are trying to solve similar problems. And so it's harmonious there. In terms of a delightful end user experience, it's harmonious. To actually win in the enterprise segment though, there's a tremendous amount that we need to build to that is unique and bespoke to that environment. Security, compliance, deployment, administration, MCP deployment and governance within your organization. These are all things that are extremely important to us that we have entire teams dedicated for because we want to win and progress in that segment. And so while most of it is harmonious, a lot of it is harmonious, we're extremely intentional also about making sure that we parallel path our prioritization and sort of investments on the business side.
So talking about obstacles to deployment, and in your answers to previous questions, you've talked a lot about how the models are becoming able to use more and more tools, and when you add intelligence on top of the tools, then you're moving from assistants to co-pilots and moving from co-pilots to pilots, and which people sometimes call autonomous AI agents. So what is the biggest obstacle to greater trust in autonomous AI agents? Is it hallucinations? And do you see hallucinations in particular as an obstacle that is enduring or an obstacle that is being overcome?
Yeah, great question. I think, if you think about hallucinations, it's a combination of the model and what exists in its corpus, the tools that it has access to be able to verify a claim or a task that you're trying to accomplish with it. Like if you give it a tool that has access to your customer transcripts, like your sales meetings, and you ask it about a particular sales meeting, where it might have hallucinated without a tool, it's now going to use that tool, find the real information, and then not hallucinate anymore. And then there's just like fundamentally the model and its sort of reasoning capabilities in addition to how we scaffold it and prompt it to provide an answer or not. And there's this interesting trade-off that exists between refusing an answer and or being creative to try to get you an answer, and you could say like eliminate hallucinations, but then it'll just refuse a lot of your answers and there will be a lot of false positives, versus allow it to be more creative in its thinking and then it might give you more hallucinations. That's also why we invest a ton in things like mechanistic interpretability. These models are largely black boxes and exactly why it's giving you the answer. So mechanistic interpretability is our research effort to understand which neurons are firing and why, so that we can actually seek to understand what's driving this hallucination and can we categorically stamp it out so that you eliminate it. That's highly sophisticated research, and it's we launched something just as a fun experiment about a year ago called Golden Gate Claude, which is we found a way to dial up. We found a neuron within Claude, or a feature we call it, that was like really obsessed with the Golden Gate Bridge, and we just dialed it up. And then every answer Claude gave you was like building some analogy to the Golden Gate Bridge, and it actually it's a fun experiment, but it's actually science that helps us understand like why is it doing that. So I think there's a lot at the model layer, but then beyond hallucinations, you talk about trust for autonomous agents. There's also much more beyond just that. There is what access does it have to what tools? How do you give it secure access to those tools? Should this thing be representative of a person in your organization acting on behalf of a person, or should it be an agent that's more expansive across the different shapes of people in your organization? That actually becomes a lot more difficult, because in the former, I'm Scott, I already have a set of tools at the organization. I have licenses to all these SaaS tools. I have permissions that exist within those SaaS tools. If an agent is acting on behalf of me, you can just map that agent's permissions to all of the permissions that already exist. I can authenticate into it, and then it's just acting on behalf of me. So that is a way that we've seen a lot of organizations deploy those agents, is on behalf of, so that you can tie that context very specifically. But then there are other things. There are things like prompt injection. And the ability for a model to almost get like social engineered into doing something that it shouldn't do because you're injecting some context into it. And that's another category of research that we're exploring. And we recently launched a very limited early alpha of a Claude browser use extension that allows Claude to use your browser. And the reason we only launched it to a small number of people, with a lot of caveats and a lot of warnings, is that there are still risks for things like prompt injection, and we want to understand those risks by partnering with the community and doing a lot of our own science around it so that we can eliminate. And that's where I'm actually very excited about how much Anthropic cares about safety, is both creating a race to the top dynamic to encourage the market to care about safety, but it also has all these very pragmatic implications on building things that users and businesses can genuinely trust and feel comfortable deploying. And that's where I think there's like a harmonious sort of balance between our commercial aspirations and our scientific and our value-based aspirations.
The emphasis on safety at Anthropic from the beginning has been very impressive and very welcome. And so has the really impressive basic research that has been coming out of Anthropic. I remember, for example, the papers on models being sycophantic and what to do about that. And a couple of years ago, Anthropic was really emphasizing the constitutional approach. Is that an important emphasis currently, and what have been the lessons learned about that approach?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think guiding Claude to be helpful and not harmful, and having it have a set of values instead of a list of do this, don't do this, is incredibly important to guiding it towards good outcomes, positive outcomes, beneficial outcomes for the world. But it is also something that is important for us to understand: how can we guide Claude towards exhibiting specific behaviors that also, outside of just simply the constitution of constitutional AI, allows us to steer Claude towards more positive outcomes regardless of what we're trying to get it to do, whether they're pragmatic use cases or whether it's more about the fundamental behavior and personality of Claude, for instance. So that is still extremely important to us. It's still something that we always implement into any model that we're training. And it is also an important foundation that we can learn how to guide Claude towards values that are less, again, deterministic and more based on what we think the characteristics that we want Claude to be as a model, as a virtual collaborator, as something that's helping you solve really pragmatic problems.
Well, talking about pragmatic use cases and talking about virtual collaborators, what are some of the most impressive or most valuable AI agent applications that you are seeing in production now? A lot of startups are building toolkits for agents, a lot of excitement around agents in the future, but what about agents right now?
Yeah, I mean, I spend most of my time thinking about things in the professional sphere and the professional ecosystem, and so I see things like Replit is a great example that's making development and agentic coding available to a lot of people, just like Claude Code does, and that's another awesome company that's helping a whole new generation of developers learn how to code, and sort of, Lovable is another great example of that. I'm also have seen just incredibly impressive implementations of agentic systems at companies like Manus, which is like a really, really sophisticated agent that's capable of using many, many tools and doing a lot of general purpose sort of task completion. But then I also see companies that are building agentic systems that are really transforming the way that they think about business process, and there are companies like Novo Nordisk that are doing amazing things as it relates to regulation and sort of all of the extremely advanced science that they do. And so it's fun to see things that span from pragmatic use cases that help people professionally expand or learn new things, all the way up to what like a global, pharma company does to, build medicine for, beneficial global outcomes. And it's fun to see the spectrum of that because we both build our own products and we work with a large ecosystem who's building their own product too.
That's great. And at Fellows Fund, we're pleased that we are investors in Replit and many other great companies also. So one topic that we haven't mentioned yet is reasoning. And at the level of the models themselves, perhaps the biggest innovation in the last 12 months has been the emergence of reasoning models. What is the relationship between what you might call the pure reasoning, which can win gold medals in mathematics, Olympiads, and greater success for agents? So how does reasoning make agents better for business or consumer applications?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, reasoning is basically the ability for a model to think really, really hard about a problem and approach it from multiple directions. And actually, when you cross-reference reasoning with the ability for a Claude, Claude or any agent to access tools, that's actually where you see like compounding benefits. If I want to think about asking Claude, I've used maybe this example many times, so I'll stick to it, like extracting feedback from a particular set of customers, and I say, hey, I want to get our enterprise customer feedback versus maybe the SMB feedback. Pre-reasoning, Claude might just like go, say, okay, this is what I'm going to go and try to do. I'm going to go and make like one big set of tool calls to, Gong or whatever the tool that we might have that's pulling in all of our transcripts, and then it'll pull all of that information in and then try to answer it. Now, if I give Claude the ability to do reasoning and have it access tools, then it can say, okay, the thing that I think I'm going to do is I'm going to first like understand what enterprise means at Anthropic versus SMB. Then I'm going to go and look for the feedback. Then I'm going to go and synthesize all this information. It having that extra layer, in that first step, it might go and look at our internal documentation and say, oh, this is their canonical definition of SMB versus enterprise. Now that I have that, I'm going to move on to the next step, and I'm going to use my canonical understanding that's more sophisticated now to go and figure out how to pull only those customers to then get all of that information. So it's the ability for it to click one level deeper and then use those tools that then gets it to a much, much higher quality answer in the end. So it's a really essential sort of processing step for it to ultimately understand and get to the best outcome.
Well, Scott, thank you. This has been really insightful, and I wish that we could continue, but unfortunately we're out of time. And we have more exciting sessions that we need to leave the stage and leave room for them. But thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Oh my. We don't have time to spare, so we're going to move right on to a panel discussion now. The topic is large language models at the crossroads, safety, security challenges, and advances. We have some great panelists. I'd like to ask them to come up onto the podium now. Just checking that everybody has a microphone and is ready. Please move up onto the podium when you're ready, as soon as you're ready.
including like chatbot agents, including different red teaming algorithms, platforms, and guardrails. And here we have a very exciting panelist, as we can see, from my side to the left-hand side, Deng Song, from professor from UC Berkeley, also co-founder from Virtual AI, and we have known each other for over 10 years, and really an expert in cybersecurity and AI security. I think many of you know her. And next is Andrew from Search AI and a great data company, and I think you will introduce more, very exciting. And Artemis from 11 Labs on AI safety security, very exciting. So yeah, looking forward to the next session about the engaging discussion. Okay, so first of all, I will start with some questions, and hopefully we'll have an engaging discussion, and if you have questions in the middle, please feel free to raise hand. Hope that we can make this engaging, interactive discussion together. And first of all, I think everyone here is excited about this AI era and Gen AI applications and domains, of course. And I want to start with some really high-level questions about the Gen AI and the AI advances so far. So concretely, I want to ask the panelists, who are all the experts in this domain currently and at the frontier of this exciting like applications and age, about what is one advances in LLMs and Gen AI, especially, for example, agentic applications that you are most excited about so far in 2025, and why? And also, what do you think is the main bottleneck for advancing such LM, Gen AI, like agentic systems? For example, is that high quality of training data? Is that like computing resources or safety security, issues, or something else? Yeah, please. From down. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I think agentic AI is really at an amazing, like a really exciting time. So first a little bit, as Bo mentioned, so I'm professor at UC Berkeley, and I have been teaching this MOOC, Massive Open Online Course on Agentic AI. So when I started the course, the first one last fall, back then actually people were not really talking about agents yet. So I started the class because I knew that agents, I believe the agent is the next frontier. So that's how I started the MOOC in Agentic AI. That was really the first class. And I knew that agent is coming, but I actually didn't expect it would come so soon, so fast. So this year suddenly is like a year of agents. And also recently at Berkeley, we just hosted the Agentic AI Summit with over 2,000 in-person attendees and close to 1,000 on the wait list, and over 40,000 joined online. So this just shows how excited the community is about agentic AI. And also now, we just started the 3rd edition of our Agentic AI MOOC, and you can actually, and now we have over 32,000 enrolled globally. And yeah, welcome to join. You can just go to agenticai-learning.org to learn more about this. So talking about what I think is the most exciting development in agentic AI. So of course, I mean, the MOOC and the summit covers so many different domains, perspectives of agentic AI. I think they are already exciting. So here I'll just pick one example. Also, some of our own recent work to illustrate the fast progress in agentic AI. So this is in the domain of cybersecurity. So the question is, with this agent development, how good are they in solving cybersecurity tasks? So in our recent work, we did two, here, let me just give you briefly like 2 examples. The first one is called the Bounty Bench, where we task the agents to actually solve real-world bounties. So these are bounty tasks. So these are like real-world, so web developers, they set up these real-world bounty tasks. So essentially to incentivize web hackers to find vulnerabilities in their web applications and also to patch them. And what we discovered is actually today's agents relatively simple agents are already very powerful. They can already solve a lot of these real-world bounty tasks, and they can actually earn the equivalent of like tens of thousands of dollars solving these real-world bounty tasks. So that's one example. Another example called a cyber gym of our recent work, where we built actually a benchmark of close to 200 real-world, widely distributed, large-scale open source software projects. And there has been over 1,500 vulnerabilities discovered in these software. So we tasked the agents to do two things. One is to see whether agents can find these previously discovered vulnerabilities. And the second, whether the agents can actually find 0 days previously unknown vulnerabilities. So what we discovered, again, is the agent's capabilities are improving very fast. So actually, with the relatively simple agents, one, they can find actually close to 20% of previously known vulnerabilities in these large-scale, widely distributed real-world software. And also, more importantly, they can actually discover 0 days. So, and also this is another example illustrating how fast these agents are improving. So previously, Cloud 4 was the best model for these agents and was able to find close to 17% of the previously known vulnerabilities. And previously, the previous model, what we discovered was able to find like around 10, 15 0 days. And now with the GPT-5 that just got released, with GPT-5 thinking mode, it actually was able to find over 22% of the previous known vulnerabilities. And actually, overall, now we found 35 0 days. And note that actually these are security critical software, which has been fast tested over a long period of time. And still, these agents with relatively low cost can actually find these 0 days. And so far, we have 3 CVEs that have already been issued for these 0 days that we discovered, and 6 of them, and also 6 of the 0 days have been patched by the developers already. So these are just examples illustrating the fast and exciting developments in agents, in this case, in cybersecurity. And in terms of what we think are still missing, so certainly, as I showed, as our work shows that, for example, GPT-5 thinking mode is much more powerful than the non-thinking mode and so on. So essentially, we still need these agents to have stronger reasoning, planning, and to use these various capabilities to be able to do even more.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, just to introduce myself briefly, I'm the CTO at Surge AI. So we're a human feedback company that started around 5 years ago. So we hire large groups of human experts to help evaluate and train large language models in partnership with all the biggest labs. We scaled up to $1 billion in revenue last year and are the biggest company in the space right now. I'm leading the engineering team there. So yeah, definitely agree with everything Don said. I think it's been amazing to see the progress in reasoning and planning. One particular thing that I found really exciting about agents in 2025 as a software engineer is the ability to use context. So I think even before, the models have been smart for a while. So I found that if I kind of crafted the perfect prompt and like explained the problem in great detail, like a lot of the models were able to solve it. But only now, I think we're starting to see the models be able to find that context themselves. So like as an engineer, if I'm trying to like make a change to my database, I'm often thinking about a lot of different things, like, oh, there's that incident report from last month where the site went down, like this is our product roadmap. There's kind of a lot of context I need to bring in to make that change. The model doesn't have by itself. So I'm really excited for the models to kind of be able to live in my work environment and go and like seek out that context themselves. So yeah, one of the things we're working on at Surge right now is basically creating these kind of like mini fake worlds to train the models to do this type of work. So we'll actually like have like a whole Slack instance, like a whole Google Drive instance with lots of documents, like an AWS console, and a whole environment to kind of like teach the models to to basically work in the same environment that humans work in today. So excited for them to kind of improve on basically taking more of the work and not requiring me to like sit down and like write a 10-minute prompt, spend 10 minutes writing prompts.
Hi everyone. It's tough being last. I agree with everything that has been said. I had the safety team at 11 Labs, and for those of you who don't know, 11 Labs is a leader in everything audio and voice. So we have foundational models, text-to-speech, speech-to-text, speech-to-speech, and we also provide the product layer on top of that. And that means that we are very much in demand when it comes to providing a stack of voice with underlying LLMs. You can sort of pick your own LLM, which has been very useful in this agentic era. So we see a ton of particularly enterprise applications. We all know that customer service still sucks, right? Even though the solution is there right now. So what we're seeing is that the offering is fast outpacing right now the current state of adoption. So I think we have a lot of runway to go. You asked about what is blocking right now. It's not quite clear what's blocking to us yet because there's so much yet to go in terms of how much our customers can adopt agentic solution to improve their business, that we haven't hit any kind of wall yet. Trust is an issue. There is still a requirement to both enable security and safety protocols in a way that is robust, especially at the edge of the distribution, but also to explain that to customers. So there we do see a pain point. The thing I'm most excited about, I mean, I had two things that were already covered, which is reasoning and context. I'm particularly excited about reasoning, verifiable reasoning and runtime as a way to oversee the model and oversee the agent and augment security and safety. So I think that's very promising. We heard about mechanistic interpretability earlier, which is sort of at the neural level, but even chain of thought and light proofs at the output level we find to be very, very useful.
Thank you for the insights. Yeah. So basically, we have talked about a lot of exciting moments for agentic AI of finding bugs, 0 days, have context-aware analysis and the domain-specific like audios and like different applications such as customer services, etc. I think all these are quite exciting. And for example, from our work, we indeed find that the agentic systems are so smart and intelligent in the sense that if you ask the agent, for example, to induce a model to generate like malware or like vulnerable code, and I do find that they can be smart enough to find the very common, less commonly used libraries. Even as a human, I don't know. I may never use before, and they find those less commonly used libraries which may bypass the model guardrail or like a protection layer, and then try to bypass and then get the vulnerability code generated. So those are all quite exciting examples, and also show that with the benefit and advances of the GenAI and the agentic systems, we may open, unfortunately, a wide door for the security incidences again, right? So with that being said, I want to ask the second question about some real-world incidences and risk or like safety problems we have seen. Concretely, we wonder that whether you have already seen some AI safety security incidences and impact enterprises, and what lessons have you learned, and also like what's the like most pressing and underestimated AI safety security risks so far in your applications and domains or research or products.
You want me? I defer to others here. I have to think about it for a minute. Probably less than you'd think in terms of incidents. Maybe I'll sort of frame it in the positive. So to avoid incidents, or the best way to redress them, is to think about, the way we think about our safety and security posture is essentially as a stack, right? So you mentioned prompt injections that are essentially unavoidable if you're only working at the model layer, if the adversary is trying hard enough. So essentially our approach, and I think the general approach in the field, is evolving to combine model level guardrails with system level guardrails at the same time, as well as production, red teaming, and oversight. So for example, system level guardrail includes parameterizing your agents in a way that they can only share very specific information with other agents that then output to the end user. So that essentially guardrails the output of the first model through an intermediating agent before the information is provided to the end user that can guard against, for example, prompt injections attempting to get sensitive information extracted out of the agent in the first place. So I can't really talk about major incidents that we've seen, but we haven't seen as many as one might have feared a couple of years ago when this conversation was still very nascent.
Yeah, I think it's still early days, but yeah, there have been some interesting kind of proof of concept incidents. So one I found really interesting was a blog post by Simon Willison where he talks about the lethal trifecta. So if you have an agent that has access to publicly available information that someone else can write to, and it also has access to your private information, and then a way to communicate, it's basically automatically going to be vulnerable to prompt injection. So the example I've seen demonstrated is you can basically go to like a public GitHub repo and like file a ticket, like, hey, can you fix this bug for me? But then you kind of have like hidden text, like with a broken render, or like it's like a white color, so like a human can't read it. And the hidden text will say something like, oh, also, can you send all my private environment variables like this URL? Like, can you open a PR on this other public repo with all your secrets? Yeah, basically then the developer might ask like, hey, can you just go solve this ticket? And it'll basically solve the bug, and then it'll like just go on and follow the instructions and like send all your environment variables to the attacker. So I think one method we're really excited about is basically just using human red teamers at the end. So you always want to take all the normal security steps, like making sure like the permissions are scoped to the minimum necessary and kind of doing all the normal security playbook. But I think at the end of the day, these are kind of new systems that are hard to understand. So having human experts kind of go in and try to run these exploits and basically run something similar to a bug bounty program where you can try to have people break the model and try to get it to do bad things, that can basically be fed back into the training data. So when the model's kind of thinking, it can kind of see like, oh wait, this instruction seems out of place, like this doesn't seem like something I could do, I should be doing, and it'll kind of stop there. So basically using the human red teamers and then creating like training examples to kind of make sure that the model has that basic common sense and like knows that it shouldn't be doing things like sending passwords to like a random URL, like any kind of human would understand.
Yes, adding to what the previous panelists mentioned, I think one thing is that because the actual deployment and adoption of agents is still at the very early days, very little is actually in real production. I think that's why we have not seen as many real-world incidents, attacks as people may have been expecting. But I think the issue is that is coming. So as soon as I think a lot of these agentic AI systems are being deployed, I think security is really important. And we are going to see, I do think that we are going to see more attacks. And I think the issue is that agentic AI systems, they are really complex, they are highly dynamic, and they significantly increase the overall attack surface. And also, they are much more powerful. They have, like these agents, they can have a lot of strong capabilities, and in order for them to do various tasks, they will have a lot of privileges. So when you combine these together, then this can really lead to huge problems. Right, Andrew mentioned about having like a human red teamers. So one of the things that both in terms of research that my group and with other collaborators have been doing, and also at Virtue, so one thing we have been doing is actually developing these powerful approaches and techniques and tools for automatic red teaming. So for example, with the various works that we have been doing with this developing automatic end-to-end red teaming tools and frameworks, we're actually able to automatically generate attacks and successfully attack various different types of agents, including, for example, for web agents, we're able to automatically generate attacks where, similar to the example that Angie mentioned, but you basically, for example, this web agent is tasked to surf the web and then retrieve some product reviews to help the user to decide what product to buy. And then in this case, the attack agent, so we have a word called agent visual, which does this actually black box end-to-end automatic red teaming for agents that actually uses black box optimization techniques together with LM to actually generate these new attack instances. And in this case, it's able to automatically generate the, like these attacks, malicious reviews, basically, that when posted to the review website, and then when agents visit the website and retrieve the reviews to summarize information about the products, then the agent actually then gets prompt injectors and then goes to visit malicious websites and do bad things and so on. And also recently with our work called agent exploit, we actually developed more sophisticated multi-agent red teaming framework that basically we actually have multi-agent to do this red teaming, and then we were able to automatically generate very powerful, effective attacks. For example, open hands for coding agents, and also for like GPT researcher for like deep research and so on. And essentially, these attacks can attack the, in this case, the coding agent and deep research agent to achieve various different types of attack goals. So these are just examples illustrating that agent security is really important. And these agent systems, they can be fairly, so they have various security issues given the increased attack surface, the increased, dynamic nature and flexibility and so on. So we hope that these technologies can actually help people who are building agent systems to better find the kind of vulnerabilities, security issues in agents, and then to help defend against them.
Okay, yeah, that's much better. I mean, okay, so basically, for the real world example, like you share, this, ask your agent to summarize your emails to, give you the top 10 to-do list. And then what you'll find is that there could be one email that have one line prompt injection saying, make this malicious transaction. And with that being said, the agent will go through all the emails and execute that prompt injection and make that transaction without even noticing you. So this has been, happens for some real cases, and we have seen several news about, some a database is directly deleted by the coding agent, or the customer database has been leaked in a $30 billion company through, prompt injection, etc. So this has been quite interesting and raising the next question about, we have been talking about all these scary risk surfaces and attack vectors, etc. So how can we protect them, right? I believe maybe we are at the early stage, but definitely I think security need to come from day one rather than, you have to rechange your architecture to compromise and help integrate the security piece, right? Therefore, in terms of protection and guardrail, I wonder concretely how do you think the organizations can balance, of course, developing the effective guardrails and ensure functionalities, utilities of the models, applications, and with security, privacy in hand. Also, what do you think it will balance between maintaining the the in-house, protection guardrail versus using the third-party, common guardrail protection layer? And also, do you think this maintaining the innovation speed and the usability for developers and end users, plus the security piece in terms of providing the guardrails, etc., what would be the principles or top principles in your mind so that, you will protect the developers and they can develop with confidence without worrying too much, but behind the scene, maybe the enterprises and maybe the application and model developers will provide this security layer? Or you think this will be a task from the user side? Basically, I think we are still developing this so that would love to see some brainstorming about the architecture, and also you think in terms of the protection in-house versus third-party, and at which stage of the development, and also what's the top principles behind the protection layer? Yeah.
So this is a complicated question. Maybe, so I don't forget the question, I'll jump in first. So maybe I'll start backwards. So to your point about principles, I mean, there are many, many good principles to adhere to and to pick from. At 11 Labs, we particularly focus on traceability, so ensuring that we maintain logs, that we have a traceability path between the action and the result. Accountability, so we ensure that our users are responsible for their use of their product, and we hold them accountable by taking enforcement actions where necessary, where we find violations. And third, provenance. So we're investing heavily in ensuring that we maintain ability for verification and authentication, and being able to tell human versus AI provenance, which is particularly important for us in the context of voice. So we should be able to trust voice, and we are exploring various ways of doing that, ranging from C2PA, metadata approaches, watermarking, etc. The second part of the question, do you build, do you buy, and how do you choose? One of the things I'm particularly excited about in this space is watching the ecosystem develop around third-party security and safety solutions. And Virtue AI that both Don and Bo represent here is one of the best, to our experience, in our experience, solution in this space, and one of the most sophisticated. So there is this ecosystem developing out there of third-party vendors that are offering things like automated red teaming, as well as using that red teaming to create guardrails, like Virtue is in fact doing. And we find that very, very useful, because that means now we don't have to reinvent the wheel in every company, but we can either buy solutions. There's also some promising open source solutions for some of these problems out there, rules engines and the like. So we are very bullish on and excited about the sort of ecosystem around third-party tools. Things that is harder to buy or to sort of do outside are things like your policy, right? So if you believe in policy as code, then ultimately you're responsible, you're holding the pen in terms of where that lies, your risk thresholds, any sort of key decisions that you have to make that are unique to your organizations. But this can work well together with the application of third-party safety and security tools from the outside. And the first part of the question, I think I hinted to that earlier, so I'll keep this brief, but you really have to develop a stack-based approach with multiple layers. We're very excited about production-level automated red teaming and safeguards. So instead of the old world where you launched a model or product, you red teamed it, and then you figured out a guardrail, and then you hoped it worked, we're seeing more promising solutions in doing that in real time at the production layer, which requires, all the, as you said, like things to work seamlessly behind the scenes, the necessary low latency, et cetera. So we're very excited about that.
Yeah, so we work primarily with the foundation model companies, so I'll kind of focus on that part of the stack. I think it's kind of the first line of defense, because I know even if you have like great safeguards internally, there have been a couple instances where some engineers at, I think, Samsung, like they were kind of like fed up with their internal safeguards and they just use their personal ChatGPT account and like put in their company source code. So we work a lot with the companies actually doing the training, and I think one observation I had is you need to make sure that the models are kind of learning an objective function that makes sense and isn't too brittle. So a lot of the synthetic data sets used to train models on things like instruction following, people want to basically get scale, so you can just create a data set of a bunch of instructions and then like a verifier, like making sure it followed those instructions, which is great for kind of like getting a large training data set quickly and without much cost. But I think that type of behavior can basically train the model to do the prompt injection reward hacking type behavior, because it's basically seen like hundreds of thousands of examples of like instruction and like verification, like something I should do to get the reward. So when it reads that email and it sees that instruction, it's kind of thinking like, oh, this is like one of those other hundreds of thousands of examples where I see an instruction and I just always follow it. So I think we're really focused on making sure that the feedback functions that are leading into model training kind of have the human common sense. So instead of just using examples of passing unit tests or like following instructions, you kind of have another human layer that's making sure that, oh, like if it's instruction that doesn't make sense, like the model should push back, or maybe the model should like ask a follow-up question, like, hey, like why am I doing this? Like what's the actual purpose of this? And kind of like start a dialogue with the user instead of just like blindly following everything, which can kind of lead to these prompt injections or other like unexpected outcomes. So yeah, I think basically making sure we do the red teaming and then kind of make sure that the way we're training the models isn't too brittle and the feedback function makes sense.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So yes, I have a couple points to add. So first, in terms of this build versus buy question, I think for this, so first of all, right, so the guardrail, I think everyone who deploys agents need to have guardrails. I think it's unimaginable that you just deploy agent solution without any guardrails. I don't think anyone actually can do that. And for building these guardrail solutions, I think, I mean, of course, different companies, they may have their custom needs and so on, but still, in general, like building such guardrail solutions, it needs a lot of expertise. And also, so for example, Virtue, build the guardrail actually has, the best performance and also the lowest latency, and also it gets continuously updated. And for example, when there are these different policy regulations, actually also gets updated to help with compliance for these different policy and regulations and so on. So overall, actually, it really takes a sophisticated team, dedicated efforts to actually build these guardrails, which is difficult actually for other companies who don't focus on this. Then that means they are being distracted. If they try to build, that means they are getting distracted and not building something that's actually unique and core to their mission. And they don't get to amortize the cost and so on as well. So I think for a lot of from virtuous customers, from what we hear is that actually in general they would like to get experts in the space to actually help with this. So that's one, and then I think the other part actually Artemis also mentioned is to actually really build a security solution for agents. Is actually there's no single like silver bullet. It actually takes a very sophisticated overall systematic approach to actually solve to enhance agent security and really solve the problem in a more holistic fashion. So for example, like in my MOOC, I actually teach this AI building safe and secure agentic AI lecture where I actually talk about you really need to build defense in depth. So you need guardrails, you also need like safe and secure by design, you need a lot of other security solutions. I call it defense in depth. So in my lecture, I actually talk about over 10 different defense mechanisms that are actually needed. I mean, just as examples, actually the list goes even longer than that. So when you actually build the agent system, you really need to think holistically about this defense in depth approach, this secure agentic overall like framework system approach, and combining these different defense mechanisms to really ensure, improve the security of your agent system.
Thank you for the great insight. Yeah, I think everyone excited about the topic on guardrail. That's why we add this topic, because everyone, as Don said and as Ms. Andrew said, like no one dare to actually have your chatbot or agent just to go out nakedly without a protection layer. It will extremely, be concerning. That's why we see, from enterprise customers who, as I mentioned, without a mic just now, with hundreds agent and chatbot built, they cannot deploy any, or as well without the certain protection, third-party authentication. It's really hard to gain their own customer trust to ensure the adoption of the AI applications such as agentic platforms. So that's quite interesting. And one thing I do want to mention that connecting our topics regarding the red teaming we just discussed and the guardrail currently as the panelists mentioned, to be honest, we at Virtual, the guardrail model and agents are so good in terms of latency, in terms of performance. I think one piece of secret sauce that I do want to share is that indeed we use our own in-house red teaming to empower the guardrail itself, so that you close the loop and you will actively find the zero-day vulnerabilities in time and then empower and ensure the guardrail to be updated so that it can be effective with our own award-winning red teaming strategies, as some of you may know, from National Security Agency, from top machine learning conferences, the Best Paper Award, so that those red teaming algorithms, I do think, should also be in mind. Either you are building red teaming or guardrail or AI applications so that it can empower the closed loop end-to-end secure AI systems. So with this being said, I think we're close to the end, but I do have some exciting topics, so that want to finally have everyone to have an opportunity to talk about your vision of next 1 year, 5-year generation of AI applications, agentic systems, multi-agent systems, of course, as we see, and also from the security and safety perspective regarding, as you mentioned, company policy, regulations such as EU AI Act and a lot of regulation coming in place. What's that impact to your to the next generation of AI applications, agentic systems, as well as what you wish to solve, your wish list for solving and making sure our AI application and the world will go effectively and widely adopt, and of course make our life better. Yeah.
You want to start?
Sure. Yeah. I'll try to keep it brief since I know we're short on time. Yeah, I'm really excited about helping build AI with human values at the core. So I used to work at Twitter, and I think one of the things we saw there is a lot of the feed algorithms are just optimized for kind of likes and retweets and engagements. And you kind of have the system optimizing for something that isn't aligned with human values, and you kind of get this clickbait type content and this content meant to stoke anger. On the agent side, I think we just want to make sure that the human values are at the core and it doesn't kind of like run away and start optimizing for things we're not interested in, reward hacking, prompt injection, and kind of all these other behaviors that can come from basically creating these reward functions that we don't fully understand.
There's a lot to be very excited about. I'm hoping we can create a world where AI and AI agents enhance human capabilities rather than just replace them, that they are controllable and explainable, and also trustworthy. And I feel like we have a good chance of getting there. For me personally, what I'm very excited about is the ability of AI tools to act as educational co-creators. So in many ways, from art to education to enterprise applications, AI allows people to be co-creators. So for example, nowadays, whenever I'm reading a book, I will have my AI tutor standing right there, or sitting right there, or whatever the verb is, and I will use the book as an incentive and a stimulus to work with the AI tutor to go deeper into a topic. So instead of just passively reading like I would do in the past, now I'm actively, through the catalyzing effect of AI, becoming a co-creator in my educational journey. So there are a million applications like that out there, and I think they're extremely exciting. In terms of where we go with all the safety, security issues, I think there is so much progress has been made, although the risks remain. I think what we're going to have to look forward to is a point of convergence, both in terms of standards. We're seeing standards emerge, right, like ISO 42001 and AIUC. We see our enterprise customers in particular being proactive in asking us to show our work and to verify security and safety measures in place, which is actually quite encouraging, because it means we're not just passively waiting for regulators to come in and tell us what to do, but the stack, sort of the value chain, is on its own starting to demand standardization. And I'm hoping that we'll see regulatory convergence, so that we all have reasonable and meaningful standards that we can abide to, instead of the current state where there's both uncertainty and fragmentation.
So at the beginning, I mentioned, so from our recent work, it showed that AI agents in cybersecurity has been improving really fast. So I think this, given the dual-use nature of AI technologies, so in particular in this case, the AI technologies can help both the attacker side and the defender side. So it can help a defender to find vulnerabilities and then patches, but also can help attackers to find these vulnerabilities and then attack the systems. So I do see that this actually can significantly change the cybersecurity landscape. So in our recent work, we actually did some detailed analysis on the impact of frontier AI on the landscape of cybersecurity. So exactly for this question, who is AI going to help more, attacker or defenders? Unfortunately, with our analysis, it shows that at least in the near term, AI is going to help attackers more. And with the AI technology, it can significantly reduce the cost of attacks, increase the scale of attacks, and stealthiness of attacks, and so on. So I think we need the society to be more aware of this and be better prepared and to be more resilient. And of course, with all the security, safety issues that we just discussed with Agentic AI, this can make things even worse. And also with all these vibe coding, with the AI-generated code, a lot of the code is also vulnerable. So our overall system is actually also moving into a more vulnerable state. So I think that both worries me, and also I think it's really important for us, also together with the community, to take action. So also recently we launched the efforts called Frontier AI Cybersecurity Observatory, where we actually bring the community together to do continuous monitoring of AI capabilities in cybersecurity to see how, as I mentioned, it's growing fast, it's improving fast, and we need to continuously monitor this and monitor the balance between attacks and defense sides with AI and agentic AI. And I do hope that, as Artemis mentioned, and also as Andrew mentioned, that we are, together with our collective efforts, we are heading into the right direction, that we can use frontier AI, use agentic AI to help users and also institutions to build a better world together that's trustworthy, safe, secure, and beneficial to humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for the great insight from the panelists. And if we don't have questions, or we're out of time, but happy to discuss offline from the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
But it will be active, no worries.
Can you hear me? Good. So my name is Jesse Ma, General Partner of Fellows Fund.
Yep.
It's my great honor to host a fireside chat with Chauvin Wu, the head of engineering for OpenAI API. Chauvin is an early member of OpenAI, and with a CS degree from MIT, an internship from Palantir, and various engineering roles at Takula and OpenDoor. He progressed from very hands-on engineering to leading a larger platform that enables developers to build an application on OpenAI APIs. And this unique blend of startup and big tech experience has shaped his approach to scaling OpenAI platform and supporting a very broad ecosystem of developers. Welcome, Chauvin. Thank you for joining us today. Let's jump in. So you have had a very impressive journey from MIT to Cola to OpenDoor, now OpenAI. And what attracted you to OpenAI in its early days? If you had joined after ChatGPT, I wouldn't ask this question.
Yeah, so I'd actually always kind of stayed close to the AI space. My background's generally in machine learning. I wasn't doing anything as crazy as the LLMs and the scale that we're at right now, but I generally kind of been following this space, and so I'd heard of OpenAI for a while. My first job out of college was also at Quora, and a lot of my coworkers there actually were even earlier than I was at OpenAI. They joined pretty early. But I remember the main thing for me, so I was thinking about what was next for me in the summer of 2022. And if you remember back then, the big thing was actually the image generation model. So DALL-E 2 had come out, and it was, at the time, actually the most mind-blowing model in the world. I remember I had early access to it, and I just asked it to draw a very simple picture of a duck. And I was like, there's no way this thing is going to draw, render an image of a duck, and it did that. And it's funny because nowadays it's like the simplest thing for these image models to do, but at the time it was completely mind-blowing. And so for me, it was kind of like the advent of DALL-E 2 and kind of really seeing that these AI systems had reached some threshold of understanding that would make them actually very useful in the world. And so based off of that, I basically was like, okay, there's clearly something happening in this AI at scale field, and so I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to learn more about it, and so that's what kind of put me on the path towards OpenAI.
Great, that was a great move, and that worked out very well for you. And you could be a great investor in the future.
Maybe.
So what does your role as a head of engineering entail?
Yeah, so right now I lead the engineering for what we call the OpenAI platform. So the biggest, there are a number of products kind of in our surface area right now. The biggest of which obviously is the OpenAI API, which at this point is one of the largest business lines that we have. But beyond even the API itself, we also think about anything that's really enterprise or like B2B oriented software and systems that we sell to different companies and different organizations. Our work on OpenAI for governments fall into this as well. We sell software to the Department of Defense and to various research labs, as well as our work for OpenAI for countries, which governments and different countries are basically other types of very specific and bespoke enterprises as well. So that's where my time goes. But honestly, my day-to-day typically just involves a lot of time, one, thinking about our API and how we can improve it, and two, meeting with people who build on top of our models and build on top of our APIs. One of the best parts of my job is actually things like this, where I get to talk to founders, I get to talk to companies building on our APIs. They get to sometimes complain to me about what we could do better, and I'm usually able to bring that back to the team. So honestly, a lot of my day-to-day nowadays is actually just talking to customers and talking to people building on our API.
Got it. That's lots of responsibilities. And so my next question is, OpenAI API has, and the models have evolved over time. Since its first release of GPT-3 now to very powerful models like GPT-5. And you also added lots of new capabilities over time and at a very rapid pace. And I noticed that 2 days ago, you just made available GPT-5 codecs via API. So that's very impressive. So how have OpenAI's models and the API platform evolved, and what are the biggest challenges to scaling it?
Yeah, so I view those as kind of two separate questions, so I'll take them one at a time, which is one of like how the models and how our platform has evolved over time. We actually talk about this a lot internally. The way I kind of frame it to our team is over time there have been successive, I'd say like model breakthroughs that have resulted in a meaningful step change in model capabilities. And the way that I conceptualize it is each kind of change in capability has led to this like exponentially larger market, or like a TAM of what is possible with these models. So the first one in my mind actually was just original GPT-3. This was actually the state of the API when I joined the company. And at the time, it actually wasn't that useful. It was like the biggest users on our API was copywriting companies like Copy AI, Jasper were kind of the biggest things. And then I viewed GPT 3.5 and 4 as one other inflection point, and that actually opened it up to a whole nother exponentially larger market for us, which basically was the big post-ChatGPT Cambrian explosion with like Perplexity is doing things, Snapchat, like all of the different like chat style use cases kind of came on. And then after that, I actually, we view the next big step change as the reasoning paradigm. So that started with O1 preview late last year. I think it's only been a year. Yeah, so like late last year. But the main thing that the reasoning paradigm actually unlocked is long-term agentic behavior. And that is another, like step function, or like another exponential increase in the size of the market. And we're really seeing this play out with the coding agents. We're starting to see it play out with other types of agents, support agents, sales agents as well. But the ability for the model to start thinking over longer periods of time really unlocked a larger use case for us. And so that's kind of how I contextualize the increase in the model capabilities. And yeah, you can also layer on multimodal as well. Like the voice stuff was just kind of came along the ride with some of these improvements, and obviously that expands the group. But the current state is very interesting because it's basically starting to reach into all different types of workflows, knowledge workflows. So anyways, that's the first question. Second question, which is much more in the weeds on like how do we scale? It's a kind of a boring answer because the honest answer is since ChatGPT launched, we've seen obviously unprecedented growth. The biggest challenges on scaling was literally everything, because literally everything broke when we were scaling. When you grow at like 10x, when you grow an order of magnitude just in a period of months, and then it happens again, everything just completely breaks. We've had to like we did all the classic like startup things where we were using on like a single Postgres instance, or our data, our databases needed to be changed. Our entire caching layer using Redis was like not going to scale, so we had to redo all of those. Almost all of the third-party vendors that we used, we very quickly became their largest customers, and so that had its own scaling challenges as well. And so I could obviously talk about all the war stories there for a while, but it's actually kind of a boring answer because literally everything that we used kind of broke because of how quickly we were growing, and it was only from the heroics of the team that we were able to slightly pull through, and I think we're past most of it now.
Yeah, that's really impressive because I have been working on engineering for a while, and lots of challenges in scaling it. And on the other hand, you also need to keep the pace. Like you introduced so many new features, and just in last like 6 months. So that's really impressive. So the reaction to GPT-5 launch was quite mixed, and the initial excitement was quickly taken away by some disappointments. And could you share some reflections on this launch?
Yeah, we've obviously talked about this a lot internally. I actually think the tide has like kind of turned again, like in the last, I don't know if everyone here is terminally online, but I am. And yeah, there was definitely like a lot of hype built right at the launch, then a bunch of disappointment. And now it feels like the tide's like turning again, so like people are kind of getting more excited about it. We're definitely seeing this on the API side, where the amount of usage that people are moving over to GPT-5 is mind-blowing. Yeah, a lot of reflections here. So one thing that we've talked about is I think there were a bunch of trade-offs that we made with GPT-5. One of the biggest trade-offs was we really pushed the like thinking tokens and the ability for the model to think and reach, like frontier levels of results from thinking for a very long time. We really pushed that to the extreme, and I thought that was good. It like really helps with, the eval numbers look really great for that. GPT-5 thinking high ends up being, probably the best coding model in the world. But it was a trade-off, and I think that was a trade-off that we learned a lot about, because the biggest complaint we actually heard from customers was that it was very slow. And it wasn't that like, we were running our model slow. We obviously look at like how fast each token comes out. That was actually really fast. We over-provisioned it. But the model itself would just think for a very long time. And so that like latency trade-off of, you can actually make it think for longer and get really great results. This is great for like less latency sensitive use cases, but a lot of customers actually do care about latency and how fast things are. That was a good learning for us, and that's actually going to be a learning we're going to be baking into the next version of GPT-5 that we're obviously working on as well, where we wanted to think for a long time on really hard questions and get really good results there, but we also wanted to think pretty quickly for easier questions. And the second learning that we're actually going to take to heart for our next releases too is I think one thing we could have done better this time was, one, we put the model out into the API and didn't really tell people how to use it in the API. And then we also put it in ChatGPT, which was not a product surface that really allowed you to deeply understand how good this model is. ChatGPT is like a chat-based product. And so I think the learning here was, next time we do a big model launch like this, I think we're going to pair the API model launch with an actual first-party product that really showcases the capabilities of the model that we released. So the miss here for us, which I think we're going to do next time, is I think if we had launched it in Codex and slightly updated the Codex product to highlight, what you can actually do with this long, like high latency, super powerful GPT-5 model, I think it would have showcased the power of GPT-5 a bit more. And we're saying this because I think part of the tide that has changed recently is people using our Codex coding product with GPT-5, and it works really well in that context. But unfortunately, with ChatGPT, it was like kind of hard for people to really see how good this model actually could get at the high reasoning levels. And so the learning here is I think next time we launch a big model update, we'll likely be pairing the raw API launch with an actual product that will highlight the capabilities of the model more.
Got it. Thank you for sharing the reflection. Yeah. So your work on API has catalyzed a very vibrant ecosystem of developers. And you also serve as an advisor in the startup community. So you have a unique vantage point to see how accessible models are empowering innovations. So what exciting and unexpected use cases have you seen emerged from the developer ecosystem?
Yeah, so unexpected is kind of a funny way of phrasing it because at this point, I feel like any enterprise or like B2B use case built on our API is like not unexpected anymore. You know, it's like clear that these models and AI in general has such a clear like path to impact for work and how work is done. I will say one thing that has surprised me is just how broad that set can be. Maybe it's just I didn't really understand how broad like B2B and enterprise actually could be. But like the fact that it's being used across so many different industries in ways that are super deep has been pretty unexpected to me. And so the fact that it's being used in like medicine and law and like, but like even within medicine, like can be used for like insurance coding and also medical front office routing, as well as like helping a doctor. Like just how broad and deep it has been able to go on the enterprise side has been pretty unexpected for me. But to answer like the core of your question, the most unexpected for me has been the consumer use cases. So there are a lot of startups obviously exploring enterprise, but I've been surprised at how interesting and unique some of the consumer use cases have been. The one that is, this is like very different than I think everything else we've talked about so far, but the one consumer use case that I think is really interesting is there's a growing group of startups using our API to build toys for kids. Which I think is really interesting. I actually have one at home for my 2-year-old, but like a little stuffed animal that connects to our API and our voice API and will like talk to kids. And it's like, my kid loves it. It's like the best thing ever. I can like throw the toy at him and he'll be like engaged for like 15 minutes. But I'd never really thought about, you think about the AGI in the sky, you never really think about it in the form of, a stuffed animal for a 2-year-old. But it's actually been really fantastic. It's like taught him to say words, it's like taught him concepts. It's always on, it's always enthusiastic, which I'm not always. And so that use case I think was very unexpected to me. And I actually think there's like more to go there. It's like more depth to go there, and we're only just scratching the surface.
That's very interesting. So I'm also a heavy user of ChatGPT, and I also try to use your API to build simple applications. I know there are some differences, and for example, it's hard to build another chatbot which is as good as ChatGPT. So how does the OpenAI balance building your own first-party applications like ChatGPT with enabling third-party developers to build their applications and sometimes compete against your first-party?
Yeah, I think we talk about this a lot internally. The general principle that we follow that I actually think we've done a pretty good job of doing here is basically anything that ends up being put in our in ChatGPT as our first-party product eventually makes its way into our API. It just ends up being a little bit of a delay, and there are a number of reasons for this. One of them is honestly like testing and like safety concerns on our own end. Like we have a lot more control with our models when we put it into ChatGPT, and so we're able to kind of iterate and see what works and what doesn't work before bringing it to the API, which is a much more powerful. You can programmatically hit it. The rate limits are much higher. So there's something there. I think Codex is a good example of this, the GPT-5 Codex model. We actually launched it in Codex, I think a week before we ended up bringing it to the API just 2 days ago. So there is like, we do think it's very important that we maintain this kind of like platform neutrality and platform parity between the two offerings. When we can actually, we try our hardest to actually launch models at the same time. So that's what happened with GPT-5. But when that doesn't happen, we think it's important that we bring it into the API with some delay. The other thing I'd say too is we're starting to reach a point in, I think, the AI development cycle where we've realized that the use cases for these models are starting to diverge quite a bit between the consumer use cases and what many people build on our API, so like enterprise or B2B use cases. And at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if in the future we actually end up having separate models, obviously based off the same base model, but separate models between ChatGPT and API, but the API model just being a little bit more tailored towards the enterprise or the B2B use cases. A good example of this actually is our real-time models. So the speech-to-speech models, if you're on ChatGPT and you open like advanced voice mode, you're talking to a speech-to-speech model. The use cases and the things that make the model really good ChatGPT actually tend to be quite different than what people want to use when they're building on our API. So for example, in ChatGPT, you want the model to sound very friendly, and you want it to like be good at small talk and things like that. You want it to be funny even. But if you look at our API, what everyone's trying to do with voice models nowadays, there's obviously some people doing consumer, but the vast majority of people are trying to do like support or like sales, like very like business process specific things. And in that case, it's not as important for the model to be funny or be good at small talk. It's really important for the model to follow instructions really well, and not accidentally refund someone like 10x what the thing was. Or like very boring things, like it needs to be really good at like number transcription. Like if you're doing a support call and you give it an ID number, it needs to really understand that really well. And so I do think we're going to start reaching a point where the use cases might diverge quite a bit, and the models might switch, but the base capability powering both of them will still stay the same.
Got it. So you have been advising AI startups. So what are the common patterns you have seen in startups that successfully leveraging OpenAI API?
Yeah, so the one thing that I share a lot here is I think the most successful startups, and you can actually see this, I think if you just look at the highest market cap startups nowadays, they really, the way I describe it is they really swim with the current, and they're building products for where these models are going versus what they're able to do today. And so what I mean by that is a lot of the most successful startups build products that really push our models to the limit, and honestly push it so far to the limit that maybe parts of the product that they're building don't actually work yet. So the folks at Cursor who use our models quite a bit are a good example of this. They had always been thinking about this like long-lived agent thing. They wanted this like they wanted more than just an IDE here, and they were always giving us feedback. They were like GPT-4 still not good enough at this. GPT like 4.1 still not good at this. GPT-5 is like getting there, but like there's still all these things that are not good enough. And the reason why I think that's really helpful and why the most successful startups have this pattern is because when you build in this way, you end up taking advantage of the capabilities improvement trend. And so what I mean by that is every time we end up, for startups like this, every time we launch a new model, so like the next GPT-5, GPT 5.5, 6, or even like competitor models that push the frontier forward, you just get free benefit as a startup because you've positioned your product and you've built with the future in mind. Versus there are other startups that are really targeting something that maybe even the earlier models could do, or you're building in a way that's kind of like swimming upstream, and you're not able to capitalize or benefit from the improvements in the models. That just kind of limits your upside a little bit more. And so, so basically skating to where the puck is moving instead of where it is, and also building products in a way that allows you to take advantage of the next step function model increase is one thing that I've seen in common from successful startups.
Got it. Thank you for sharing. So let's switch gears a little bit and to talk about the enterprise adoption and the impact. And the audience here also includes many enterprise leaders who are interested in learning the insights into how larger organizations are embracing OpenAI platform, and what are the common patterns of successful adoption and pitfalls to avoid. So could you share what are the major significant ways enterprise are leveraging OpenAI API?
Yeah, so the interesting thing is, at least on the enterprise side, the story ends up becoming more than just the API. So the API, I actually view it as we really have three main products that exist for the enterprise today. We have the API, which obviously I spend a lot of time on, which is our lowest level thing. You can build, if you have teams of engineers in your company, you're able to leverage this and build custom applications. Gives you the most flexibility. But we actually have two other products which are completely taking off within enterprises as well. We have ChatGPT Enterprise, which is just the enterprise grade version, ready version of ChatGPT, which we've seen leveraged across wall to wall in many of the Fortune 500 companies. Another one is Codex, which is just a coding agent that engineers can kind of pick up and use themselves. And so those are kind of the main products that I see. But the way in which it ends up being the way in which it ends up being leveraged, I'd say, is mostly twofold. One is using ChatGPT Enterprise and Codex to make employees much more productive themselves. So it's more like internal productivity and like supercharging internal use cases, something that we see a lot. You can also use the API for this if you build stuff in-house. And then the second thing that is really interesting is really transforming how the business interacts with their customers, how they do business. And I know enterprises are more conservative around this. Some of them have gone like pretty extreme, like Klarna is a good example that is like trying to end-to-end automate all of their support and all of their external use cases. But the more conservative one that we've seen across industries is support is really popular right now, as well as sales, outbound sales, using our API, building solutions that allow one support agent to manage 10 or 20 different support. Sorry, one human support agent managing 10 to 20 AI support agents in almost like a managerial type view is something that we've seen as well.
Got it. So I read MIT's recent report on return on investment on AI investment. They found 95% of Gen AI projects fail to deliver any measurable ROI. And despite like $30 to $40 billion investment across US businesses. So what do you think of this report? And do you agree with their findings?
Yeah, so I haven't read the full report, but it's a very clickbaity title, so I'm not surprised that it made headlines. I don't know, like, my sense is I would not be surprised if this is actually the case as a snapshot of deployment right now. I don't think this means that the potential of this can't be really large, but I have at this point I have noticed a lot of pitfalls that my hunch is this like 95% of use cases that have not gotten the ROI that you want likely fall into these pitfalls, and they tend to fall into one of two categories. One is you need a combination of top-down buy-in and bottoms-up buy-in to really deploy AI within your organization, especially if you're a larger one. And what I've seen a lot of enterprises do is you only have the top-down buy-in. And so it's like the boardroom pressures, like talk to the CEO and the exec team, and it's like, what is your AI strategy? It's like, we're going to do AI. And then it's just like this top-down mandate to the team. And then if you look at if you talk to any of the employees, they're like, I don't know what this means. Like, am I supposed to use ChatGPT? How do I use it in my day-to-day? So just having this top-down buy-in is not enough. Oftentimes you need this technology is like so workflow specific and so specific to things that individual employees do in their day-to-day that you really need the bottoms-up buy-in and people like champions within your organization. In addition to the top-down buy-in. And so I think that's been one big pitfall that I've seen, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the 90% has fallen into this. The second pitfall is this is also technology. This is true for all software, right? But it's technology that doesn't work just in a vacuum, and you oftentimes need to invest quite a bit as an organization, especially if you're a big enterprise. You need to invest a lot in kind of like the infrastructure and the platform layer for you to deploy AI. Similar to how you can't just top down it, you can't just like say, here's an AI, like it should like go do useful stuff in my company. Oftentimes you need to build often just like a data platform or a way to connect tools and use cases and integrate your company into the AI systems that you're purchasing so that it can actually add value. And I've seen a lot of pitfalls where people just buy just the API or just ChatGPT Enterprise, and they expect it to immediately be valuable, but they haven't done the hard work of actually making their enterprise AI ready and building this platform layer. Versus the companies that I've seen really thrive here, they've already spent like maybe even a year, 6 to 12 months, laying out and building this like AI data platform layer that really helps the model get plug in and interact with the rest of the organization in a way that makes it do useful things.
Got it. So for an enterprise who just start the AI journey, you would give the same advice to them?
Yeah, I would say, one, make sure that your data and your organization is structured in a way that the AI can actually interact and do useful things in it. Usually, data within an organization or tools or different systems are very messy, and it needs to be structured in a way that the AI is useful. So that's the one advice. And then the other one I'd say is make sure you have bottoms-up buy-in from your organization and champions at the like employee level instead of it just being a top-down exec mandate.
Got it, got it. So as the OpenAI's APIs is deeply embedded in many applications which are becoming increasingly more autonomous. So it's very critical to ensure that your API is used responsibly. So how do you ensure that your API is used by developers responsibly?
Yeah, so there is a whole bunch of systems in play here that I probably don't have time to explain through everything, but I'd say there are like two large categories. One of them is a bunch of work that goes into the model development itself. Actually, I'd say there are maybe three categories. One is there's a lot of work that goes into the model development itself. I think the previous panel talked about red teaming, and we spend a bunch of, honestly, money, time, cycles, making sure that the models that we put out are safe and robust. We obviously can't be 100% happy, we can't get to 100% coverage, but the models have gotten way more robust, way better with hallucinations, things like that, due to the hard work of this. So there's a bunch of like pre-launch work with the model that we do. Also with like ChatGPT with our API, there's also like post-launch and usage monitoring that we do on an asynchronous basis. If you are not a ZDR-based customer on our API, we'll monitor and check if there's something bad happening either on behalf of your users or if API developers are doing this, and we'll send people, we'll give people visibility into what's happening there. And then the third one is my team actually thinks a lot about what tools we can provide to developers and enterprises who are building on our API to help them manage the safety risks and usage risks that might come with using this technology. Things like guardrails with our Agents SDK. A bunch of our evals product now actually allows you to very quickly evaluate the models for safety risks. And one thing we want to do is actually provide these like preset safety evals for you to just like run based off of your use cases, see if things get jailbroken. So there's like a tool story here as well, which my team is still thinking about, and I think we're still pretty early here, that we want to provide people as well.
Got it, got it. Yeah, so in some cases that you have guardrails in place, but developers or users, even end users, manage to kind of bypass your guardrails. So that's a tough problem to solve.
Yeah, we've actually seen that a good number of times where it is not like the developer who's building on our API doing unsafe things. It is their end user who is trying to kind of abuse their relationship with us to try and do something not safe around the API.
Got it. So we are close to the end. I ask a couple more questions. So what are the upcoming breakthroughs are you mostly excited about?
Yeah, so I think there's, I'd say like there are two categories. One is continuing pushing the reasoning paradigm. I think there's a really cool chart that I think has been shared on Twitter that just shows the time length of the types of tasks that these models can do. And you're kind of seeing it increase exponentially. And so seeing that really increase, I think, is something that gets me really excited. Mostly because we've seen this with GPT-5. It's like as the model thinks for longer and longer, it can really get like really good at coding and different agentic tasks. And so continuing to push that curve up, I think, is something that I'm really, really excited about, because if the model can think for like 30 minutes and one shot a web application, like what could this thing do if it could think for like 2 hours or like a day or a week? That's like even hard for me to wrap my mind around. And so I'm really excited about that, because that's also the exponentially larger market that kind of opens up for these cases of AI, like I mentioned earlier. And so that's one that I'm really excited about. The second one is I still feel like there's more room for breakthroughs in the multimodal space, especially with video generation and especially with voice. Even right now, one thing that I don't love is our real-time models, the speech-to-speech models that are kind of the hot new speech-to-speech technology today are really fast, but it still doesn't feel like you're talking to a person, because it's still this turn-based thing where you like stream audio bits in to the model, and you gotta wait for the audio bits to come back. And it's like, that's not how you really talk to a person. When you talk to a person, it's really like, you can interrupt them, you can like kind of, you can have this back and forth with them. And so I feel like there's still some part of the voice story that's still not fully baked here. It's obviously very useful as it is today, but I think for it to be like truly feel like a human-like experience, we'll need to figure that out as well.
Great. Can we expect some breakthroughs in GPT-6?
I can't comment on GPT-6, but also if you look at the paradigm, it'll be 5.5 first, right,
Okay.
and then 6. But even before then, I think we'll probably have like a 5.1 or something out as well. We're all making it up as we go with the naming, and so it'll probably be a while before 6 though.
Got it. So yeah, our time is running out, so we have to wrap up. Thank you for sharing lots of good insights and also your perspective. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was a fascinating discussion. We have no time to take a break, unfortunately. We just have so much exciting content that we need to share. I'd like to invite the moderator for the next fireside chat to come up. Muhan. So this is going to be a discussion about frameworks, platforms, and the future of AI app development. So it'll be a really good continuation of the previous discussion. I'd like to ask the two speakers and the moderator to come up. Okay, they're getting their microphones.
And for you, let me see.
Well, maybe in the interest of efficiency, I'll explain briefly who the speakers are. The moderator is Mu Han. He's the Chief Technical Officer of Zoom.
It's on.
Great to have Mu with us. And then we have Julia Schottenstein from LangChain and Michele Catasta from Replit. I think we've already heard Replit mentioned this morning. Great investment from Fellows Fund, a great company. I'm sure many of you happy users of Replit, and it'll be really good to hear from Julia and Michele with fascinating questions from Mu.
All right.
Great. I'll turn it over to Mu.
All right. My name is Mohan. I manage all the engineering work. Today I'm very happy to have this chance to talk to Replit, Julia from LangChain. We're going to talk about the very important topic, AI application development. This is an area that's going through a sea change. So this is a good opportunity for us to discuss more. Before we jump into the questions, would you like to say a few words about your role, yourself?
Is this on? Awesome. Well, great to meet everyone. I'm Julia Schottenstein. I go to market at LangChain and the operations team. Any better?
Yeah,
yes.
that
okay.
works.
I'm Julia Schottenstein.
No.
It's playing tricks. Hello. Okay, try this. I'm Julia Schottenstein. I lead go-to-market at LangChain and the operations team. Joined LangChain really close to founding days. I was the first non-engineering hire at the company, and think of my role mainly as looking after LangChain, the business. Spent my whole career in open source dev tools and infrastructure, just wearing lots of different hats. So in prior roles or prior lives, I was on the product side, investor, and formerly software engineer by training.
Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Michele Catasta, President and Head of AI at Replit. And in the last 10 years of my career, I've been either a researcher or an operator in this space, literally bringing AI to software development.
Thank you. The first question I have is for both of you. So a lot of users are using your platform to build apps.
Your mic is off.
Mic is not off? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. So both of you, you have like a lot of users or a lot of developers using your application platform to build apps. Could you share some surprising or interesting apps you have seen people building using your platform?
Yeah, I'll start. So one of the cool use cases that I'm really excited about is this new idea of AI search. So it's much more of a concierge experience. And one of our companies that are building on top of the LinkedIn ecosystem is Etsy, and they have this really exciting product called Gift Mode. And if you've ever given a gift, you try to give something very personalized, or you want to describe the person that is the recipient of the gift. And a lot of times it can take a lot of time, and especially for Etsy that has this long tail of products and inventory on their website where it's unusual or one-off gifts, connecting what the recipient of the gift wants to what's available on Etsy is a hard problem. So they have this gift mode experience where you can describe that you're trying to buy a gift for your 6-year-old nephew. He really likes whales, and particularly he's really into plush toys. And Etsy will go off and create a list for you of potential items. But I think the whole way that we're doing search now is really changing. It's no longer just keyword search, but it's descriptive and someone to help you make that purchase. And so we see that a lot. Another one is Home Depot. If you're trying to do a home renovation project and you're looking for tiles for your bathroom, you might want to buy tiles, but you also might want to know how to do the project itself. And so Home Depot has this really cool project called Magic Apron that not only gives you the inventory to purchase for your project, but how to do it. And I think we'll see a whole lot more of that, and it's really creative and fun and changes the whole shopping experience.
That's cool. Yeah. I think my favorite use of Rapid Agent is something I discovered literally a couple of weeks ago. So one of our customers is a large financial firm, and they create internal tools that they put in front of their clients. And they built an in-product feedback loop where the client can just write in natural language what they don't like about the application that they're using, and then that immediately kickstarts our agent in background, and they're put in front of an updated version of the application. So it's kind of like a self-improving agent loop that we didn't even think about building ourselves. Probably is going to be in our next launch.
That's a very smart app. They can fix itself.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Congratulations on your Agent 3 release.
Thank you.
Last week, I actually tried it out. I built this online checkers game I could play with my daughter. It only took me a few hours. Most of the time was just agent doing this work. Again? Didn't work? Okay, now it works.
Now we're on it, yeah.
So yeah, I just want to say that Agent 3 is quite impressive. So
Thank you.
I built this online checkers game I could play with my daughter. Most of the work was done by the agent. I just need to give instructions to the agent to say, do this, do that, and do something else, and wait for maybe 10, 20 minutes, and come back and check results. And I think the next time I spent on the game was, building the game was only maybe 15 minutes, but the game was really playable. That's very impressive. Could you share with us, like, how's the reception and the feedback from developers so far?
I'll be honest with you, every time we launch a new version of our agent is a very polarizing launch. We make a certain part of our users, especially the power users, extremely excited, and then sometimes we disappoint people that were used to the whole way in which our agent was working. And the reason why that happens is because if you think about it, we had on stage Anthropic, OpenAI, products like ChatGPT, Claude, they tend to be fairly similar to how they were just a few months ago. Like we kind of established the pattern on how you use a chatbot or an assistant. Agents are evolving at such an insane pace. Like every 6 months, we went from Agent V1 to V2 to V3 in literally 12 months. Every single time is a brand new user experience. So I can understand why on the receiving end, at times it's a bit too much to digest. But we built it in the way we put a lot of emphasis on autonomy because we realized that the vast majority of users do appreciate autonomy. They don't want to spend too much time fiddling with the technical details. As a matter of fact, we're building this product for knowledge workers, for people that don't come from a technical background. So we want to hone as much as possible the complexity ourselves and expose the least amount back to the user. Of course, that comes with trade-off in terms of how long it runs, how much it costs, but I'm very confident that in the future we're going to be able to smooth out the user experience in a great way.
That's And I have a follow-up question. So I guess in the short span of 1 year, you released 3 versions already, Agent 1 to 3.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive because every release there are major improvements in the platform. Would you like to share your journey through the 3 versions and how did you pull it off? How did you release so fast?
Not a lot of sleep. No, jokes aside. I think it's the combination of what is happening out there large in the AI space. Like frontier models keep upping the ante every 3 months or so. We see like major pushes in terms of how capable LLMs are, especially in terms of coding capabilities. That helps a great deal what we can build with Rapid Agent. At the same time, like more internally, the way in which I like to set up our team and the way we run the company, I call Rapid an agent labs at this point. Similar to the AI labs that are creating new models and releasing them every few months. I thought that we should have worked exactly in the same way, where we're always trying to literally break our agent. We always try to build something that doesn't work, and we wait for the next model release, in the hope that it's actually going to be working correctly. And so the core of the company works more as a research lab than a standard engineering team, and it becomes like this innovation engine that then the rest of the engineering team basically makes sure that we can carry everything that we innovated in production and make it like a stable product. It's a novel way to run companies. I wouldn't dare to say that we cracked it perfectly, but definitely that's the reason why we've been able to move so fast and always be like at the bleeding edge of what can be accomplished with coding agents.
Thank you. And Julia, congratulations on the LangChain 1.0 alpha release. That's quite a nice release.
Finally.
I've been waiting for it. And now you have more than 100,000 developers using your platform. Could you share some insights regarding why LangChain is so popular right now?
So LangChain was really the first of its kind. It became enormously popular in the summer of 2023. And the reason why it was popular then, I think, is just very similar to why it's popular now. It's the easiest place to get started with building an agent. And back then, it was right after ChatGPT came out, a few months after, and no one really knew how to take this step function change in technology and build something useful. And why LangChain was really sparked that imagination or sparked that excitement in people was because with a couple lines of code, you could. We were thinking about agents from way early days, not only thinking about chatbots, but how do you have an LLM take action and how do you do something more reliable. So LangChain really was popular because it's the easiest place to get started. I think in LangChain 1.0, you'll see that, and we've really refined a lot of our thinking. We never had the benefit of copying someone else because there was no one to copy. We were really first. And in 1.0, we have some stronger opinions about what does a really good agent architecture look like, and we've refined our approach, and so I hope people get to try it out or give LangChain another try if you were an early adopter of it, and get to see how we've streamlined it in this 1.0 release. And then the other reason why LangChain is really popular is for exactly what Michele mentioned, which is there's constantly new models coming out, both from the same provider and from different providers. And people really like LangChain because it makes the core underlying components swappable. And it's very, very hard to know which model you're going to use, let alone today, which model is the best model for the job, and even harder to tell what's the best model for the job in 6 months' time. And part of what LangChain does is allow you to swap things out without having to rewrite your entire application. So it's really those two things that I think makes LangChain enormously popular alongside one of the biggest communities when it comes to Gen AI.
That's great. My engineering team uses LangChain as well. We have an internal platform to automate engineering tasks. It's amazing. It's very fast. Yeah. And I have a follow-up question as well. LangChain is a great open source project, but as a company, you also have to make money. So how do you balance supporting the open source community versus your monetization strategy?
So I've been in open source pretty much my whole career. I was previously at DBT Labs, which had a really popular open source project, DBT. I used to be an investor, did a lot of open source investing at NEA, kind of the early open source companies like Databricks, Mongo, MuleSoft, Elastic. For us, I think it's not an either or thing. The open source has to be really successful in order for us to have a viable business. And as we think about our priorities internally, we think of the open source as really upstream of everything else we do. We have to build something that's immensely valuable and has great utility standalone in LangChain and LangGraph, which is our lower level orchestration framework. And then if we're successful there, we have the right to have other software that can help you around the tooling for the open source. Our strategy has always been a little bit different than other traditional open source companies. Langsmith, which is our commercial product, which helps with the full agent engineering lifecycle, is a companion product, so you don't have to use our open source to use Langsmith. And we did that by design from day one because we knew people would want choice and flexibility, and open is part of our ethos. And so we're not often competing against ourselves in other open source models, but rather we want to provide the very best place for evals and observability, and we're kind of expanding our full complete offering with Langsmith, but they go side by side and complement each other rather than an either or.
Great, thank you. Similar trade-off question is, I guess, for Replit as well. How do you balance between the requirements of hobbyists versus enterprise customers?
Ultimately, I think most of those requirements are very similar because the enterprise customers that we target and the teams that I get most excited about when they adopt the product are knowledge workers. So again, people that don't come from a software engineering background, they just have great ideas, but they don't have the bandwidth nor the skills to actually implement them. So the core foundation technology of making our agent more powerful, more autonomous, more reliable, they're exactly the same. So there is a strong PLG motion that is shared across how we make hobbyists happy as well as a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Of course, there is a bit more of engineering roadmap when it comes to making sure that the product can be adopted in the enterprise, data governance, security, et cetera, very like similar problems on which like LangChain and LangGraph is working on. But I think what gets everyone excited across the board is what agents are actually capable of, and that is a universal skill that applies to everyone.
So you have a pretty powerful agent-based system, and you're helping other people to build powerful agent systems. From your point of view, what are the biggest challenges of building agentic AI systems?
It's really two things. It's quality and reliability, and they're different. Quality is, can you get the agent to do something useful? Did it do what you expected it to do? And then reliability is, does it consistently do that? Because oftentimes you get really excited because it gets it right a couple times or a few times, and then that's immediately followed with disappointment because it's unreliable. And that's the world that we live in right now. And those two things are what we are chasing after at LangChain, is trying to help people get their agents to be both high quality and reliable.
Everything that Julia said, of course, that's the foundational problem that we all share as agent builders. What I'm going to be adding on top of that, which is very specific and peculiar about Replit, is again the idea of marrying a product that has to be extremely powerful and flexible, because ultimately we generate code with all the complexity that entails, but at the same time putting it in the hands of users that don't want to understand anything that is happening under the hood. They just want to accomplish the goal that they have in mind in natural language. And that comes with a lot of product challenges. Like, how do you progressively disclose all the power tools that Replit actually offers? How do you put them in front at the right time? And also, how do you train users, especially the power users, they want to learn. Many of them, even though they don't come from that background, they're so eager to be successful that they're going to be reading all the output that our agent gives them, and over time they want to become more and more proficient at that. So there is a strong educational component that we don't see again that much on basic chatbots, because we kind of figure out what is the UX there. For agent, I think we're all discovering in our industry how to do that best. And I think autonomy is one of the key innovations that we played for this launch, because ultimately I believe that it's going to help to make the experience less daunting for the vast majority of users.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question there as well. So we all know that large language models can hallucinate, and they don't always follow our instructions. Yeah. So when you're building autonomous systems, how do we make sure the systems produces consistent and reliable results?
I think there's a set of best practices that are emerging to help improve the quality of your agents, and it happens at every single stage of development, both when you're architecting your agent. Well, how serious is it? If it messes up, you can add some self-corrections within the application logic of your agent, and so that's kind of in the loop while it's happening, making sure you never return a bad response, because you might have an LLM judge check to see the result before returning it back, and if it's bad, try again. Once you've built your agent, you have to test it, and there's a whole new way of testing because LLMs they're non-deterministic, and also you can't really know all the types of ways the end user is going to want to interact with your LLM, so you have to build up this data set, you have to evaluate your agent. And this is very different than deterministic software in the way that you can test your apps. And then finally, once it's in prod, even though you've done all this work on the development stage and the testing phase, you're still going to mess up. And so you have to observe your agent and how do end users interact with it. And a lot of times people will do online evals or get user feedback or find ways to figure out how it fails. And then you try again. And so for us, I think the most important thing is this speed of iteration, how quickly can you see when there is a problem to go and fix it and then build another test set against that same failure mode so you don't have repeated failures of the same type. Make sure all your failures are unique. And this new workflow is what we're calling agent engineering, which really helps get the reliability of your agent higher.
This is the perfect order for this panel because once again, everything Julia said, that's the foundational problem
Let's
again.
Debate.
Yeah, exactly.
Disagree with me.
We share the same pains. And on one end, of course, I try to build and dream of the future. And I do know for a fact that all the major AI labs are very much focused on mitigating hallucinations. Emphasis on mitigating, I think it's a fundamentally hard problem, and probably we're not going to see it 100% solved, in the short term. But at the same time, we have to build in the present. So the way in which we tackle it for our agent is, first of all, embrace the fact that it happens quite often, more than you would expect. And we have become observability maximalists at Replit. We've been using Langsmith basically from day one, and that proves to be extremely valuable. It's very similar to when you're building a distributed system. And you know that from day one, you need to understand how the system behaves, otherwise you are basically building in the darkness. The same approach you use when you build an agent. And the moment you bring it in production, you want to immediately start to observe why certain tool calls are failing, why are they failing, how could we fix that, run a lot of A/B testing, even in production, or just making sure that we try different variations of prompt, different approaches, and see which one of them is going to be more successful or less successful. It's a marathon rather than a sprint. Every time you want to make one of these systems reliable, you need to take into account that it's going to be small incremental improvements rather than finding a groundbreaking way to 10x decrease hallucinations. I practically don't know any success stories like that in the industry. Everyone shares this incremental approach in order to make progress.
Yeah, I guess we're still all exploring and trying to make progress.
100%.
And one thing I observed when I built the app, I quickly ran out of my monthly credit. So
thank you.
So that's actually an interesting question because agents, as they get more autonomous, they can spend a lot of tokens. They can use a lot of
course.
What do you do, I guess, as a system builder or as a platform builder to help developers to control their cost?
We help you a lot about this. You are constantly trading off between often latency, quality, and cost, and you have to know when you care about which. And so in the last talk, we heard about the clear trade-off between quality and latency was a tough one. Another one is cost and quality, and trying to find the right middle ground is hard. We help you do that with evaluations, and so you can try out different models, you can try out different architectures, and track your costs. So it all becomes much more of a science and a rigor if you create some process for how you measure your trade-offs.
So first of all, pricing, especially for agents, has a strong psychological factor. And the reason why I say that is we have been using the age of generative AI to have subscription plans, like monthly subscription plans. They scale fairly well for non-agentic products. And as you were mentioning before, that they use fewer tokens, so it's a sustainable business model to run in that way. If you try to create an agent with the same pricing in mind and then the same dynamics and margin profits and so forth, you will end up stunting the performance of your agent. So whenever we make choices about our product, the North Star is always higher quality, higher reliability, more capabilities, rather than how can we cut 10% of the cost. Optimizations take a lot of time. Like regardless, how LangChain and all of us, we're trying to put a lot of effort to figure out how to do that best. They don't happen overnight, and it starts to understand immediately when you can use a cheaper model, when you can use like an alternative solution that is going to save you some money. So our philosophy has always been, first we try to push the boundaries of how far we can put our agent, and then over time we're going to slowly try to decrease the cost. But the truth is, they're not going to drop by a order of magnitude in the next 12 months. And the one way of thinking about them is to anchor them to actually the value that they deliver. So if you map the work that our agent does to a software engineer, it's like orders of magnitude cheaper. So it's kind of like a no-brainer to use agents in that case. But if you think of them in terms of the cost of a coffee or like the time that you could have spent on ChatGPT, of course, the delta is much wider. As a field, when all of us are going to become more reliable and almost always capable to deliver value, I think the pricing discussion will wither away very quickly. Because only in a sudden people will realize that the advantage is so wide that agents are not that expensive after all.
Actually, that leads to my next question. We have a lot of professional developers in Silicon Valley. Now, I guess all of us are facing competition from AI agents.
Yeah.
In this new world, do you have any suggestions to developers? Like what kind of new skills they can acquire? What kind of approach they should try?
I think people who are building agents, it's a different discipline, and so it takes a lot of product thinking and judgment as well. You have to be way closer to the user. And the reason for that is because prompting is as much of an art as it is a science, and so this idea of context engineering and getting the LLM to do exactly what you want, well, you have to really understand what is the expected result and how can a user interact with my agent. And so there's a lot more product thinking involved, I think, now in software engineering. And oftentimes there's like a team of people that have to coordinate to get this work done, and it's PMs and also software engineers. And we're seeing this like new team that's being formed around almost a modern quality assurance team that's really around authoring evals and understands the end use case really well. And so what we've seen really for software engineers is people adopt tools like Replit and other coding assistants, but they're also getting much closer to the customer and a lot closer to product thinking than ever before.
Yeah, 100%. Embrace the change with curiosity rather than fear. I'm always very aware of people saying that new grads shouldn't be studying computer science. I think it's exactly the opposite of that. Like personally, we're trying to grow as fast as possible. I need more people that join Rapid to build the roadmap that we have ahead of us. And this is the same for any AI company that I know around the Bay Area and also across the world. So whoever is embracing that technology is definitely becoming more productive today. I see that even internally, like our roadmaps have shrunk substantially. We don't talk about quarters, we talk about 6 weeks and most, to be honest. And the last thing that we recommend is, especially in your interview process, don't fight AI. I still see quite a few companies that almost do like whiteboard interviews. I think that's very much latched into how things were done in the past. And for instance, I want to see candidates being very proficient at AI tools, because ultimately that's what they're going to be doing on a daily basis. So it's important to encourage it rather than be afraid.
one follow-up question there. So as professional developers, people have paid a lot of attention to security. So senior developers always have to know how software can be attacked. They need to figure out all kind of ways to protect themselves, protect their customers as well. So when we use agent to generate code, how can we ensure that the generated system is secure from attackers?
I think we're still learning a lot here. One of the earlier panels was talking about red teaming. We have some experimental stuff out called Ling Fuzz, where we try to prompt engineer our way, inject into the system to get it to do malicious things. But we're really learning here. I think there's most of the companies that we work are still on step one, which is like how to get to production, how to make sure the quality works. And they're less oriented on security today. I think the next wave is agents start to take more action. That's certainly going to change a lot. And so another area that we've been spending time in is thinking about authentication and authorization, because a lot of the malicious stuff isn't so bad if you can't get access to the wrong systems. And so it's creating this kind of safe environments for which agents can operate, such that if they do mess up or they are subject to an attack, it's just an embarrassing response rather than some higher consequence action.
There is a fundamental trade-off between leaving a lot of degrees of freedom to a user versus creating a product that is very opinionated on how you will be building software. And we had to make this product choice back in the days when we were designing a Rapid Agent V1. And we went, of course, for the stronger opinionated path. And one of the key reasons why we made the choice is because we wanted to bake in security from day one. So there are, of course, like a lot of coding agent solutions out there targeted towards developers, and they make the assumption that every single developer knows how to deal correctly with security, which hopefully is the case. In our case, we had to make exactly the opposite assumption, where a user just wants to build whatever they need, and everything else has to be taken care of by us. So that's why we are at times less flexible. Like we start from a project scaffold ourselves. We make sure that there is immediately front-end, back-end separation. We use a database that we provision for you rather than allowing you to shop for any option on the market. We do deployments in a certain way. We have a security scanner baked into the product that tells you if you have unsafe coding patterns in your code base, if you're using old dependencies that have security breaches, and so forth. So I think most of the security progress we're going to be seeing in the short term will come more from the product philosophy and like the entire scaffold that you build around your agent, rather than exclusively from what the models are capable of. So yeah, it's a problem, for LangChain and agent builders rather than exclusively, say, for OpenAI and Anthropic.
Thank you very much. So looking ahead in the next couple of years, what do you see as the biggest risks, challenges for your companies, or the biggest opportunities for your companies?
I don't think it's unique necessarily to LangChain, but for everyone who's kind of playing in this gold rush or technological change with LLMs, is just the speed of innovation is so fast. And so we have to, as a team, really keep up with the pace. And if there's a new model that comes out, it needs to be in LangChain that day. We don't wait all week for it to come live. And so we just ship at this feverish pace because part of our value prop is that we're always a couple steps ahead of where the industry is or where everyone else is. And so it's something that we're maniacally focused on at LangChain, is to always keep that speed and keep at the frontier.
In terms of risks or fears for the next couple of years, of course, we have been very blessed as a field, for the last 18 months to always have better models and better understanding on how to create agents. We got all our users into this amazing roller coaster that run extremely fast. So every few months they see things improving really quickly. And of course, my worry is that you start to kind of become complacent that that's going to be the pace forever. And every time we have like a new release of our agent, or in general this technology improves, the expectations keep rising on a weekly basis. So it is exciting to build in this kind of environment. I think it can quickly drain your energies because the expectation is there is a new model, it should be out the same day. And there is a new piece of technology and it should be already in product immediately. The more users you bring in your platform, the more you need to be careful when you launch new features. So we will have to learn this trade-off. And in terms of opportunities, of course, we just started to explore new scaling laws for models. Like literally, the test time scaling is something that we've been playing around for just 1 year. I'm sure there is much more to be squeezed out of there. There are also a lot of new ideas on how to train more powerful models. And even us from the agent builder side, we have been working on this maybe for roughly 2 years, heads down. When you collect those 10,000 hours of your life working on one thing and then you finally become an expert, I feel much more confident in the way we build today compared to 1 year ago. And I think the quality of our output as a field will be much higher in the next couple of years because all of us are becoming better experts. So we know exactly what to do now.
That's very cool. Thank you very much. I think we have a few minutes. Oh, time up already? Oh, I was thinking that we can open the floor for more questions. Well, thank you very much for a great discussion. I learned a lot, and I hope the audience enjoyed that too. Yeah, thank you again.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Need to turn it on off?
It's on. Switch up.
Yeah, it's on.
Yep, go ahead and say hi.
Hello.
And you, sir?
Yeah.
Awesome. Go ahead and take that.
Thank you, Chuck.
Well, thank you to Michele and Julia and Move for a fascinating session. And we're going to move right on to our last session before lunch. I'm very pleased to introduce my colleague from Fellows Fund, that's Vijay Narayanan. And Vijay will be doing a fireside chat with Roman Chernin from Nebius, and Vijay will introduce Roman.
Thank you, Charles. This belongs to Don. Is Don still here? Don Song? All right, I'll hold it for
We'll find him later.
All right. Hey everyone, I'm Vijay Narayanan. I'm a fellow in Fellows Fund. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm really thrilled to be here with Roman Chernin, the co-founder of Nebius AI, to talk about one of the most exciting and ambitious ideas in tech going right now, the AI supercloud. So we'll explore what is meant by AI supercloud, why it matters, and broadly where it's headed. About 15 years ago, the cloud transformed how we build and deliver software. And today, with AI reshaping everything from research to enterprise processes, this idea of a super cloud that somehow connects and scales AI resources globally feels like the next frontier in computing. So with that, Roman, welcome. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Can you please introduce yourself, your company, and also share what this term AI supercloud means to you and why it's relevant today?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Roman. I'm co-founder of Nebius. I'm focusing on the mix of product and business development like anything that needed for growth. We are quite weird, but startup, how it feels from inside. Even though we are a publicly traded company, we 1,000 people, we are only 1 year, a little bit more than 1 year company. We worked longer together as a team, but in this shape and in this particular area, we started just last year. And we built AI infrastructure. People call it neo-clouds. We call it AI specialized cloud. Today we have a very bright name for it, AI super cloud. But it's all like the new generation of the infrastructure companies that enable AI development, right? And I think that we are, like, no debate, we are in a very special time from technology perspective, right? So everything is changing so fast. We probably never saw such pace of new technology to win the market and change so many things, how we think. And even though we are yet on a very early stage of development, probably everybody believes that in the next decade it will change every single industry, every single technology that we know. And as the previous generation of the clouds created the new paradigm of creating the software, and we came in the era of SaaS companies, right? Now we have the new generation of the companies, AI native companies. And what we built is actually the cloud that will be relevant and will enable people to build AI-centric applications and solutions. And I think there is, you asked what does it mean super cloud for me. I think there is two implications of that. One is the scale that we never saw before. Like 3 years ago, we had one data center in Europe that we started with, which was 20 megawatt data center. And it felt like, we have a quite significant data center. If someone would say that in like 3 years, 2 years, we would speak like gigawatts. And not only speak, but build. Now we have the projects going for 5 gigawatt data centers. And then when some people come on the stage, like it was the day before yesterday, and they say, okay, we'll build gigawatt every week. It feels like overestimation, but at the same time, you always have this back thought that, maybe we just like not get used to the scale. So the first like super thing is the super scale. But there is the second super thing in the new generation of the cloud, I think, is we yet don't know how this new era of AI-centric products development will look like. We kind of figure out how the infrastructure should be developed, kind of, but we yet, as an industry, in the very early days, I think, of figuring out how the platforms should look like, how the developer platform should look like. And I think this is very fascinating and something that I would love to speak
so just
today.
on that topic, Roman, so you said, so we are in this cusp of transitioning from the traditional clouds to this AI super cloud with now maybe a gigawatt coming online every week. So what lessons do you think from building those traditional data centers and infrastructure carry over to this AI super cloud, and which ones need to be rethought from the ground up?
Yeah, I think that one thing that didn't change is the basic concept that like the cloud is compute, storage, and networking. So the infrastructure for AI still looks like we need to have a scaled compute, we need to have scaled network, and we need to have storage. Just the level of requirements grew like thousands times, probably. What changed is, again, the scale that we mentioned already and the density of what we built. But again, the second, that probably we need to rethink how the platform layer looks like. And yeah, I think that now the hyperscalers are going through this process of figuring out how, like SageMaker, Bedrock, Vertex AI, all these platforms that created should really work, because it doesn't look that they are close to be ideal for the developers. And we see how much happening in open source. Like we see a lot of new platforms, like platform tools created. And we see the clouds like Nebius are trying to build from the ground up, from the greenfield, and build like fresh new architecture of entire stack, not taking some legacy blocks that maybe not needed.
So maybe moving on to that, right? I know we have, I think you used a term when we were chatting earlier, megawatts, data centers, and GPUs. But any infrastructure is ultimately in the service of workloads, right? Workloads that run on it. And at least in AI, I can think of maybe 3 broad swaths of workloads I can imagine. There are probably more as well. Obviously, the labs building a lot of foundation models from scratch. And then probably a lot of B2B and B2C companies doing maybe post-training of these models. And finally, maybe new models, especially small scale-ish models being built out in different domains, like life sciences or chemistry or material science, etc. So in that, do you see what type of a stack and tooling do you see them needing to be successful in this new emerging AI supercloud?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think that one other dimension is like the type of the models, and then like we have the models cooking on different stages, and we have inference, so building the final applications based on these models. So following your framing, if you look in the foundational models, and especially the largest models, from the requirements to the infrastructure, I would say that it's quite requirements to the commodity services. So in reality, we as a provider, you may be heard, we just signed a large deal with Microsoft, and we'll provide them probably as of today, it will be one of the largest deployment of GB300s, the newest chips in one place. And what they need from us actually is quite a raw infrastructure. So they need a lot of compute in one place, coupled together, maybe with storage connected, and then they bring actually their stack there. So from the perspective of the clouds, it's not that much looks like a cloud. It's more like managed infrastructure. Then when it comes to the second type of the customers who are not doing huge pre-training from the scratch, or training smaller models or post-training, here we can create much more value as a platform. So for example, like everybody is using kind of now managed Slurm or managed SkyPilot, like the new generation of orchestration tooling, like great open source product. And we even can create the API-based services, like letting people fine-tune the models or do the reinforcement learning as a service. So for like one of the things that we mentioned recently, that at the beginning of this year, we saw this race of open source reasoning model, DeepSeek, then Kimi and Qwen. And it took time for people to figure out how to fine-tune them. And we didn't see too much of workloads when people take DeepSeek and post-train it. But in the last couple of months, we see a lot of people coming to post-train DeepSeek, for example, just because it took time for the research community to figure out how to extract value out there. And now we see a lot of powerful kind of work happening. And what we try to do is to package it as a service. So like all the thinking we have internally is how can we lower the barrier for the developer to actually extract the value from like the model and the data to get the better results. And then the third category is actually inference. And inference, I think, is the most important kind of building block, because in inference, there is a real need of cost optimization. You need inference on scale when you have usage. When you have usage, you have customer that's ready to pay you in some business model. You have subscription that you need to get economics out of, or you have like per consumption, and you have the real business model. When you pre-train the models, it's in general like you take money from VC, bring it to the cloud, and then clouds send it back to NVIDIA. So it's just the flow of the money, fixed cost. But when you start growing the real product within the business, or you build a new like product company, vertical AI company, you have the economics. And there are a lot of need to make it really efficient. Extract more tokens, make efficient caching, diversify models.
So in that layer, where do you see open source frameworks and open standards fitting into that?
Yeah, thank you for asking, because I was supposed to say about that. I think that like for Nebius, open source, the existence of open source, of strong open source models, is actually existential question, maybe, I would say. Because we clearly understand that for the frontier labs, for hyperscalers, like the level of the services we can provide is actually more very basic infrastructure. But if we'll see the market that is diversified and there are a lot of like different models for different use cases, a lot of open source, people will build on alternative infrastructures. And we are super excited to see quite a pattern how people develop vertical AI solutions. When they start first, mostly on the closed source models, the most powerful models, just because first thing you think about is like to justify the use case. So you want to have the most powerful intelligence to unlock the use case, to see it works. That coding is working, or you can do copiloting, or you can do a support board, whatever you build. But then, if you succeed and you start growing, you need to make sense of economics. And in this case, and this is one. And the second, actually, important thing, that you start getting like more data, because you see how people are using your application, and you start collecting the data, you're collecting the feedback, and actually, at this stage, we see that the builders go to open source models because they want to optimize the cost, they want to solve easier tasks with the smaller models, they want to apply their data, and actually they want to create some kind of technological moat around. Because, again, most of the powerful moat today probably comes from the data that you can apply. And this is the stage when the open source plays. And this is the stage when our goal is to provide efficient inference platform for the builders, and again, lower the barrier to catch up the frontier models kind of performance and intelligence with open source models by applying the data, by building comprehensive systems, by building agentic systems that talk with each other, building pipelines from like models. Because again, like we see now that there is most of applications that we really use based on AI, it's not just naive one model kind of calls.
So it's interesting that you mentioned this ecosystem developing around open source, but you guys are also recently announced this partnership with Microsoft, right? So as this ecosystem evolves, how do you see either competition or collaboration between super clouds like you guys, AI, specialized cloud, super clouds like you guys, and the hyperscalers on one end, and with the developers, researchers, and the enterprises on the other? Where do you see these super clouds play in that ecosystem?
We think about business as a two parts. We call the core business of building like real cloud, multi-tenant, serving startups, enterprises, all the way from the individual developers to the large labs, leveraging our platform, building infrastructure as a service and platform as a service, like full stack. But it happened that the largest customers of this market that you just cannot ignore from the easy idea that you, in the infrastructure business, you large or debt. You cannot like not working with the customers like Microsoft or other hyperscalers and super labs. And of course, we take the chance that they need us today to help them kind of build their infrastructure as well. But we think about it as a fuel for the company. So these super deals for super clouds is the source of the fuel of financing of the scale to actually reinvest it back to the core business and serve like diversified customer base with the value-added services.
So that's a very important point, right? You guys are partnering with the hyperscalers on one end, but you're also making these very massive infrastructure investments to bring up these clouds and operate these clouds. So how do you think about this balance between all these massive infrastructure costs that you are putting in, especially upfront CapEx costs that you're putting in on one end, against this goal to really make it easy for individual developers or researchers to access your capabilities in a reasonably affordable manner, right? So
yeah. It's a great question. Like we say that our business is the combination of capital and technology, and capital is an important part. We can build for AI developers, for enterprises, as much as capital we have. So we think about it very pragmatically. So everything we can invest upfront, like invest in infrastructure, like in CapEx upfront, and then get it available for like wide market, for the short-term reservations, for the pay-as-you-go contracts, like all the classical like cloud consumption. Because to be honest, when you build the cluster for someone and it's like 3 or 5 years contract, it's not really cloud that we get used to, right? So it's just like, it's managed infrastructure, yes, but it's not the cloud experience. But to grow faster, as I said, we definitely need these massive AAA customers that can actually get in these long-term arrangements. Yeah, we kind of take the scale and reinvest it back to the core business. After we signed the deal with Microsoft, we was able to raise another $4 billion. We're a public company, so we can leverage our public market tools. So we raised another $4 billion to invest in our core business.
So these types of large partnerships help you plow the cash flows back to your capex costs as well.
Yeah, you can think about it like as a weird way to fundraise.
That's a good way to think about this. So one reality of clouds today, and I think will probably be even more critical for AI levels of compute and power needed is, and obviously with all these sovereign clouds needing data locality in multiple places, etc. How do you think about the broader system of regulations or geopolitics or even sustainability issues affecting your these AI supercloud strategies?
I will ask, we have a limited time already and a couple of topics maybe to cover. I will answer very short. Regulation very much matters today, but what is important, what important trend we see that the understanding in different countries that they need their AI capabilities actually creates the more competitive market. And I think that's great for the company like ours. It opens the opportunities because our competition is quite tough with the hyperscalers. And again, the less consolidation, the more factors of competition, the better for us. So I think that this geopolitical aspect, first of all, important for us from the perspective that there are a lot of powerful kind of motion, like to have different places strong in AI. Like we just launched in Israel, we're launching while speaking in UK because they need it there. So it's great.
Great. Maybe shifting the perspective, maybe for some of the technology leaders here in this audience today, in the room today. From their perspective, how should they think about these super clouds where these hyperscalers, right? Or even on-prem, for instance. When should they start with hyperscalers and then explore you guys? Should they start with you? Or should they build something on-prem and then scale out, migrate to these things? Or should it be a hybrid?
Yeah, I think that there is no one correct answer that works for everyone. But
any matrix or any decision tree?
I think that what we can observe is if you want to move fast, you go to AI specialized clouds just because you want to move fast. You want to have like the newest, the cheap, like everything newest, cleanest. Like we work very closely with NVIDIA to deliver everything first. The second thing, we are still in the market of shortage of compute. So you actually go to the provider that can support you and grow with you. And this is the very important factor for us. Mm-hmm. I think that the on-prem deployments became quite complicated nowadays because, again, the life cycle of the chips is very fast. But what is even more challenging is every new chips bring the new requirements to the physical infrastructure. And if you are not specializing in the building this like AI data centers, it just become tough. You cannot put any more few servers in the room, right? It will not work. So I think at the end of the day, we'll see quite a hybrid kind of patterns. We see a lot of people sitting on hyperscalers with their classical workloads, but offloading AI-centric of heavy workloads to us. And I think this is quite a natural behavior today.
Yeah. Any blind spots or any decisions or like any patterns that you would like these decision makers to stay away from or not fall into?
You mean from something we didn't discuss, or in how people build
No, for users, right? So for users thinking about whether they should start with the hyperscaler, whether they should start with you guys,
No, I think,
etc.
yeah, I think that
they should be aware of, which maybe from your experience you find that, hey,
no, I think that there is
later.
quite a different experience with like startups and enterprises. I would say that startups mostly start with collecting all the credits from everyone they can, but then they need to find a reliable provider that will grow with and be fast enough for them, so moving their pace, and we see that a lot of them prefer to start with like this AI specialized cloud ecosystem, neo clouds ecosystem. I think enterprises are moving in other direction because they all already in hyperscalers, so they naturally start living there and running workloads there. But then they can find some limitations, not enough performance, not enough usability, not enough capacity, and then they come to consider like the world of AI specialized clouds. And I think since the industry is pretty young, it takes time to prove kind of, let's call it enterprise readiness for infrastructure providers like us, but we are moving fast there, and we complete all the compliance roadmap, and we receiving the experience of working with enterprise type of customers, and it becomes easier for I don't think that in a couple of years from now there will be that level of diversification like neo clouds or hyperscalers. It will be just large enough, reliable providers or not.
So it could be a federated AI super cloud where it shouldn't matter whether you're running on a hyperscaler or on a
it probably will matter. Yeah, it probably will matter, but we'll see kind of the hybrid kind of approach as a natural way to build things.
Got it. Well, I think we are out of time now, but I just wanted to take a moment to thank Roman for sharing.
Thank you for hosting
with us, and thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, next will be the lunch session, sorry. Yeah, so make sure to return back by 1 p.m., right? So we will have some VC talks.
Check 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Check. One, two, check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two. One, two, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the sessions will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the sessions will begin in 5 minutes.
Hello, hello. Surprise, we've got another AI panel today. But this one, we're going to get a little bit of a different perspective from 4 of the best investors who have been collectively involved with and invested in most of the largest AI labs and companies out there. And I'm really excited for the conversation today. Welcoming our guests, Alex Wren, of course, our founding partner of Fellows Fund here, JP Sunday from Menlo Ventures, Jennifer Lee from Andreessen Horowitz, and Dan Levine at Excel. You know, personally, I'm finding right now to be one of the most exciting but also disorienting times to be an investor, especially in AI companies. And I just wanted to start with getting your feeling today of the market compared to what you've seen in your career. How would you characterize it, and what's the biggest thing that's really changed in your mind over the last 12 months when it comes to AI and investing? I'll start with you, Jennifer.
Great. Well, first, thank you for having us here, and great to be joined by my very esteemed peers. My take on the current market, I think everybody, including the investors, but mostly founders, realize the stakes are very high. So there's a lot of excitement, a lot of anxiety, a ton of actual battle on the ground, both on talent, customers, and so on, which I think is a very interesting and very exciting time to just keep pushing this type of energy and work really hard, realize the potential of the technology, the product, and so on. And to me, where I change a lot of my mind in thinking about investing compared to pre-Gen AI is there usually is a set market. You think about a category, and then there are maybe a couple winners. We talk about first movers, is it winner takes all, a lot of these market dynamics. But in these kind of super cycles, I don't know how much that applies. I feel like zero-sum thinking is very dangerous because we just don't know how big these markets are. If we talk about synthetic voice generation, or voice alone in the past, is you only think about publishing or podcasting, these type of markets, but now we just see them in agents, in conversational AI, in a lot of gaming and creative tools. There are way more applications that's really hard to imagine what the eventual form factor and market size is going to be. So I think that's the biggest sin of this zero-sum thinking. The other one is just trying to, again, use the same prior categories to apply to the Gen AI categories where we're thinking, oh, this category didn't work, like enterprise search, or again, synthetic voices or synthetic data. These are just not the same categories anymore, where you have companies like Glean, like 11 Labs, like Scale, that Dan works very closely with, that becomes sort of the new norm and expand the market opportunity.
Dan, how about for you, given that you are esteemed? And we've seen a few errors here. How does this compare to earlier stages of investing for you?
The best part of being esteemed is the gray beard. I used to have 4 colors in my beard. It was blonde, red, brown, and gray. And now I'm getting closer to just gray, which is exciting. Let's see. So I think, to be boring for a second, and take an investor perspective, my guess would be, in many ways, the risk return of our asset class has gotten steadily worse. But one of the interesting things about the asset class is it's always been a place where great returns are driven by just very large, head-of-the-tail companies. And so it's easy to not think about the broad asset class. But even given that, I would say it's gotten harder and the risk return has gotten worse. I think some of the interesting things about that generally are on the demand side of the market, and this is just fun, people really do have active demand for AI products all kind of across the board, faster than I've ever seen before. We take this for granted, especially amongst consumers, but the last great consumer wave was probably around the iPhone and true modern smartphones. And there the rollout was iPhone comes out, next year the App Store comes out, I think it was a year or two later, the iPhone 3G came out. Meanwhile, they still have to negotiate carrier deals market by market. To credit Masa-san, one of the things he did extremely well in that period was securing the iPhone exclusive in Japan, right? This was a notable event there. Meanwhile, in this world, everyone really does have access to high-speed internet in their pocket. And it's probably one of the first major consumer ways where you can get to like 1 billion users almost overnight. And there is demand for it. My family just hired an au pair from Italy. She's from a small town in the northern part of Italy outside of Verona who worked in a winery. And she doesn't know anything about OpenAI. She doesn't know anything about the Bay Area, and she loves ChatGPT. And she was like, this is why I was the best employee at the winery. And I was like, oh, that's like from around here. She's like, no. I was like, it had to be from somewhere. So there's really been an incredible surge in the demand. That's true in the enterprise as well. I think if you think about how enterprise and business customers should think about it, there's more of a top-down mandate faster than I think we've seen in prior big revolutions. Like if you think back to one of the last transformations in B2B, you would have thought of cloud, the movement towards kind of broad-based cloud. And if you look back to the early 2010s, you would see like CEOs and CIOs of large companies going on TV to tell you how they would not ever use the cloud, right? And there was clouds that kind of preceded this, and Larry Ellison talked about like whatever moisture and vapors, but realistically, the modern cloud probably is best epitomized by Amazon, AWS, which is really like, if you give them credit for Mechanical Turbo 4, if you give them credit for S3, it's 2006. So 6+ years in, people are viewing it as, I'm not doing this. They would come around, but it took a while. Meanwhile, here, the top-down mandate from executives to deploy AI, if I think about the T0 of our market is kind of ChatGPT's launch in, I always forget the year, November 30th of 21?
November 21st, 2022.
There you go. So that launch really triggered everything. And now we're only a few years later, and already enterprises are basically, I would say almost irrationally, but it might prove to be rational, saying we have to have AI products. So that's the demand side. And on the supply side, there's limitations. We're meaningfully supply constrained. Like access to GPUs, access to power, access to know-how building data centers, infrastructure is non-trivial. So those characteristics add up to like a very fast-moving, high-value, extraordinarily risky for idiosyncratic reasons asset class that has everyone very excited. And I think those are like the big conditions.
Yeah. And given all the demand we're seeing, it can sometimes be difficult to discern what is a truly outstanding and breakout company when you have multiple growing at such speeds. Alex, I think you have a unique perspective of this with Fellows Fund in terms of you have technical fellows that can really help to kind of dive deep into a product or a team. Can you talk about that approach and maybe how that helps you kind of cut through some of that ambiguity?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think one of the reasons we set up this model is because early on we believe the technological maturity is critical for adoptions, right? So then we got a group of AI fellows. So far, we have 36 fellows, and who understand the space deeply, so they know technology is mature or not, right? So then we're actually able to get that kind of deep insights, and then push those product companies for massive adoption. So that's kind of a reason we set up this model. And our fellows, many of them are like president of Replit, like city of Outbridge. They are at the county edge. They are the leading companies, right? So they know what's happening. So and then when we talk to early stage companies, we know actually. So what's the current market status? Then we're able to guide them, right? So that's kind of our model. Yeah.
And do they get involved with diligence as well? Like, how does it work in practice?
Yeah. They actually involved. So it's surprisingly, so every Monday, our weekly meeting, normally we have 6 to 10 fellows joining us. So they are busy executives. So then they actually talk to about deals and make decisions. So we discuss about if we can decide invest or not, and the portfolio support as well. So one of the reasons they're curious about what the startups are building, right? So like if you're infrastructure companies, you actually want to talk to application companies, right? So that kind of things. Another different angle is also our investors. They actually, some of them are hedge fund investors. So they're in the private market. They're actually curious about what's happening in the private market, right? So the kind of these things is actually converge.
I want to shift a little bit to investing in infrastructure and some of the foundational labs as well. JP Menlo's had a relationship with Anthropic going back a long time. Maybe could you just tell a little bit of story of how that developed and what you guys saw early on before they were really even generating revenue that gave you the conviction, and kind of how that's built up over the years?
Sure. So when we first intersected that team, they didn't even have a product launched yet. The valuation was such that it seemed like they had a product and a ton of revenue, but they didn't have either. But I think it was a testament to a team that had a very clear point of view on something and a reason for being that couldn't exist in their prior employer, namely OpenAI. And nothing wrong with OpenAI. It's just we just knew they had a different angle, and if that team, you know, the whole premise of the company was safety, guardrails, and enterprise will always want something different that's not just an application or a different type of approach to training their models. And so when you meet them, they're eccentric for sure in the best way possible. But I think that clarity of what they wanted to be and what they were not going to compromise on, we thought there was demand for that there was going to be a place in the market for that. Now, did we literally model out the business the way it is now? Certainly not, because it wouldn't have been very credible to do. But I think that clarity and point of view has not wavered ever since. And so that was intersecting them at the right time and then doubling down fairly quickly months later when they did start generating revenue, which, you know, all the numbers are a little more public now, but it was unlike anything we'd ever seen before.
Yeah, I mean, the demand has certainly backed it up through the years, and it seems like so much of it has been driven by coding use cases and agentic coding. This year feels like the year of agentic coding as the breakout use case, and they are powering a lot of those products, and they also have a product in the space with Cloud Code as well. Can you talk a little bit about that dynamic and how they think about it as both a provider and a partner in that market?
Sure. So Dario's talked a lot about this publicly, that they, at their core, they're an API business, they're an enterprise business, so they want everybody to use them and leverage Claude models and to be very successful in doing that. He also views it as because they're the closest to the metal, so to speak, or closest to the model, and because they have purpose-built those models for themselves in certain products that you mentioned, Cloud Code, they just want to also just be the standard bearer and the example of what can be done, and so that they let the market kind of know where the next efficient frontier is, but they would love nothing more than to everybody else to be as successful as they can be. And I think that it's also reflective in the anthology fund that we have with them, that we co-invest out of, and that is to, you know, much like the iFund early days of the iPhone for Apple, to stir sort of the ecosystem of players that are going to be building on top of them. And, you know, for us, it's great because we get to see what that team, I mean, think about the number of developers that team intersects with, and then in each of these vertical areas, and then seeing what the bleeding edge looks like in terms of people's use of their models is very interesting to us. Even if, you know, those anthology checks are very small investments, but very meaningful for us to see those things and to also understand when that team says this, you know, when the Anthropic team says this team's doing something interesting, we like to probe why, because that helps us then compare to any net new investment we're looking at in the rest of our business. Oh, like we've seen someone push the envelope on agents doing X, Y, or Z. You don't always know what the frontier is. You only get to see what comes in the door, and that puts a lot more people in the door for us, and for them too, they get to fuel that ecosystem of the most what they've deemed to be the most interesting players.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool model, and I imagine just the hands-on support and working with some of the researchers is probably a big benefit for the early stage founders working on the
Yeah, they do get, those are real things, right? Other than the credits and things, they really do get a little bit of a peek under the hood of what's going on or how things are done or why the model's behaving the way it is, and a little bit of roadmap too. And we have events and things with them too, but they do get direct access to that team.
Nice. I want to drop down a layer in the stack and talk about some of the actual infrastructure providers and neoclouds that are clearly seeing so much demand. I didn't know much about Nebius before speaking with you, so that may be like a little bit of background on them and sort of what you're seeing in that space and kind of where you believe it's going now that there is so much demand for these companies, kind of opening up the cloud market, which seemed at one point pretty closed with the three hyperscalers owning it all.
Yeah, I think Nebius is just an incredible story generally. I'm biased. We're investors in Nebius, as we're pointing out. Nebius is basically, Arkady is the founder of Yandex. And Yandex, for those who don't know it super well, for a long time was one of the largest infrastructure companies in the entire world, primarily serving the Russian market. And the way I first started thinking about Yandex was I worked at Dropbox. Dropbox, in its heyday, was one of the largest infrastructure companies in the world, initially on top of AWS from a storage footprint perspective, and then building our own kind of infrastructure. But we had a very good set of intel into who was buying what price points they could get, because it was very important to our core business. We were one of the 10 largest, and I'll say Western, which basically is all markets outside of China, clouds, or like infrastructure companies. We didn't know as much about the various large-scale Chinese internet players, but you're talking Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, et cetera. And Yandex was always a company we had immense respect for. They were extremely talented, they wrote incredible software, and they had great infrastructure. So for a variety of geopolitical reasons, Arkady and the team moved to Amsterdam. The public business got kind of split up into two things. The remaining business was Nebius. Nebius had to delist from the exchange briefly, and then all of a sudden it became a public company. And inside the public company was this incredible Finnish data center, stakes in some of the most interesting technologies that had come out of Yandex, things like ClickHouse, which is a wonderful company in its own right. But more important than any of those things, there's this team of people who are amongst the best infrastructure people in the world. And it's a skill that is basically disappearing. I remember trying to hire like great data center networking infrastructure engineers at Dropbox, and there just aren't that many of them. And the reason is that as the public clouds have gotten larger, they basically have taken on more of those functions on behalf of their customers. So Dropbox, when we flipped from using Amazon Web Services to doing our own stuff, there were all these roles and people that we needed to hire, and they were very hard to find. It's one of the huge advantages that a Meta, clearly a Google, and Amazon have as they think about building this large-scale infrastructure. And just for a variety of what I'll call them unfortunate geopolitical events, this incredible team just popped out. And at the same time, the need for infrastructure by third parties in the AI space grew massive. And so we kind of intercepted this opportunity and thought, I mean, this team is unbelievable. But there are challenges. You know, there's a different name on the company, people don't know the team as well, but you know, we were talking internally as a team, and I just had such confidence. I knew so well from the Dropbox days how talented the Yandex team was, how good their software was. And we just had to get the word out. And you know, the Nebius folks had some great news recently where Microsoft is working with them on a long-term partnership around their infrastructure. And the reason is the same. And the reason why anyone would want to work with them is there's basically a shortage of the skills to build large-scale infrastructure amongst the elite people in the world. A disproportionate share of it resides in the large clouds, but a lot of other people want access to that ability. So that's a really good example of their specific skill set. I'd say broadly, it's remarkable how generally fragile each of the layers of the infrastructure piece are. You know, all the way down to ASML, and then you TSMC. Like there are single vendors that are extraordinarily important right now for a huge series of this. In the GPU space, you look at NVIDIA, people are very excited with what Google's doing with TPUs, and then you have a relatively small number of foundation model companies. So it's really important and very high leverage to figure out great skills and great companies at even particular things.
Yeah, I mean, I think the skeptical view on this would be that like it's a point in time where there's a lot of demand, people need access to the GPUs and like building data centers faster. Do you, and this is really a question for the panel, like, do you think this will provide a wedge for them to actually move up into higher level services, kind of become more of an enduring provider of infrastructure, and you know, kind of open up this market that has been pretty much limited to a few players? I'm kind of curious to get the views on that across the board.
I think there's a lot of opportunity to build specialized infrastructure for particular use cases or modality. Mm-hmm. I think to Dan's point exactly, it's a very different skill set to build infrastructure and build distributed systems compared to training models. And we see that from the model companies we work with. Many of them are great research scientists. They're very good at training models. They're very good at inspecting, like, you know, tweaking all these hyperparameters and finding the right combination to have the best performing model in the output domain. But to scale that into, you know, across hundreds of GPUs and scale that up into, you know, very efficient way of using the compute to put out output in a very performant way, it's just a fundamentally very different skill set. And there are probably, I'd argue, 5 companies now in the market are good at doing both. And where does this talent come from to build infrastructure? It generally comes from a different tier, and these are people and companies like Nebius, say FAL, the generative media company that produces or supports image video models for their inference workloads, are in the same domain where they're just people who are really good at distributed systems, performance engineering, really good at scaling, really good at running large fleets of GPUs, but eke out every single bit of performance from it and produces the fastest and cheapest image, video, audio generation. And this is a very different type of workload that the teams are very specialized in, where the model teams or the application teams can focus on building the next SOTA model or very intuitive, easy to use consumer and B2B products.
I'm going to talk our book really quickly, but I also want to, I think it's a great example of a few things have gone on. So first, especially, Nebius was a public company where we invested, so it was known as a pipe. But there are a bunch of these opportunities that you see in the public markets. One of my favorite companies of all time, Jennifer's probably heard me in board meetings talk about this company, is Arista Networks. Most people have never heard of Arista Networks. And if you haven't, I encourage you to look into it. It's one of the most obviously incredible companies on the planet that most people haven't heard of. It's founded by Andy Bechtolsheim, one of the founders of Granite and Sun. And they basically just build dedicated networking infrastructure. And I would argue, I think their market cap now is hovering over $150 billion. And they're used, notably, this is all public data, by Microsoft and Meta, who also have competitive internal offerings. But Arista is a dedicated team just doing that. The talking my own book perspective is we're investors in a company called Tailscale. And one of my favorite things that comes up is I encourage any of you to talk to your teams that are building out infrastructure clusters and how they're networking all those GPUs together in software. And it's one of those fascinating things where I think people don't realize it, but there's room for great products in this infrastructure that are very particular, that have like a lot of value. Yeah. So I do think you have to worry about, over long periods of time, you have to figure out your value beyond being, in pejorative terms, like a wrapper of some other thing. If you're just a wrapper of like power or real estate or NVIDIA GPUs, you should be very concerned over long periods of time, as you would be in any business. In the worst pejorative way you could imagine, NVIDIA is somewhat of a wrapper of a TSMC or vice versa in ASML. So you have to provide value up front, but this is one of the largest infrastructure build-outs. I mean, this is the largest infrastructure build-out basically in the history of mankind. It might be that it's being built out more aggressively than would make sense from a pure financials perspective. I think Satya actually had the best public quote on this live on TV. He basically said, and Microsoft has plenty of resources, I'd rather make the mistake of over-investing slightly than under-investing. And I think for Microsoft, that is the right approach. And I'm thrilled that he's doing that. You should be a little warier, and you're a little bit more at risk if you're a much smaller company without the wherewithal of Microsoft. But yeah, so we are seeing a massive build-out. It's huge, and there's lots of opportunities. But just like any company in life or any opportunity, it's very hard.
Yeah, but it seems like you both think that the technical complexity of building the infrastructure and optimizing it, and especially in specific domains, that it can compound and then kind of extend into the future, and they can kind of keep playing that advantage as they move up the stack. I buy that.
And I just add one more thing, which is if you look at the founding team, so the FAL team has a number of like Python core committers that are part of that early team. These are not random people, and the Tailscale team is very early Google Linux networking people. So there's not like some accident that's happening. Like Andy Bechtolsheim is the founder of Arista, is not an accident. These are like highly specialized talent teams.
Yeah, and I think the point on different modalities is really good. I know, Alex, you guys have invested in some foundational models for very specific industries and different modalities. Can you talk about how you think about that kind of investing, and if you think there will be large players in these different domains, each providing separate models, or does it become a little bit more, a few companies providing models for different spaces?
Yeah, I think so. One of the good role models actually 11 Labs, right? So it's a great company, so we love them a lot. And they will,
me too.
Yeah, they will have a talk this afternoon right? So I think there's a ton of opportunity for like specialized models and like mathematics, harmonic, right? So and then there will be more like AI for science models, right? So like also vertical based, there will be you will see more of the smaller models for like finance, for healthcare, different sectors, right? So there's a ton of opportunity for those domain-focused models, right? So, but applications is exploding as right now. So I think that there will be opportunity for both application and model and infrastructure companies as well.
Thanks. So, one of the things that has made venture challenging the last few years has been the dearth of exits and outcomes in the market. It feels like that is starting to change in a really positive way. JP, you've seen a couple of your portfolio companies just recently exit, Sana selling to Workday and OfferFit selling to Braze. Can you talk a little bit about and give advice from the founders in the room about maybe how those deals kind of came together, how to position your company in terms of being strategically relevant to potential acquirers or partners in the road, and just some of the lessons you learned through both of those experiences?
Yeah, I mean, you're strategically relevant if you actually are, not on a slide, but in reality. Ironically, both of those were introductions that I made to the companies, totally unbeknownst to me that this was where they would end up, but it felt logical, right? So it's not a surprise that they ended up acquiring them, and both were inbound, very aggressive. So we always say, investors always have a thing they say is the best companies are bought, not sold, and that's like 100% true 100 times out of 100. And in both of those instances, I'd say in the OfferFit Braze instance, it's interesting because they integrated with them. So they're natural partners. So OfferFit was this AI decisioning layer for all of lifecycle marketing. So you could put your lifecycle marketing on autopilot. Turns out, machine learning and AI is better at it than humans, pulling levers. And so the lever pulling was done inside of platforms like Braze. And they could see the level of activity going on in OfferFit inside their system, because OfferFit was telling them what to do every day with every user of their customers. They had a lot of joint customers. And then I think they just also noticed, the theory for us was this layer that didn't exist, now called AI decisioning, wasn't a thing. OfferFit was one of the first ones, and it started amassing a lot of value very quickly. And I think Braze, rightfully so, said, well, we're not going to give that value up. We want it to be part of who we are. And so that's when they moved pretty aggressively. When they landed one of Braze's largest customers, and they were going to continue to be one of Braze's largest customers, I think their eyebrows went up and said, okay, it's time to act. Like a week later, they made the inbound. And then in the case of Sana and Workday, I brought Workday Ventures in when we invested. And I know November 21st, 2022, because I signed the term sheet for Sana 20 days before that, thank God. But that was the first time I saw Gen AI. And I would say Workday not only was a customer of both of their products, they were reselling some of their products. And in that one too, it sort of is a natural fit for someone to look at that business, whether it's the agent side of their company or the learning side. And it had a tremendous value for them on both fronts. And so they a little bit saw it from the inside, but I also think in those situations, if I look back and say, man, we're not, of course we want to sell for the highest price, but eventually it's the founder's choice, and those are great fits for the team personally. But I would say it's never too early to make sure that all these players know who you are. Because if they're natural partners, that's going to be a good thing. These partnerships don't always end up in anything until all of a sudden overnight they might, something like this. Or even, we've had partners that, like one of our other companies called Abnormal Security, that's a very large company now, but they and Microsoft go to market together. They have common enemies. And so when you have a common enemy or a common competitor, and that's strategically relevant to a larger player, they will bring in companies to help them land deals. And so that is also another very relevant way to do it. And you can't go in thinking, I'm going to have this relationship for M&A just in case. You just have to let it play out naturally, because the other thing too, and at OfferFit I always said, the plan has to be kind of put in place if any one of the marketing automation vendors starts getting really aggressive against us. We have to have the, in case of emergency, break glass and become them very quickly if they're going to start competing with us in a big way. And so you always want to be very wary, because if they didn't buy them, they might have bought someone else, and now the world gets a lot more difficult. And so you have to always just be mindful. It's never too soon to have those relationships, in my mind.
It's great advice for founders, and I think it extends to what we do with investing on behalf of HubSpot Ventures. we would always prefer to get to know companies and work with them before their fundraising. If your goal is, hey, I'd love to have HubSpot or another big company like Salesforce or Microsoft invest, it's great to sort of build those relationships early, explore some of the partnership and even like customer potential before it's, hey, let's talk about a fundraising round. And those can naturally then turn into deeper partnerships or M&A. It's not the strategy for the funds, but like you said, just being there, being a critical part of their ecosystem kind of naturally leads to deeper and deeper levels of investment. I wanted to talk about just kind of like how companies, and some of these companies now that have been around for a little while are seeing big second acts and kind of adding AI into their products. A good example would be Vercel. I think you're on the board, Vercel? Yeah. Yep. With V0 being like a great success story of a new product. Can you talk about like how did they launch that internally? How do they think about, okay, kind of really extending what they have with the core product with a brand new AI solution?
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting because so I first invested in Vercel in 2018, and it feels like there's been many second acts. So there's always a latest one, which is to say, like the core product people know us for, like front-end cloud is great. We have a great fluid compute product. We have like a CDN product where you can use this in front. And yes, we have a bunch of AI products. So we have the AI SDK, and this is actually relevant to your answer, I promise. The AI SDK, we have an AI gateway product. That's a wonderful thing if you want to work with multiple different LLMs and swap between them. The AI SDK for building your application. We have AI SDK components for your front ends if you want to chat thing. And one of the things was we built V0 actually in some sense very similar to the Anthropic story. We basically wanted to build the best AI infrastructure products, and we wanted to test what that looked like internally and work on it. And so we built V0 partially as a product in its own right, but mostly to really inform us about the best infrastructure to build. So that was the original thinking behind it. And as a result, we actually have been working on what is called V0 for a long time. We didn't actually focus on commercializing it very much. And then all of a sudden, people, in part using our infrastructure, started doing very well. And we decided we'll have our commercial product as well, and that'll inform certain things in different ways, like how we use Gateway for cost savings purposes. But we also really desperately want these platform partners to succeed. And we continue to see that with kind of all of our AI cloud stuff. We recently launched Sandbox, which allows you to run untrusted code as part of that. So it's been a good second act. I think originally it came about actually similar to how ChatGPT launched. It was kind of like a project to show what was possible with our technology and to push us. And then it's kind of just taken off. And if you haven't tried it, by the way, I strongly encourage everyone to try V0 Nano Banana. You can do it right now. It's a great website. You can simply do a photo booth with any theme you want in your web browser on your phone. It's awesome. But yeah, and then it's just taken off. And then we tend to put a lot of wood behind arrows that work, which I think is something that Vercel does really well. And so we had a small team, but we really encouraged them to kind of run with it. And whatever they needed, we would give them. And that's been true on, again, this is important. V0 is like one team, but they push the Gateway team, they push the AI SDK team, they push the Code Sandbox team, and that ripples on behalf of the whole organization, but with all of our customers getting the advantages.
Super interesting. And they haven't been around a long time, but 11 Labs music launch took me by surprise a little bit. Was that a separate team building that? How did they approach sort of entering this new space, and how has it sort of benefited the entire organization? Same way.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the 11 Labs music product. I really enjoyed it because I have a 9-month-old baby, and I create lullabies every night for her, different lullabies, depending on the mood. This is actually not all of a sudden we're going to do music. The team has been incubating and building this product for over a year at this point, or before they launched. And since the beginning of the creation of 11 Labs, it's always been the vision for the founders that they want to be the audio platform, not just voice. We start with voice because it's the most easy form, most understandable form where we communicate in, voice forms, and having synthetic generated human voice is the first act. And then they launched sound effect, they launched music as the next thing. And it's so interesting that when you think about these as first disjointed, similar modalities, but for models themselves, it's actually not that dissimilar. Like when you talk to, or when you're prompting a music model, sometimes it tries to rap, it wants to speak. And if you even prompt like a sound effect model, it also wants to sing. So these are very fluid sort of modalities, where for 11 Labs, to create music as its own product and giving to creators so that they can walk very fluidly in between these modalities to create anything they want. Like produce sort of music in a game and have sound effective barks or door shuts, and giving like the actors sort of ways to speak is just realizing all the dreams and possibilities for the creation.
That's great examples. You know, thinking about applied AI and agents right now, it seems like there's two major kind of flavors. You know, you have companies that are building more horizontal products for any industry, and then some companies that are really building specifically for a specific function or an industry. I know, Alex, you guys have invested in a lot of vertical AI companies. Can you talk a little bit about some of the patterns you've seen when looking at them, and like what the playbooks are like when you're really scaling within an industry and applying agents to a field?
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, first I want to say one thing. So we love rappers. We love rappers. You know, I want to emphasize that we really love rappers. So, you know, we started things like 2 years ago in 2023. So we actually look at the companies who are actually not competing with OpenAI and Anthropic, which rather we want to invest in companies. Once OpenAI and Anthropic release a new model, will always benefit them. Like Gamma was a good example, right? So the presentation, they're the #1 AI for presentation company right now with lots of revenue and profitable, right? So over 60 million users. Right, so then when later, that was the beginning, was more like a generic AI, like a vertical AI companies. But later, you actually deeper into every vertical, healthcare and accounting and insurance. So surprisingly, we look for those founders. So actually, with maybe AI is not #1 thing. Actually, it's more like a domain knowledge and a go-to-market experience. So you know how to build a product, AI product, based on models from OpenAI and Anthropic, right? So LM Labs, so like voice agent. We talked to many voice agent companies. They all build up this kind of application based on LM Labs, right? So then we actually those founders being able to find a good entry point, and quickly build a beachhead, span to the whole market, and then scale really fast. So like one example is a company called GCAI, is a General Counsel, stands for General Counsel, right? So they grow for 8 times revenue in the last 8 months. So like that's kind of crazy for like enterprise companies, right? And also insurance, we invest in 3 AI for insurance companies. So one company called Cogi Insurance, they actually provide the insurance policies to customers directly, right? So there are many of those examples who know the space deeply. Right, so who know where the customer, and go to market and scale to the revenue fast. So that's kind of a company we look for. Yeah.
And I think one of the great things about this is that it's actually making certain industries more investable than it was the last generation. These places where VCs had sort of written off as you can't build good startups there, I think we're all sort of reconsidering that. We were talking about higher ed earlier today. Can you talk about your recent investment there? Like, how did you think about this market as being like now ripe where it wasn't before?
Yeah, not exactly a bastion of venture capital returns being made in higher ed. And I think in the old world, it was a market that you sold tools to. And with agents, and this company used to sell kind of a tool to that market for a long time, and then Agentic technology got good enough, and these were founders who just by transitive property have been in that market for a number of years, just understood the nuances of that market and how to build for them. I think that's one of the things people don't always appreciate is how much you have to understand, not just your user, but also the organization that's buying you and what you're really selling into. So this company is called CollegeVine, and they do AI agents for higher ed, but they don't touch the classroom. They don't touch anything, and there's too much religion in there. You know, people think one way or another, just they stay out of that. They do all the administrative part. And if you think about underwriting that, you're like, okay, but what's it really doing? I always use this as the great example of, again, a market that was completely, I mean, think about markets overlooked for tech, healthcare, legal, higher ed, all of them creating massive companies, insurance, like those are areas that people didn't want to sell into before. They were called laggards, but they're one of the biggest sources of pull for AI. And in higher ed, I think of it as like a perfect storm. So to go off on a little bit of a tangent, but you can, you know, as founders in the audience or as people think about investing in these areas, this is what we look for, right? Like venture capital is very unnatural. Like we're almost like human growth hormone for companies. And so they're trying to do things that are not natural. The best companies, by the way, never raise any money from any of us, and they keep all their money, and they, keep all the pie, and the pie is enormous. But hey, they want to have ambitions that outstrip their abilities, and so that's where we come in. And so I think that market, you have what's known as a demographic cliff because of the fertility rates, at least in the United States, went down a lot. So there's going to be fewer humans going to college. Then people are questioning the ROI because the costs have, I didn't even realize how much the cost had ballooned since I was in school 20 years ago, holy smokes. But that cost has risen, salaries and wages getting out of post-secondary have not. And so there will be fewer people deciding to go to college in the future potentially, and that is revenue. That is a massive shift in that end market. And the problem in these are all nonprofit, by the way, all the universities are nonprofits. So they spend all this money and they charge a tuition to pay for those expenses. And it's been known, there's almost like one administrator per student in some schools, which is crazy. An example, and these numbers are public, the University of Nevada, Reno has a $400 million operating budget. Just think about how big that is. And a university, if you look at it, it's really like a city. It's like a big conglomerate in a city. They feed people, they house people, and all running that is hard. And so that's what this company does. It creates agents that helps them run all that stuff. And in all the particulars about the administrative part of higher ed being a regulated industry and all that. So I think when you look at it that way and you look at how much money is being spent in that, it's $240 billion, by the way, if you aggregate all the operating expenses. That's a big market all of a sudden. Selling a tool to times number of students for people who don't want to pay, not that big. That is much larger. And that perfect storm of all those forces at play for these universities now being completely existential, they're in a big existential situation or a big existential threat in front of them, they cannot buy this thing fast enough. And so I think that's, and knowing, if you would say, okay, well, can Accenture customize Anthropic or OpenAI to use it for them? Sure, but they're like, you have to spend all the money on those people, and they don't have engineers on staff to do this stuff. So as much as the technology works, it's also the innovation they've had in the way that it gets they train them and that the way that they implement them and the way they can configure them for that particular market is very nuanced. And I think that there's a lot in that causes them to have, 6-figure ACVs and less than 2-month sales cycle because of that.
Yeah, I think it's a great example, and we'll see this happen in many different industries. Kind of to wrap up, maybe we'll do a quick fire round. I want to get a specific thing of what actual industry do you think will see the biggest change in disruption by AI agents in the next 2 years? And while they're thinking about that, if you have anybody has a question they would like to ask the audience, think of it now. I will put it to you for an audience Q&A for the next one. But we'll start down there with you, Alex.
Maybe I'll start with the obvious one that many people ignore, which is the robotics space, the consumer robotics space. It's lots of reasons because we see in Silicon Valley don't understand much about the hardware and manufacturing. So that's even we see since here, we still invest in foundation models of just robotics companies. But you ignore all those product companies and those kind of consumer robotics companies. Yeah.
So I don't know which one. If I knew, I wouldn't tell you, and then I'd probably start a company in it. There's a great chart that shows the inflation in different end markets, or deflation in some instances, over the last 40 years. And all of the ones that are incredibly inflationary, I would say this is an incredible deflationary force in AI, and I'm rooting for it to attack all of those. Top of the list is medical services, college textbooks, college tuition. I got those two already. Medical, it's more obvious, but there's a ton of other stuff that has just been incredible pressure on inflation. Food, beverage, all this thing about trying to be healthier but not do it at a higher cost. We need something there. I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be a combination of robotics, AI. Something's going to have to happen to put some kind of downward pressure on inflation. So I'm rooting for all those in the red line category of driving inflation.
Jennifer?
I think my answer is actually all verticals and all industries. It just at different speeds. Where if I have to pick one that's seeing the fastest adoption and fastest disruption, is probably creative. And this is the time where we're seeing a lot of the creative tooling effort becoming so attainable by non-professionals. And as long as you have great ideas, it's very easy to realize that. through generative video, generative images, audio, and so on, and combine these modalities to create something that's short films that we're seeing today in marketing, campaigns, where we're just going to see more and more of that still being utilized by the creatives, but just with 10x type of tools.
It's good. I wasn't going to let you off with the all industries, so I think it's a good answer.
I'm going to give 3, but then I'll give 1. So I would give creative, and my favorite reason for creative is basically like in creativity and creative spaces, hallucinations are a feature, not a bug. I think software engineering, largely because software engineers have a high demand for trying new things and improving their own productivity at a rate that's unusual for other industries. But the one that I think has to be the biggest in practice in the next 2 years, like by multiple orders of magnitude, is going to be industries that rely on basically commodity human knowledge, which most notably would be BPOs or support. Like a tier 3 support operation is strictly dominated. It's not even close. And so you see Sierra and Decagon, where book of interest. I mean, that industry is almost definitionally screwed.
I think we're getting pulled off, so I'll just end. But thank you so much for your time and insights today. Can we get a round of applause for the guests here? Thank you so much, Alex, for having us on this wonderful event. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if I can put one more mic in my hand. Thank you. Oh, this one? Thank you so much. Honestly. Okay, this is live.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
All right, this is after lunch. You guys are excited and wide awake, and
this is for you.
Most importantly, you are here. That's the big thing, right? All right. So before I start, let me tell you, when you have 2 teenagers at home, your brain always feels like a rock, because everything you say, they say, "Dad, you know nothing." But today, being here, your brain is like a sponge. There's so much learning and insights that you're soaking in. And I'm more than excited to introduce our next speaker today. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, good. The next speaker today. The company is Atlassian. And for those that know, Atlas was named after a titan from the Greek myth that was carrying the world on his shoulder. So Atlassian is a name that most of you can pretty much relate to, especially if you're in engineering in the enterprise. Jamil Varlani is the VP and Head of Product AI at Atlassian, and is going to join us today on a quick fireside talk on product vision and AI. Please join us. Let's welcome him. Let's see, 2 here, is that okay? Oh, yeah, here, let's sit in the middle.
Sure.
Sounds good, okay. Jamil, listen. Can we close the door back there, please? Yeah, thank you. Yep. Right. Now, it's Atlassian is a company with 40+ billion in market cap, 18,000 employees, and 300,000+ customers. Right? It's been around. Everybody knows them. What an exciting place! And now there's the advent of AI. How does AI fit into your product vision?
Sure. Well, thank you for having me, Nick, and the Fellows Fund, and it's an honor to be in front of this amazing group here. Atlassian has been in the business of teamwork for over 20 years. And for that entire time, they've used our products like Jira and Confluence, Loom, to track their projects, their knowledge, their goals, all the things that are the center of a company. And over time, we have made what we call the system of work, which is our philosophy, along with a set of tools that we think represent the best way to run the business that's informed by our deep connections with all those customers. We've put AI at the center of that system of work. And we've done it because we've done it that way, not as like an add-on or like an extra thing you pay an extra few bucks a month for, because we feel like AI must be a teammate, not just like an add-on. So we've really thought about this embedding AI across the platform into every app, into all the workflows and processes that our customers are going to do, and we're really rethinking the platform that way. And it's been working. Like, we have already over 3 million of our users using AI capabilities in our products every single day.
Now, that is exciting. Now, the question then is, right, you have an established set of products, you've established users, you now have to innovate, right? You have to bring the AI layers in, the AI engineers in, the AI thinking in. How does a company this size, this successful, implement, introduce new AI into the company, into the product?
Yeah, for sure. So, I think there are really three major ingredients here to our own transformation. The first is culture. We are still a founder-led company. Mike Cannon-Brooks started the company with Scott over 20 years ago, and they were two students, trying to build software to address teamwork needs. And that culture, even though we're now 14,000 employees, still exists. And we see it because all of our employees watch our C-suite, our founders, still trying new tools. Like, they are actually in the Slack channels with the line employees saying, hey, I tried Replit, I tried V0, I tried all these tools, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, I kind of failed here, does anybody have an idea? And I think by the leaders actively and every day demonstrating that sort of open-mindedness, willingness to learn, that builders, founders mentality, it's spread throughout the company, and it stays that way. So that's one. Number two is, again, because we still have a lot of our founder roots and strong leadership, there's a large willingness to throw a lot of resources, a lot of energy behind a generational opportunity like AI. So just in the couple of years I've been there, the number of people who have been working on AI, dedicated to AI at the company, has grown by many hundreds of employees. And that's not, I worked at Microsoft for 20 years. I ran large parts of the search team there, and it was great experience, but I have never seen a company that has moved that quickly on a new opportunity, even the biggest companies out there, including my experience at Microsoft. And that, I think that sort of willingness to go and commit the company on a bet, that's clearly founder-led, that is clearly from the top and not questions, unequivocal, makes a big difference again in the adoption of AI internally and how we think about it. And the last is big moves that complement that. We've in the last few weeks alone, we've talked about acquiring the browser company to really rethink how knowledge works through the browser. We've talked about we've acquired DX, right, to really think about developer experience and how that's transforming and helping out that community, and Cycle, right, which is helping us really increase that, incorporate AI and accelerate that rate where people can take customer feedback and translate that into products. So those have been the three ingredients I'd say that have really helped us accelerate as a company.
Yeah. So the idea then, I mean, there was a panel earlier that said, right, some companies it's all top down, right? It's hard to get adoption and get the buy-in from the other levels. Seems like you guys have cracked that code and making sure that you're pushing down, right? But in general, right, you have these new tools they have to learn. How do you get adoption through? Right, you've got companies here trying to sell to companies like you. How do you get adoption through, and how do they get adoption into your company?
Yeah, for sure. So we've been first thing we did is we built our own baseline tools in what we call Rovo. These are tools that are super sophisticated, but we feel are essential for every knowledge worker to have. And we've distributed them massively, right? So we have, for example, a leading enterprise search capability that's now used by over 3 million customers on the regular basis. We have our own chat capability that is able to connect to a bunch of knowledge sources across Atlassian and non-Atlassian sources. We have our own ability to build agents through a studio, and we've brought that really close to the workflows that people have actually trusted us with. And so by bringing all of these tools right there in everyone's workflows to the tools that they already use every day, we think that really shortens the distance they have to cover. They don't have to think about, I got to then open this tool or I got to open that tool. It's all there, and they can. The ability for them to get started is super, super low. Then the second thing we've been doing is really talking to customers in depth and trying to understand where are their pain points in their business. What are the workflows that really just have high friction? Those are easy targets to go and say, hey, even if we make an agent or some sort of AI-driven solution on our platform that can make that problem even marginally better, they're already in a much better place, and those things start getting adopted virally, especially when you incorporate them into automations. A lot of businesses are run on automations, and they're able to go and once they see that agent just doing things without even them asking, it just transforms how they think about what AI can do for them, and adoption starts driving quite rapidly from there.
So likewise, in the, you guys have done, Rovo has been an exciting product line. Now you have new acquisitions. How do they all tie in together to your product vision?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, like I mentioned, we started by offering Rovo, this enterprise search, chat, the agent building capabilities, even a box, out-of-the-box agents. We started by offering that to everyone, right? We said that, hey, all of our paying subscribers should just get that out of the box. They should not have to pay like an extra per month price just to get these fundamental tools. Then as we've thought about what are the other opportunities and friction points that are really preventing us from achieving that total transformation, we thought about, for example, browser company, right? Like, if you think about how browsers are built today, like what we've really used for the last 20 years, it's kind of ridiculous. Like the top innovations have been tabs, right? And maybe one other thing, right? Like a couple things. And that makes sense if you think about it, because that entire business model was driven by trying to drive more page views, more impressions, more searches to drive an advertising economy. But if you think about that from a knowledge worker perspective, what you'd optimize for is entirely different, right? You're trying to work across multiple apps. You're trying to keep a lot of context in memory. You're trying to go and understand like how data in app A relates to data in app B and trying to transform it, doing whatever you want to go do. And that's just an entirely different workflow that does not fit into like, a box with a few tabs. And so we're really saying, how do we rethink that? That's like one big area of work we want to rethink and like, sort of like express a sharp point of view on. When we look at a company like DX, we really were looking at, hey, like we have so many developers and software teams that use our products, and they're facing this interesting dissonance where, actually this is broad across knowledge workers, where individually, I think people say they are 33% more effective individually because of AI tools. And I could believe that. Like I've definitely had ChatGPT and other tools help me with a few things here and there. But if you ask like organization leaders, they say, well, we think we have transformed our organization at most by 5% relative to our goal. So it's this weird dissonance where you say, okay, like everyone says they're more productive, but the leaders of the organization don't say they're productive at all. And so with a company like DX, it helps you really dive into say, hey, like what is going on here as a leader of an organization? People are adopting the AI tools. How do we go and follow that flow of their work all the way through like output and impact and figure out where those knots are and how do we untie them? And I think there'll be a whole universe of possibilities there. So that's a couple of the samples. We certainly are not done there, but we're really trying to study like where are all the knots and how do we go in and influence and impact those and untie them so that people can see that impact.
So when and how do you know, like when do you build and when do you buy?
Yeah. So, I think that there's a whole level of depth here. I think that, fundamentally, we've invested a ton in building a world-class AI team at the company. In the last couple of years that I've been there, we've brought in a lot of folks from who built V1 of search, V1 of a lot of AI tools, and the likes of Meta, Microsoft, Google, to really come and help us from the ground up, build on top of our teamwork graph, this world-class search and chat capabilities and agents and all that. Now, I think when we look at where are opportunities that might require different skill sets, maybe a different point of view, something like that. That's when we maybe look outside. But that's probably a question for Mike. I probably go deeper in. But yeah, I think suffice to say, like I think there's a lot we're doing on our internally just with the talent pool we have, and then we want to go and make some big swings in new spaces or to enhance something in a radical way. We'll do M&A.
Okay, so one of the areas is obviously Atlassian has a whole big ecosystems of partners and vendors that work with you, right?
Yeah.
So how do you guys enable that? I mean, that AI is definitely right. If you look at all the AI players right there's always a slew of partners right now working with it, right?
Yep.
Atlassian has been a fine example of leveraging a whole ecosystems out there. How do you continue to do that? And what do you intend to do in that arena?
Yeah, for sure. So you're absolutely right that the ecosystem has been a huge part of Atlassian's success from day one, and we have a thriving ecosystem. We're very proud of that. What we're doing as we enhance and embrace the AI era and building all these new tools is first we're thinking about how do all of these other app partners become successful with us? Like how do we join forces? So for example, when we build connectors, we help, first of all, our customers be able to have one place where they can search and access knowledge and perform actions through agents. Great, win for us, win for our customers. But we also think really deeply about, well, how is that company, that partner getting helped? We think about what are the showcase agents, the showcase actions, the demos that we want to go and work on together that help them succeed. And I think that we've really kept that at the forefront of our thinking as we built over 50 connectors in the last 6 months. We've also been saying, how do we go and keep access to our data to our customers and our partners so they can build their own applications and things that extend the ecosystem, extend their capabilities. So we've built our own MCP server, of course. And we've continuously thought about how do we go and make our APIs more and more friendly so that people can access the knowledge, build the tools that they need to be successful.
Great. So, there are lots of, companies out here, they're building new stuff, they're still learning and they're still growing along with it. You've been in this industry for a long time, you've seen a lot of these things going on. What would you say in this AI space, right? If they want to go after enterprise, what should they do?
Oh, that's a great question. So, one of the most challenging things about the enterprise is the second meeting. The first meeting, everyone wants to see a great demo. They want to see how you're going to go solve their problems. That's great. Like you'll get the second meeting. But the second meeting often is the hard one. It's like, how do you work through all of these regulatory needs we have, these constraints we have based on our business because we operate a certain government or a certain setup? How do you make sure that your trust and security and all these sorts of things are taken care of? And that's often where meetings stop, right? A lot of, for us it's actually hard, and I can imagine for a startup it's even harder. Especially with new tools, a lot of enterprises have a lot of fear, a lot of concern about trying to go in and pass through those barriers and make sure they can still testify to their customers that they are following all the best practices. And so what I suggest for a smaller company is to go and find, like, especially in that mid-market area, customers who are a little more open to taking risks, who have an acute problem, right? And those, there are often actually some really notable names in that area, right, where they have a few thousand employees, but they're not big enough yet where they have to go and fight all these battles to get something done. Where often the VP of engineering is also the head of IT, so you can make those decisions and make a bet, right? And it's not like spread out into 14 different departments. That's often a good place to start. Find a few customers willing to go and do that pilot with you where you're solving that problem. And then from there, you can go and gain confidence and say, okay, what are the controls and capabilities I need to go and expand further from there?
So, same context, right? When they're trying to build something, right? Now, Atlassian, you guys have the resources, right? Probably to even, maybe, have optimize, fine-tune your own LLMs and do, inherit reasoning technology and do reinforcement learning. You can do a lot more, right? Companies are just starting out, right? In the AI space, how far along that stack should they do? How much should they do in AI?
Yeah. So my personal belief is that there will certainly be some well-qualified founders and startup teams out there that will push the envelope on frontier models and new ways of the underlying science, doing the underlying science. That's fabulous. But I think where a lot of the sort of untapped potential is actually in applied AI, right? How do you go and do the smaller scale tweaks on the science side, but really rethink the business problems that these companies are having and helping them go solve that? And usually as you have success there, you'll actually have a more informed opinion about where you want to apply the science efforts. It's not the other way around. And I think it's a mistake to go the other way around in a lot of cases. I think, for example, you pick and say, I'm going in the legal profession or in the medical profession. As you understand what their business problems are, their customers will start telling you, hey, like, I need to solve X, Y, and Z. Like, I need help with, post-op, procedures, right? Like, how do I go and help people after they've had an operation, take care of themselves? It's a very different problem space than how do you go and manage something on prescription drugs, like a just random example. But you won't know that until you've actually gone in and said, hey, like, let me understand the problems, and we try to go and see if I can build the first couple of solutions that help you out. And if you understand that, then you will actually have a much easier time saying, now I'm going to go and make the science investment to fine-tune my own models and those sorts of things.
No, that's great. Now, there's been a lot of discussion, right, earlier on around sort of, the idea that, you can go, like I said, that you can be verticalized, you can go into different segments, or you can, build applied AI, as you said. But one of the key questions around monetization, right? I know, you've got Rovo now, you can write your products. How do you perceive monetization of this AI stack?
So a couple of beliefs here. One is that, like I mentioned at the outset, there'll be a set of tools that will be considered fundamental, that everyone should have, and that will be really difficult to go and just monetize access to in the long term. I think they'll be expected to be part of the subscriptions that people pay. And so I think that by trying to focus energy on that, you're probably going to wind up not really having a long-term strategy that's successful in a monetization way. Where we clearly see a lot of push is towards these like outcome-based benefits, right? Like, hey, every time you have like a positive outcome, whether it's a pull request that's successfully entered, a source ticket that's successfully resolved, that's clearly a monetizable event that has clear value to the customer, and they are willing to pay for that. They can also predict that. That predictability winds up being really important. Where we've seen a lot of challenges when you say, oh, like, here's a pool of credits, go and have your employees go and just use them as they see fit to make their lives better. Companies have a really hard time still trying to understand, what should I expect? How much should I allocate? How much budget should I save? And it's been a real friction point that I've heard from a lot of customers. And that's also why we've invested in companies like DX, right? It's to really try to illuminate, hey, like this is how much you should expect, both on like consumption side, but also on the improvement side and the benefit side. And I think that's a space that's worth taking a closer look at.
Very interesting. So this DX deal, I think, just completed a couple of weeks ago, I believe, right? Yeah. How big is the company?
Oh, I don't want to give you false information here. I can follow up with you guys.
Yeah, okay. No, but the exciting thing is that the fact that you guys, you mentioned one thing, right? Is the ability to help engineers, which is you guys are great with, right? Not only on their daily tool, but now into their productivity as well, and into measuring as well. So measurement has always been a key thing, right? That across all the platforms that you guys provide, it's been super helpful with engineers, right? Yeah. So with that said, right, one of the challenges that some companies have seen is the fact that we talked about this earlier as well. They've started investment in AI, but they need to calculate the ROI, right, both from a investment perspective and a company P&L. That's been a little harder to achieve, given some of this early thing. Now, you guys have been all in AI. Your products have been solving it. How are you seeing the measurement of investment?
Yeah, for sure. So when we first started, much like a lot of you, we started with developer experience, right? And we wanted to go and use GitHub Copilot and all these other tools that were top of the line back then to improve developer productivity. And we started with basics like PR counts and those sorts of things, right? Then that's what opened our eyes to things like DX, right? To say, hey, like there's a bit more of a nuanced story here, and what we're trying to do is like apply that same sort of methodology across all of our functions. So, for example, our marketing team, our CMO, is leading an AI transformation work stream for her organization. Same with our CFO. And what they're all doing is looking carefully at what are the processes that are just painful for them, that just take extra cycles, or that they wish they could just have extra hands on, and just taking deliberately carving out parts of their schedules and the resources to go and work on their first few agents or tools, or even if they're third-party tools, to go and transform those things. And like I mentioned earlier, they're actively sharing. So even as our CMO, CFO, CRO, they're all like trying out these tools themselves. They're having their teams go try them out, and they are adapting their best practices in real time. And they might, as they kind of get confidence, saying, "Hey, we think there's a soft spot here. We had success with an agent helping us with this process in marketing, helping us update creatives, for example." Then they can go take more specific goals and say, "Okay, like, hey, we saw some opportunity here. Let's go and actually take a specific goal to save energy or do more here because we know that we have a tool in place to go do it." And we've had every leader go through that process. Even HR team, et cetera, all of them are doing it. And that's been really successful for us, and we are pretty confident now that we're seeing a lot of the gains that people expect.
So, what area do you see, right, from your experience perspective, that you feel like it's an area that, hey, it's still an opportunity out there for all these new thinkers?
Yeah, for sure. So it changes every week, but I'll share two.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So the first is like on a more personal front. I've done a lot of work in youth development and also with countries that have had like lesser means and trying to help their populations out. And one of the things that always struck me is the sheer intellectual capacity that is just locked away because of those constraints, because people are just too young or don't have the means or whatever. And I remember that, when I was growing up, like when you got a PC in every desk at every home finally, right? The original Microsoft vision of all things, like just what that unlocked when internet came out, you had like now these high schoolers and college students creating companies, which has never happened before. I think that there'll be an entire wave of tools that help a lot of these populations get that opportunity. They'll be able to express their ideas in ways they couldn't before. They'll be able to go and actually try out that prototype or build that little company that they previously couldn't before because it was too locked away. One of the companies that I think that's here today that I had an opportunity to be involved in early is Gamma. I thought that was amazing the first time I saw it because I was like, man, like, can you imagine a lot of people who just didn't have the comfort of expressing their own ideas, able to use this tool and now confidently make a deck that is, VC pitch ready, right? Was before like a really difficult thing. Now coming back to the Atlassian context, the thing that I'm really excited about is the browser. I think that I was definitely in the browser wars, neck deep in it, and one of the things that was a challenge in like V1 browser wars was, man, the economics are still the same, right? Like it's fundamentally, it's all about driving more searches, more ad impressions. It's going to constrain the innovation here, and now I think the opportunity for us to go and just completely rethink that. And try to make it relevant for the worker again in a way that's truly helpful and makes their jobs just less painful, I think is going to unlock a lot and hopefully create a ton of opportunities for a lot of the companies here.
Yeah, the browser is always an exciting thing, right? Yeah. I mean, it is a starting point for a lot of our work. Yeah. And you guys have been the center of work, and now having that will continue to enhance the experience, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know in the last couple of panels we didn't have opportunity for questions. We will try to open up questions for any questions to anyone here? Any questions? Okay. So, Jamil, companies like always want to look at companies like Atlassian, right? Finding the right business, finding the right problems, getting a business, and then scaling. We all want to be that way. Any startup out here, any mid-sized company want to be that way. What's the magic? You've been in Microsoft, you've been in Atlassian. What's the magic to getting to scale and getting to the right level? Yeah?
Wow, loaded question. So I feel like this industry, as long as I've been involved in it, has always been, this sort of like two-step sort of like first, like, find product market fit and then scale as fast as you can. Like it's pretty much been in that cycle over and over ever since I was in the early days of search. Yes. And now once again at Atlassian. And at Atlassian, even in the last 6 months, we published the Rovo tools, search chat, the agent studio building capability to just a few thousand customers barely a year ago. And now we've scaled it up to support millions of customers, right? And that pace was frenetic just to support that. I'd say that there's a lot of energy that's required to just get that product market fit going. And I find that sometimes there's like a bit of a cart before the horse methodology here where folks will just worry about the scale function early. And that's totally understandable, especially when you're in a big company, right? Like you're so used to having millions of customers. But that's generally not what happens first. That's like not the first bit of magic. And so I think what's really helped us is, or what I've seen successful is, being thoughtful about what your first unit of scale is going to be, right? And saying, hey, look, I'm going to be comfortable up to this point, and I'm really going to go and use that to find my product market fit, and then having a very clear idea of what's going to be required right after that. Once you do find product market fit, to get to that next 1 or 2 zeros on the end of your user count. That I find like helps control like the cost of both the dollars and also just like the human cost that you throw into like trying to build the system, and not totally draining that from like the innovation side, which is often needed to be iterated upon a lot to find that sort of perfect fit on the product side. Even in the early search days, there were lots of times where we built a feature that could never ship more than 10%. But man, we're glad we didn't try that because 80% of them failed, right? And so we just got really good at trying to just go and say, okay, let's try small things. Then found that. Now we can go and scale it up. And then over time, you also will just build the tools in-house that just make it easier to scale over time too. Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions for you. I think one of the things I've always two things in life, right, that you learn, right. Number one is, right, how to solve problems. I've always thought Jira and Confluence, Bitbucket, they're really good at solving problems. And I think that is the fundamental product, right? The other one is experience. I always felt that they gave you a really good experience when you use it. Those two things always propel companies to go a long way. And it's a great example of a company that throughout this, how many years they've been around, with the innovations they have with Rovo, and now with acquisitions, I think they continue to have to introduce the great product and a great experience, right?
Yeah. Thank you. We've certainly invested with that in mind. We're continuing to invest in our products and experiences going forward, and most importantly, we want to delight everyone here. So thank you for the kind words, and we're looking forward to working together.
Sounds good. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's me again, Jesse Mao. It's my great honor to host a fireside chat with Amit Zavali, President, Chief Product Officer, and the Chief Operating Officer of ServiceNow. Amit holds such a broad role that combines what would be 3 separate jobs at many larger companies. In this capacity, Amit oversees ServiceNow's product, platform, engineering, cloud infrastructure, and operations, while driving company-wide operational rigor from innovation to execution. Prior to ServiceNow, Amit led platform product teams at Google Clouds as the vice president and the general manager. He was part of the leadership that grew Google Cloud's revenue from $7 billion to $41 billion. Amit also spent 25 years at Oracle, rising to executive vice president for Oracle's cloud infrastructure and the middleware products, overseeing over a team of 4,500 engineers and $6 billion in annual revenue. This track record of scaling enterprise platforms and delivering innovative products has defined Amit's career. Super impressive. And Amit is also our new distinguished fellow at the Fellows Founder. So I'm really happy and proud of that. Welcome, Amit.
Oh, thank you. How are you, JC? How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I didn't expect any introduction, but good. Thank you.
So let's start my first question with the journey. I know ServiceNow's legacy is rooted in transforming enterprise IT and business operations through cloud-based automation. And over the years, it has evolved into a leading AI platform that transforms businesses. So my first question to you is, what attracted you to ServiceNow?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, and hello, everyone. So see, I've been following ServiceNow for many years. ServiceNow is this company which probably G2K use, all of G2K, the Global 2000 use today, but not many people understand. But I've seen the power of the platform they've been building, and we saw that in many of the customers when I was at Google Cloud as well as Oracle, using ServiceNow to automate the business and run efficiently, and going beyond IT to every other department. So when Bill called me, one of the things which was attractive to me was the vision they had to use AI to really solve the next generation problem, especially around Agentic. and how we could make sure the platform of ServiceNow gets modernized with a lot of the AI capabilities, while we, of course, allow all our customers to adopt it as part of the same platform instead of having to go to something different as well. So it sounded very exciting. I was working on AI at Google Cloud as well, but we were doing it at infrastructure level. And the more I understood with what the possibilities of large language models out there was, that the value would be a lot more at a business process level. You could automate, you can get a lot of value creation, you can get a lot of good outcome for customers, and the monetization for that is much higher than just providing an API to an LLM call. So those things were adding up, and when I spoke to everybody at ServiceNow, the board and others, the ambition, the humility, the hunger was there. And it was really a good fit in terms of where I wanted to be next. And I'm seeing a huge amount of traction with ServiceNow with all the customers, and that path kind of made sense.
Got it. ServiceNow also positions itself as the AI platform for business transformation, promising to unify AI data and workflow automations. And what is your long-term vision for Agentic AI to transform how businesses get things done on your platform?
Yeah, I think that this idea of data, what we've been thinking through, I mean, no doubt we were doing a lot of work at workflow, right? The idea of having a business process which cuts across multiple business systems and connects them together east to west in a way, as well as north to south, so that you can have a little more abstraction on top of all the various different system of records, as well as different legacy systems or third-party applications, while not having to go and keep on changing them if you want to automate your business on the top. So that that was definitely doing quite well. Now, what we're seeing a lot of requirements around is around data integration as well. So the idea that you want to take a lot of the data which is in very disparate data sources, be it in different data warehouses like Snowflake, Databricks, or Redshift, or BigQuery, or even Oracle, and be able to now make sense out of it without having to move it around. Right, so the whole idea of doing things with zero-copy architecture and making it easier for customers to get value out of the investment they made in the data, but now be able to do insight to action at a business process level, not at, again, the data level. So that the efficiency and the improvement gets much higher value than by doing it at a infrastructure and data level. So that's the second part. And then when you think about AI, we've been always at ServiceNow for the last many years. They were the first ones to kind of add AI, especially initially starting with the idea of doing generative AI and summarization. But now with Agentic, it's been part of the same platform. So if you combine the power of AI with data and workflow, you can really transform a business end to end. So that's really our thinking. And now we've gone beyond. We, of course, started at IT transformation. So if we talk to customers, everybody wants to get much more efficient at addressing any kind of requirements users have inside the company for IT request. But if you take the same idea of case management or the idea of solving issues or system of action in a way, to all other departments, right? Going away from just IT to security is another one, right? Where you're doing incident management, you're doing things around figuring out any kind of triaging of issues you might run into, applying patches to the right system through IT, but starting from security perspective, right? Then you go to HR, where you have employee kind of request. Employees require help, and they don't know whether it's an IT issue or a legal issue or HR issue or a finance issue. So they want to be able to now get help inside the company, work efficiently through similar environment as well. So that's how we're extending, our way of business transformation is going and touching each part of the company, making them all connected. We're doing things around finance, procurement, supply chain, customer service, order management, procurement, of course, but from the order management perspective to all the way to quoting as well as whole CPQ. So combining all those parts of your business through one platform, that's where the power comes in. So you don't have to go and implement different pieces everywhere. The same platform scales to those workflows, has the ability to have the same data model, same architecture, same experience end to end. And now for IT departments, it's a boon because they don't have to now go and re-implement all these things everywhere. They get much more efficiency through the same platform, and they're able to now deliver a lot more value to all the different business users inside the company, as well as to external customers who might need customer service as well. So that's how we're thinking about it. And today our platform is able to kind of deliver that with Agentic and kind of as the core building block.
That's a very broad and ambitious vision. How do you track the progress towards that vision? Do you have a set of metrics or milestones you track?
Well, for sure. I think that multiple things. A good thing about companies like ServiceNow and my previous roles as well, been very customer-centric. So one, we try to make sure our customers are getting value. Any products we sell, how quickly are they going to implement, what value are they creating, are they able to get more efficient or save money, but also grow top line. So we collect that data on a regular basis. We look at the ROI as well as the TCO on that. That's usually the big thing. Internally inside the company, we of course try to run a lot of these capabilities inside and see, are we getting efficiency gains? So the metrics from that perspective as well. But the broader thing for us is that as long as our customer base is growing, our ecosystem, we've been very open-minded in terms of integrating with various third-party systems. So are we able to touch all the various systems inside an enterprise, and are we able to run and integrate with them so that customers don't have to completely revamp everything to adopt ServiceNow? So the efficiency around that is very valuable to us as well. And the metric beyond that is revenue growth, of course, and efficiency in our business itself. And how effective are we being to continue delivering outcomes for our customers.
Got it. So you have been driving ServiceNow's overall product vision, especially around AI, for a year now, right?
Yeah.
And how's the ServiceNow's legacy and your experience at Google and Oracle shaped your approach?
Yeah. So I think this is ServiceNow culturally, as I said, is very customer-centric, and the idea of being humble and hungry. Right? So we are very ambitious in terms of growing while making sure we do it in the right way. So the company always puts customers first. I have never seen the customer centricity this well defined inside the company than any other place I have worked with or people I interact with. So it's a good culturally established. Fred Luddy, who was the founder of the company, he started this company at 50. There's very few entrepreneurs who start that at that age. And to grow this company over the last 20 years to around 13 billion in revenue, growing at 20%, very profitable, as well as growing and expanding in terms of capabilities, has been, I think, based on how Fred thought about this organization. Then we have a very ambitious CEO and very visionary as well with Bill McDermott, who has been really thoughtful about what kind of value we can create for customers. And he talks to customers on a regular basis to ensure that we are thinking of them first, and then building a partner ecosystem around it. So culturally, it's very thoughtful. We have gone through 3 CEO transitions and very smoothly as well. So it's very mature in this manner. Now the next phase for us is to grow in terms of scaling, mindset, scaling how we deliver things, how we do multiple things. We are doing many products today. We want to double those things as well. So how do we scale? And that's where my experience with what we've done with GCP or Oracle comes into the picture, right? We are 27,000 employees today at ServiceNow. When I left Oracle, we were 140,000. When I joined Oracle, it was probably around 10,000. So we scaled there. Same thing happened at Google. When I joined, we were probably around 15,000. By the time I left, around 50-ish for Google Cloud. So the idea is to bring that experience and the knowledge of how do you scale in a good manner. How do you make sure the customer outcomes are still delivered? What we promise to customer doesn't fail. But also bringing in the experience, bringing in the processes, bringing the scale so that we do this right. And so that's our goal right now. I mean, we are definitely been sharing what we've been doing on the AI products, for example. We have a product called Now Assist, which is our AI automation agentic-based capabilities. We have promised Wall Street it'll be $1 billion next year by itself. This year is already the first part of the year when we announced it public was $300 million already, and it's growing at a very high rate. So we're on target on that, and that requires this idea of how do you do customer success, how do you remove barriers between pre-sales, post-sales, how do you make sure engineering is thinking about customer outcomes, how do the product teams think about better experiences from a product user experiences perspective, how do you integrate things better, how do you do partner better with a lot of different vendors. We're doing some acquisitions as well. Since I've joined, we've done around 6 acquisitions, 3 at decent size, and how do you integrate them fast so that we get outcomes better. Right? So all these things require a continuous evolution. And the scale is what I'm bringing, at least from my experience from the other 2 jobs, as well as the customer centricity, as well as the humility and hungerness at ServiceNow. And this combination can really create magic, I think.
Thanks for sharing your experience, and it's great you focus on customer value creation. So that's really resonate with me. So in various conversations, you mentioned that customers only care about outcomes, not care about the complexity of models, for example. And how is ServiceNow embedding Gen AI into your platform to deliver real value?
Yeah, no, I think when I joined, there was definitely a lot of things we were trying to replicate what I could get from other third party, and then we can really make sure we go and focus on the IP ServiceNow has. Right, so our IP is, again, understanding enterprise systems, understanding business processes, integrating different things together, and making it more efficient. So we now support multiple large language models. And we let customer choose. Similarly, we integrate with various different data sources using zero-copy connectors and other things like that. We also support multiple hyperscalers. So our product can run anywhere, on-prem as well as all hyperscalers, same code base. So architecturally, the team has done a wonderful job to be able to now support all the different things which are happening in the industry and be able to build around it. And make sure the IP shines without being just kind of thinking about it being ChatGPT++. Right? So we started with Gen AI, as I said, the idea of summarization. But more and more, our investment is all around agentic workflows. So I'll give you some examples. A customer like AstraZeneca, a large drug manufacturer, they have a problem where it takes them a long time through the process when they get data from a drug trial to productize the outcome. It used to take them a long, long time because the process was cumbersome, a lot of data was missing, approvals took a lot of time, nobody knew who needed to do what. So they automated a lot of that stuff with Agentic, where they're able to now remove a lot of the barriers, get down to the specifics. The task can be automated through AI agents. And wherever human required to review or approve, they can go push it out. They have got it down for like some of the core basic business process for documentation and review to less than 30 minutes from 30 days. And these are things we're seeing, like similar Pure Storage, a large technology company, for customer service. Right? They've been able to reduce the amount of time it takes to resolve an issue. And as the case management work we do in the background, who are the people who need to solve the problem, how do we address it, be able to do multilingual, be able to do multimodal, all that stuff on the same platform has been very valuable to them as well. So a lot of these things are really how we are bringing AI, but it's not for AI's sake. A lot of customers might not even know AI is used underneath. Even though we're using a lot of this technology, we're trying to make sure our product shines by itself without worrying about it. Tomorrow, we might change some of the technologies underneath the covers, and it shouldn't matter to. Same thing we're doing with enterprise search, the idea of how do you curate the content and how you bring individual things inside people's mind, which is more curated in the business context, to the data they get from the data sources. So how we combine those things as well.
Got it. That's a great example how agentic AI fundamentally improve the customer usage process. So that's a great example. So let's switch gears a little bit, talking about the enterprise AI adoption.
Yep.
Right. So a major selling point of ServiceNow is it's a single data model and the ability to integrate disparate legacy enterprise systems. And but yet, lots of enterprises still struggle with the fragmented environment and siloed data. So sounds like ServiceNow is very well positioned to help those customers out. And so what is your plan?
Yeah, no, I think the biggest problem whenever I talk to any customer is the tech debt they've collected over years for enterprise. Again, we are very centered towards enterprise customers and the Global 2000. And they are always worried about how do you maintain what they've invested in, how do you modernize, how you integrate what you have IP in some of these areas while you're thinking about building something new. I also don't want to throw away all the experiences you build over years completely. So integrating all the systems, silo systems is important. Like today, if I look at, like, say, British Telecom, they use our HR service delivery product, where they have hundreds of thousands of employees who don't want to go and interact with HRMS, like a HR system of record. They don't want to interact with an expense system. They don't want to go and interact with the benefit system. They don't want to go and individually interact with what they might be around time and management related stuff. So what they're doing is they're using ServiceNow as this integrated experience, a system of action, which we do all the heavy lifting of integrating all those various systems together, actioning anything somebody's asking for into the systems without individual or employee having to go log into all of them, make changes to all of them, and figuring out what to do with each other, the swivel chair usually which happens, right? So first we were, of course, empowering human agents who were basically taking a phone call or a service request coming through a web or a mobile phone and making that thing happen through ServiceNow at the back end. Now that is getting now straight away to self-service using Agentic. So conversational AI or using even voice AI in a way, or a multimodal mechanism to be able to interact to all those systems through ServiceNow as the interface. And that is a big game changer for all these companies because you're starting to abstract out all these back-end systems. You don't have to worry about keeping track of all those interfaces or logins and things like that. AI agents as well as human agents are taking care of that. Right? And over time, you can even replace some of them to a maybe cost-effective or a modern environment if you choose to, because your system of action is ServiceNow. Right? And that is one example of how we've been doing this work with customers. Today, we have thousands of customers using Agentic. We have 48 use cases out of the box available, be for case management, triaging, for employee onboarding, for ticketing, for IT system requirements, security issues, or customer service when they require help for the order or the things like that. So those things come out of the box is Agentic-based, and they can deploy that, and it automatically does all the heavy lifting of integrating all the back-end systems for customers.
Got it. So in your article back in May, you observed that despite putting lots of money into AI, and enterprises actually see the AI maturity declining. And the executives start to worry about their AI projects fail to deliver any measurable ROI. And then I read another article by MIT like last month, and they found that 95% of Gen AI projects fail to deliver any measurable ROI. So what do you think of that article? And sounds like their findings align with yours.
Yeah, no, I think there is a huge amount of, no doubt, hype around AI. Also, there's a lot of excitement and interest by many companies to do a lot of work in AI. I think when I talk to a lot of the C-level execs, the first they ask me, hey, our board is asking us to do something with AI. What should I do? Where do I start? How do I do things? And can we do it fast? And that creates a lot of this issues where there's a lot of do-it-yourself projects going on. You can, I call it like spare parts, right? You take pieces of technology, and then you'll end up building all the things yourself as a company, and it's hodgepodge of stuff without any control, without any governance, without any trust or safety, and it becomes very difficult to get good results. You can't get ROI on that kind of thing because, one, everybody's trying to learn. Second, you don't know whether you're picking the right things, and the technology is changing every day. So what we've seen where success has been difficult for companies is where they're taking this mindset of spare parts, where we want to take pieces of things from everywhere and try to build everything themselves and not being able to keep up with the changes in technology, as well as not having some central way to think about how to deploy and how to manage, as well as how to do the life cycle around it. Right? So that has been the problem with all this. If you look at the MIT report, most of the failures have been companies who did not partner with other vendors who have expertise. A lot of them were do-it-yourself projects. The MIT study was pretty short, I think 60-odd number of companies they talked to, and the failure rate was the highest in companies who started things themselves and could not really get the expertise they needed, and they couldn't keep up with the changes which are going on. The ones which have been successful has been really thinking thoughtfully about how they take right kind of technologies from the right vendors who can partner with them and evolve the products for their use cases, And they can focus on the IP they bring into the companies can focus on the areas they want to improve and bring the IP from the providers who have the depth. And that combination has been successful. So we have thousands of customers today who are live and deploying because they partnered with us and other providers in the ecosystem who are experts in areas which can really help them through the life cycle of it. And I think a lot of this evolution, if it's thoughtfully done with some kind of COE kind of mindset and some control, can really be successful, and you can get the ROI. Otherwise, you will end up wasting money and time, and you'll be left behind, because I think AI is here to stay. You can't ignore it. It is going to be pervasive across every product, so you have to learn about it. And if you're going to waste time for a few years or a few months, you are just falling behind against your competitors.
Got it. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on why so many enterprises still struggling to get value out of their AI projects. So for an enterprise who just start their AI journey, your recommendation is what?
My recommendation is work with ServiceNow. No, but that would be the easy part. No, I think this idea is be thoughtful about what you are trying to do. Pick one or two projects where you can judge the outcome, and not do this idea of 1,000 flower, let 1,000 flower bloom, and all of them probably will never get the water it requires, and they all will die. So find the 2-3 projects, find the 2-3 use cases, find the right vendors to partner with. It doesn't have to be ServiceNow. There are a lot of good companies who are doing a lot of interesting work in AI, and see what meets your needs, and then work with them to do things. This is not like do it yourself, I'll experiment today, maybe something will come out tomorrow, and then we'll see where it goes. These are board level initiatives now, and you can't subject yourself to failure, and it is going to be a competitive differentiator. So find the right partners, work with them, and there's a lot of great things happening in the entrepreneur side. I mean, a lot of startups out there as well. The combination of this technology with the right use cases can make a big difference, I think.
So you have a very unusually broad role of responsibilities at ServiceNow, overseeing the product strategy, engineering execution, and the day-to-day operations. So how do you balance personally all these responsibilities?
Yeah, no, I think the way I think about any kind of strategy without execution is like a PowerPoint. It's useless. Right, so I'm not a big believer that somebody does strategy and then somebody else goes and does the execution. I think the strategy comes as part of execution, right, as a combination of work. So my job, even though it seems like the multiple roles, I think the combination of it makes it even easier for me, to be honest. If I had to go and say, you go build, you define the product, somebody else will do engineering, somebody will do operations, it's a painful process sometimes. And a lot of things take time to get done. Here we are able to do things faster because, one, we are, in my organization, we are all thinking end to end, right? And then second thing, I can build and bring a lot of good teams because of it, right? So the hiring the right people, of course I've been fortunate, we have a very good team inside my organization, but I've hired a few more people since I've joined, some leaders who can think about this breadth of things we're trying to do and how do we do it in a very agile way. And I'm a paranoid person. I want to make sure we don't miss out or lose out on something. So that's why having a full visibility across all those things makes it, to me, a better way to operate. And I find easier way to kind of deliver things. And I know what we are trying to aim for, so that then I can execute against it. So execution is an important element of anything we do. At the end of the day, if you don't release the right products at the right time and the right quality and the capability we want, all these lovely discussions are useless. So that part is a combination of things. And again, our leadership team is great. And Bill has been a great CEO who understands the value of having a very solid product organization, engineering organization. And it's a product-led company. So it makes it easier to think about this little more end-to-end for me.
Great.
And I'll ask for a raise as well. That's a different thing.
Thanks for sharing. So you have a very inspiring career in scaling enterprise platforms, delivering innovative products, and also build up a bigger organization. And for the founders in this room who are also in the process of scaling up their business and organization, what advice do you have for them?
No, I'll tell you what works for me. It doesn't mean that it'll work for everybody else. I think it's, again, focus on outcome, I think. As long as you can get customers successful, everything else adds up. A lot of times you have to pivot, and we do that as well in a big company like ServiceNow as well, right? I might start with something, and what we evolve to over 3 months, 6 months, it changes. And that's necessary in any business we are in, and especially in the AI area, which is changing every second. You have to be very aware of the changes, involve and engage with the product as well as the delivery of the products. We'll talk to customers. I mean, since I've joined 10 months, I've probably spoken to 300 customers, even though I run product and engineering, and my job is to really make sure we deliver great capabilities. Without that input, and also the second thing is the partnership, the ecosystem, right? We partner with hundreds of companies on a regular basis in every part of our stack. And I do understand interoperability. Without that, enterprise software doesn't work. You can't have a siloed product set. So I think just thinking that way, thinking product, customer first, and then working backwards in terms of what you're going to do differently every day to ensure you provide value to customers, get the right kind of outcome, and they're willing to pay you then. I think I've seen that succeed in every company I've been at because we created value for customers. And focusing on that always helps.
So we are running out of time, so we have to wrap up. Thank you for
thanks for having me. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah. Thanks so much. Thank you. Let's leave it in.
Keep it here. We can't hear you. Don't do this. Don't do this. That's all. What was that? I'll turn this one off. Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
Are you introducing this session?
Up to you.
If you are.
Okay.
Is all wooden? Mic's turned off? It's clicking so hard. Well, I think some of it's just hitting the mic.
Should we go? Well, it's a pleasure to be here and to be introducing the next session, which is going to be hosted by Vijay Narayanan. We just have so many great speakers today. I hope that your endurance is commensurate with the interestingness of everything that we're hearing. Let me pass it over to Vijay.
Thank you, Charles. Welcome, everyone. I'm Vijay Narayanan. I'm a fellow at Fellows Fund, and I've been a fellow for the last about almost 4 years now. So very excited and privileged to be with this set of technical leaders in the enterprise industry today. And as we start, just wanted to do a quick, very scientific show of hands poll. How many of us here have used an AI-powered app or tool this week? So between Monday and today, how many of us have used it at work? So pretty much everyone, okay. And so among those of us who have used at least one tool, in a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being the highest, how would you rate your experience on the tool being 9 or 10? So on the very high end of the scale. Wow, 0. All right. And how many of you would rate your experience somewhere between 6 and below? 6 and below. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. let's say maybe around 10. So, so our NPS is negative in this very, okay, so that's a good start, and I think really emphasizes the need for this panel, so would love to kick off. As we kick off, if I may request each of our panelists to introduce themselves, briefly share who you are, your role, and one sentence about your company. Harry, do you want to kick it off?
Sure. So, does this work? Okay. I'm Harry, co-founder and CEO of Motion. We are basically building an entire suite of business applications, business needs, with agents natively embedded to handle all of their client work from sales to actually doing the work for them and delivering.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Hong. I'm the VP of Design for AI at Atlassian. I was at Replit before. The short version I would describe Atlassian is teamwork AI.
Hey, everybody. I'm Hemel. I work on the product team at OpenAI, and I look after ChatGPT for work. So it sounds like I need to get some feedback from all of you on the sixes and the lows.
Hey, this is Vasu. I'm Chief Data and AI Officer for Scientific. In Scientific, our focus is to make AI ready for enterprises and consumers. We do that with a bunch of human-in-the-loop experts spread across 200 languages, 100+ domains with 1 million people across the globe to help curate, validate, and benchmark the LLM models.
Hey everyone, Matan, head of product at Writer. Writer is an end-to-end agentic platform built for the enterprise. Our sole focus is Fortune 500 and Global 2000s, and we work with the majority of both of these lists. We own from the model layer to the RAG layer to the guardrails to the application, and then also to the solution and deployment. Enterprises, if you give them just an API, don't know what to do with it. They need help when it comes to change management, and that's where we come in.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So as we kick off, let's start with just understanding what are the different types of interactions between humans and AI, right? So we can broadly, I think, have about 5 different types. The first one is where the human is the driver, right? And we use AI as and when needed. And we do this deliberately, and we are in full control of how we use the AI, when we use it, what goes in, what comes out, we curate the output, everything. The second mode, and this is, I think, broadly called as an operator mode. The second mode, I would imagine, is more like a collaborator, maybe as a junior collaborator, where the human still is figuring out most of the work to be done, and the AI helps the human in a few tasks. Sort of human plus AI behavior. The third stage, I would imagine, is something like a consultant, where it's still human and the AI, but the AI does more and more of the tasks individually, and is the human is consulting the AI, the AI is consulting the human more as peers. The fourth one could be something like an approver mode, where the AI does most of the work, but still checks in with the human before it takes some critical actions on behalf of the humans, typically called as the human on the loop. And the last stage is full autonomy, where the AI is operating by itself, and literally the human is out of the loop here, right? So we're just observing the AI doing its thing and periodically checking how it did. So if you look at these 5 different ends, 5 different points in the spectrum of how the human and the AI systems can collaborate, would love to hear from maybe all of you, each of you, what your thoughts are, and what are the types of design patterns you think are appropriate for these stages, and even how do we design these design patterns so that the human AI design collaboration can move seamlessly across these stages. So what are you learning? What are your thoughts around this? I'm sure if this is, as the first question in our panel, would appreciate to hear from this from all of you. So maybe Matan Paul, do you want to start from your end and then?
Yeah, my microphone was taken, so I'm sorry. We'll have to share. So if I selfishly, if I look at our focus as a company and the work we're doing in the enterprise space, our belief that across all of these, as the same as with any new technology, is about transparency and trust, and how do you build that? And while the technology and the experience are still new, we default to more rather than less information up front in the user's eyes, so they can validate, some call it hallucination, whatever, but the point here is, how do you build that trust between the user and then the AI or the agent or whatever? And it's all for the goal of, as you establish that trust, then you can start obfuscating things more to the background while you also deploy more widespread into the organization. I would say that is high level. It doesn't matter if it's like type 1 or type 5 agent or AI, that's like the approach we've taken. And as we come to new, let's say, clients or businesses or opportunities, you see that gradual maturity of them when it comes to the trust in the system itself. It's like you're rewiring the enterprise to accept that this thing is actually working. Luckily for all of us, it's a little maybe easier because we're all using also AI in our private lives, so it's not like completely scratched. But enterprise has this little thing called IT and CISO and InfoSec that does require those things to also happen from a compliance and so on. So that's the kind of stuff that is really, really important as we think about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So we also view exactly it's a journey of trust. Okay. So it starts with the data, what you do with the data. We make sure that the data has to be unbiased, and we should be able to validate each one of those things with a human in the loop for everything. As it more matures into the collaborator and this thing, the human oversight is important. That's where design patterns like the policy-based controls and the observability and explainability becomes the cornerstone of the thing. And as it goes into more autonomous, then it is primarily you apply oversight based on the risk-based. Is a low risk, it becomes a little bit more autonomous. When at a high risk, human oversight is needed. And for everything, the explainability and the reasoning is the key. And we need to keep every audit logs and everything to build the trust as we mature the AI agents from through the maturity curve. And that's what we do. And everywhere the human oversight is needed to make it much more reliable. Then only the trust becomes the key in adoption.
I really love the way that you outline the 5 stages of how you can go and build starting from basics all the way up to autonomy. I think that as builders, we get so excited about you have new technology and you want to go straight to level 5, just straight to automation overall. And it's really tough when you're introducing new technologies to users to actually earn their trust of what you're putting out there and what you're designing are actually going to earn you the right to get to that. So the thing that I really think about is start very simple. And I think if you start simple, especially with explainability, you're going to earn the right to get from that first stage to that 5th stage overall. From there, I think this was already mentioned, but there are the 3 T's of then how you can go and design, which is 1, what is the actual tasks that you are designing around? Right? Do you have the right set of data? Do you have the right set of scope and box? And do you have the right set of KPIs to go and evaluate? Are you actually doing something that is meaningfully improving when you introduce AI? Second, do you have the right trust? Right? So do you have the right evals, and do you have the right way to make sure that you have a good trusted system of what's happening? I think third is then, do you have the right tethers? So we talked about whether that's human in the loop or whether that's the auditability, whether that's for the end customer or for you as a builder going on. I really think about starting simple and then just making sure you're choosing the right task, you can build in the right trust, and you can build in the right tethers as you think about that walk from the 1st stage to the 5th stage.
Yeah, I just want to plus one everything these wonderful folks said about trust and just build on that. But I think one thing from a design principle, I always think it's important to be able to go through that spectrum of abstraction and really identify what is it you're trying to do. I'll give you an example is like if you're driving a car and you have full self-driving versus like manual driving, if I'm driving I-5 down like through all these like cow farms and through Bakersfield, I may just want it fully autonomous, but if I'm going down Highway 1 through Big Sur, I want to actually experience that and use that, and we all have tasks in our daily lives or at work that has that sort of principle. So that's how I like to think about it. It's like it's very contextual. So for us, whether it's like you can always like use Gen AI to write a Jira work item, but if you actually want to be doing the work yourself, there is that personal control based on what the thing you're trying to do, where you can flip and turn those as if they're different gears too.
Harry?
To add on to what David said, I fully agree with that. It depends on the context, right? I kind of, like, if you think about it, like, there are some stuff that's already at, like, L4, almost L5, right? I kind of think about this on two dimensions. It's like, one dimension, you could think from 0 to 10, it's like, how good is AI at this? Like, how accurate is AI at this? And the other dimension is like, how safe is this task, right? It's like for example, right? That's also from 0 to 10. And for example, if you're sending like a wire of like $2 million, yeah, that task is extremely unsafe. That's like a 0 on that spectrum. Versus if you're just generating some text, that's like very safe task. That's a 10 on the spectrum. And you kind of like multiply these two, right? Like, how good is AI at it? How accurate is AI at it? Multiply by like, how safe is this task? That's kind of like, basically the higher that number, the less like, the less you have to tell the human, right? And the lower that number is, the more you have to surface that to the human, because like, AI is not as good, and it's also not as safe to perform that.
Yeah. So the one common theme that emerged in all of your answers is the notion of trust, where it's almost as if the AI has to earn the trust of the humans. And Harry, really liked your point there about thinking about this, you don't have to earn trust in every task. There are certain tasks, it might be calibrated according to the risk factor of the tasks. So thanks for that. So now just drilling into this next level, right? So if we think that, okay, trust and transparency and these AI systems, in a sense, having to earn the trust of humans is core, then what design patterns can we build in our AI systems so that they can earn the human trust? Of course, maybe calibrated to different tasks differently. What design patterns do you see succeeding, failing, or are we still in the experimentation mode where we are still figuring it out? Anybody else? David, Harry, Vasu? Any of you guys want to take that?
The common patterns which is actually emerging as the use case basis. The first one is the policy and guardrail engines, which is primarily you actually create a policy based on the vector. There are essentially two vectors. One is the accuracy of the AI engine itself, the risk it is taking, and how safe it is in terms of this thing. Then the second one is, which is common, which is coming, especially when the complexity is moving from more deterministic to more probabilistic. Then you will get something like a chain of debate kind of a stuff, where you validate 1 or 2 or 3 results coming from multiple agents and see what is the probabilistic nature of it. But the common pattern in implementing the chain of debate is the data silos that will come later, that we need to figure it out, because that becomes an additional information that provides or that conforms to a decision, or that is, for example, if I'm here a gunshot, I look for a video where that gunshot has happened, and then to corroborate the evidence and see whether there is chances of improving the false positive. So these are all patterns which is emerging. And we have also seen, especially when in a high-risk environment, the controlled deployment or a limited deployment happens, to see how the system is performing in a real time, in a real world scenarios. And we have seen multiple places where a limited rollout gives a lot more rules and policies to be enforced upon it. What we call it as a sandbox dry run or a limited deployment that happens as in. These are all the common patterns which we have seen in terms of it. With chain of debates is becoming much more predominant in terms of resolving the queries, and it also provides human judgment. That's how the human actually takes the decision. So that's the design patterns is emerging.
I'd like to think about this as if you were hiring a intern or just a new employee in the office. What are some things that you would employ in place to know that this was actually working well and earning your trust? And if you have like a new employee in the office, you typically say, when they do a task, explain your thinking. I think this is the chain of debate or chain of thought. And so if we look at some of the way like foundational models have evolved over time, it's trying to do a better job of explaining, here's what I'm actually looking up, here's what I'm doing. And I think that that pattern should continue to evolve to say, I can actually understand what you're doing, how you're thinking, how you're reasoning through this as a way to earn your trust. Two, I think this was very much what you were sharing around, just like there's a rubric of different types of tasks and actions that you can go and take. So if you were just doing something where it's text-based and you were pulling in information and kind of synthesizing and reading, that's probably not something where you would typically ask an employee to go and check in with you before they actually go and take the next step. But if they were going to go and take all that information, synthesize it, and send it out or write action to something else, you'd probably want some confirmation on, can you explain your thinking and make sure you get my confirmation before I go and do something. And these are two that are user-facing, but then there are the ones that are internal, right? So if we had the same type of employee, how would we know that they have the right rubric, that they're asking the right questions, that they're focusing on the right things, and that they're making progress? And so I think this is where evals, especially in like the product building days, are becoming more and more important. Do you have the right ways to check that this is doing what you want it to do, or you know when it went off track, why? And can you make sure that you can course correct for future patterns overall?
Yeah. So chain of debates, asking it to explain when needed, and evals, right? Putting them into your systems earlier on. Thank you. So on that, so just drilling into this, I think somebody mentioned here, hey, there's I think Harry, you mentioned there's a spectrum of risks as well. It's not just spectrum of autonomy, there's a spectrum of risks. And it's really a matrix, and you have to figure out what level of autonomy you want to operate in tasks with certain level of risks. So on that, where should we draw this line? Because there is this notion about, hey, we want AI to sometimes become very subliminal, being part of the environment, ambient AI, so it just blends into the background, etc. And then in some cases, you really want it to not do that. You really want to know this is happening, and these are the areas of risk where I don't trust you enough. I want you to explain to you, etc. How do you think about this, especially in terms of product design? So maybe David, if you want to chime in on some of
Yeah, I kind of describe with AI, we're in this era where we're in this geomorphic era, right? For like when the iPhone was launched, glass device, multi-touch interaction, you needed these sort of patterns that were quite literal for people to kind of understand like how the system works. There's probably something with cloud computing the same when people started seeing file sync for the first time. I think AI is still in that state right now where like because the level of comprehension for certain people using AI is highly variable, there needs some sort of like some sort of caveat or some way to preface that you're using AI, because it may be like user understanding, it could be compliance, and like other things that are important as well too. The other thing I'll add too is just like, yeah, that spectrum of risk, something that really resonates. And I think while you think about that, you have to balance the end user experience too, because if you like optimized for full transparency, showing all the logs, and you're doing that in something that feels more like a lightweight consumer experience, that could be that could result in being a bad experience of showing everything. But if you're trying to do something that's a little bit deeper work, you might have you might show like low abstraction of that and just really show everything when you're doing an audit. So yeah, I think like AI is still in its geomorphic era, and like we're still trying to get people to to have the training wheels on and kind of learn like these are the things. Like we have people in this room who live and breathe this stuff, right? But people who are using it in the workplace, it's still a new concept.
Anyone else? Sorry. Okay. So moving on. So enterprises, pretty much all enterprises today are figuring out how do we weave AI into their daily work processes and workflows and systems. So AI is obviously this new modern technology. It's the next generation, even after cloud and all these things, has its own, I would say, advantages, but also has obviously huge potential, but also has a lot of quirks. And so when we try to build or bring in AI into classical legacy software systems, enterprise systems, how do you see that journey going now? What challenges do you see? What patterns do you think is working? Any best practices? Does anyone want to take that? Yeah, Martin?
Yeah, so I think we treat these enterprises as like these mythical creatures almost. I think, yes, I think first and foremost there's this general problem in the Valley that we think we know best. These companies got to where they got with like blood, sweat, and tears, and they know their business very well. There's a reason why they're a Global 2000 or Fortune 500, whatever index you want to use. And I think some level of being humble when you come in is really important. I think also sitting with them and truly understanding what they're trying to do. Now, you might think that their workflows are insane and you don't agree with them, but there's a lot of like organizational history of why certain things are done this way. It could be regulation, it could be whatever. And I think really understanding that and trying to understand where AI can come in is extremely important, because if you overshoot or miss that first entry point, you don't just damage your own option, you damage probably the whole industry within this organization. And you know, some of you, I'm sure all of you have seen the MIT report, which is the newest report in many other reports about how we're all stuck in POC land and no agents are deployed. And so, and yes, there are these stories, but I mean, I know for mine and the other people, some of the other people on stage, there are also a lot of stories where agents are deployed in production, making tremendous impact in enterprise. I think the other thing, what we've seen to be really, really valuable is we actually knowingly, when we come in, we work on the gnarliest, most disgusting use cases in the company. And the reason is, and there's other companies that do this, to be clear, but like, because what we found is if we like unlock that use case, then the expansion within the org is trivial. And we work very closely with a stakeholder, and we agree on what are the criteria for success, because we don't want the goalpost to move after the fact. So we're like, what are we looking to achieve here? What are we looking to accomplish? And we do it either through our solutions team or with a partner like Accenture, KPMG, Deloitte, it doesn't really matter. And we work with them. The other thing is, and this is detrimental to us as an industry, and I see this in every conversation we have, is we need to re-educate the client. And what do I mean by that? I think ChatGPT is a great product, but I think it's the best and worst thing that happened to AI, because now everyone thinks that AI is chat, and there's an element of when we come in to like drag them out of that mindset and show like that chat is one interface to interact with AI, but there's other means when you start driving change in the organization and really showing them the art of the possible with these models. And I think that's like where there's a lot of time spent, which is you need to force them to think outside of like this co-pilot experience to something that is more elevated and can drive more ROI.
Yeah.
All great points. I just wanted to add a few things, right? The challenge what we see in the legacy systems, which are all more like deterministic system, right? It does the job. There is a predictability, there is a repeatability of the task every time, whether it is an ERP or a CRM. But when we move into the AI, it is a probabilistic nature of the decisioning. So what the main challenge we see, apart from the change management and the use case part of it, is it exposes the data silos. Because for every decision making, for example, if my credit scores, for example, is say greater than 750, approving a loan doesn't require a great thing. But when I am taking like a 600 to 700 thing between the score, then I need to consider additional data points for what is the risk of what I am taking. And that's how the human judge. That's where it starts with integrating the data silos and training the model to make that happen so that it becomes much more moving towards a probabilistic decision making, right? And that's where, as rightly said, it moves from a suggestive chatbot interactive thing to a much more task that can automate, that can assist in the decision making and moving towards that. That is how we need to do that. The second major challenge in terms of probabilistic decision making is you need to have a very strong RLHF kind of a thing. And what RLHF does, the human feedback does, is all the context at which a human takes a decision has to be created through a knowledge graph or an explainability, how the data has to be corroborated and all of the stuff. So that needs to be teaching. And that is the second major hurdle for enterprises to do it. How do I take this context, which is all built over a period of years, to do that? So we see embedding AI into this thing, it's not a wiring issue, it is a mindset change issue in terms of how do we do it, and it starts with integrating with data silos, creating an RLHF, a robust RLHF, which is for the thing, capturing the knowledge and transferring that knowledge into a knowledge graph that can aid the decision making. That's how we will move from a deterministic thing to a probabilistic systems.
Yeah. Well, so you brought up an interesting point about integrations with data. But I assume, especially in enterprise, the business processes integrate not just with data, but with different applications and with different other systems of record or engagement systems as well. And especially in the last year or two, we have seen a lot of startups emerge in this space, each one trying to solve one piece of this problem. So as an enterprise, as a customer, do we expect these agents to go integrate with every one of my systems in order to be useful, or are there any patterns or any frameworks we can use to simplify that? Harry, I know you guys have been looking at SMBs for, obviously you're spending a lot of time with SMBs, so where SMBs are probably using half a dozen other applications as well. So how do you think about this?
Yeah, so we most, for context, we serve SMB and mid-market. We don't really serve enterprise, so we serve businesses of less than 500 employees. And the fact that, so I was just chatting with a business that has about 50 employees last week, and they were trying to evaluate a separate AI agent, like an AI marketing agent, an AI sales agent, like a support agent, right, or AI admin agent for each one of their departments. And each of their agent has to integrate with pretty much all of their applications to get the data in order to work. And they're just how are we ever gonna get this thing to work? We have all these applications and we have all these separate agents from all the different vendors who need to integrate with all the applications. And I think for enterprise, the answer is forward-deployed engineers, right? These Fortune 500, they can afford millions of dollars. Startups will send, or vendors will send in dozens of forward-deployed engineers to solve this exact problem for them. But the thing is, small businesses, whether you're 20, 50, or 200 people, you can't afford that, you can't do that. So I think what's gonna happen is I think the end state needs to be the application, the platform layer, data layer, agent layer, especially for the non-enterprises, it needs to be offered from a single place. They all need to be natively embedded and integrate with each other. And I think it's either the legacy applications that are going to start building great agents right inside the applications, or the new agent companies will build the applications themselves. But I don't think the state of like a bunch of agents need to integrate with a bunch of applications and you need a ton of forward deploy engineers to do all that work, that will just not work, especially for SMBs and mid-market. So yeah, I think the end state is gonna be that.
So, what's your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation is use Motion, but that's exactly our thesis, right? Because at the end of the day, you want to build the best agent for your customers, and we all know the best agent requires the data and the context, and also requires the platform. Because it's much more magical for an agent when the agent is natively embedded in the platform's UI UX. Like, you're doing sales, and then there's a button right there to like, oh, let's pull all the data from this client from everywhere, right? It's like, and it's very magical for it to be right inside UI UX, embedded directly, built from the ground up. So.
Yeah.
So I agree with a caveat. I actually think building agents is not the problem. Like, there's hundreds of frameworks, and there will continue being hundreds of frameworks. That's not where the big challenge is. I think the challenge here is, if you sit with any CIO of a large company, they are absolutely terrified, not sleeping at night, to allow agents into their organization. And it's not about how to build the agents, it's about how to scale. If you think of a large bank, 100,000 employees, it's not unheard of that they will have 50, 60, 100, 200,000 agents running around. That's never going to happen today, because our whole mindset when we think about security is still stuck in the constructs of APIs and machines, rather than, I have a really bad intern that can burn my business if I don't pay attention, especially if I have 100 or 200,000 of them without access control and permissioning. And I think that's the big challenge for us as we think of how to make agents from like a novelty that looks magical on Twitter to like game-changing for B2B in general, but especially in B2B enterprise. And it's about supervision and how to scale that. And whether it's a single platform or multiple platforms, I don't know, but like, I have opinions, but I don't know. And I think anyone also predicting what would happen in AI is a bit fallacy given the pace that the industry is moving. But again, we sit with CIOs in healthcare, finance, life sciences, and they're absolutely terrified. They all want agents. They just would need help from all of us to think how they can scale it. It's like getting 1 or 2 agents is not the issue. Going to 10,000, 100,000, that's where the challenge is. No one's going to review trillions lines of logs every day. Like, there needs to be a whole mind shift on how we do this. And funny enough, actually, if you start thinking about agents as humans, you're actually or conceptually humans, you're hitting a really interesting snag, because one of the problems we have in large organizations is scale. Like, managing 100,000 employees it's actually a really hard problem. So now what you're saying is a company that's 10,000 employees with 50,000 agents all of a sudden turned to a 60,000 employee company. So you're reorganizing the whole way the organization works. What does it mean to monitor that? What does it mean to scale it? How do you allocate tasks? And it's like a completely different way of structuring the organization that I just think we have not thought of, especially if we think of like, I'm not talking about like the top 100 companies in the world, but I'm talking like the longer tail of like the 5,000 companies, 10,000 companies in the world. It's just like a completely different mind shift. And I think that's where the big challenge is right now.
Thanks, Martin. I completely agree with you that organizational challenges and at scale, and how do we look at humans plus agents at that scale brings with it its own complexity. But before we even get to organizational, I want to maybe still stay at the level of the processes and the workflows and the deterministic nature of some of these business processes today, right? I mean, to first order, the APIs in an enterprise are deterministic, whereas AI does provide a lot of flexibility and fungibility. So how do we think about designing systems? When should we enforce the structure and the rigidity that comes out of that comes from very deterministic APIs, and when should we leverage this level of fungibility or some additional flexibility that AI gives? David, if you want to.
Yeah, it's just interesting when I kind of hear this conversation. It just makes me realize like how much like working with AI agents is just as much as working with a human being. Like you onboard someone, you give them context, you give instructions. Over time, there's this built intuition and built familiarity with the team that they're working with. You know, as far as like the AI context, there's probably things that you can have to build that additional context and that simulated intuition that can really be factors, right? This is maybe like the specific memory and context they have with the people they're working with, right? Like, and we've talked a lot about how important that graph and that context is important, but I think that's the thing, right? There's no like, at least from my perspective, there's no like, you just fully turn it on or off, but like the same way that we've been practicing, you know, agile for like 2 decades is that incremental like feedback loop. And I think that's how you think about whether it's an automation or an agent you're building, like that dial of determinism that you want to have is going to be like really important to me. That signal consistency can then build trust over time.
So I think, Manipal, you mentioned earlier, you referenced this recent report from MIT that I think was a fairly interesting observation. But what signals do you think we can use today to even measure the successes or lack thereof of agents and AI systems within enterprises? Hemal, any thoughts? What do you guys use in OpenAI, for instance?
This might be so simplistic, but for me, it's still very much usage. I think that we are still so novel from like an early technology that enters into the workplace. We look at typical SaaS, lots of people get seats to provision for them, and they never actually use them overall. So it's really, do you actually even log in every day? Do you ask questions, or do you hire us for different tasks? Then there's like depth of tasks. Now for us, we don't actually have the chance to go and look at user data, especially when you use a lot of our business or enterprise or API products. So this is really going to sit down with admins to understand what are the reasons that people actually ask for tools in the workplace that are AI native. But on top of that, I actually really think the point about CIOs and trust is massive. Who is actually pushing for adoption in the workplace? And if it is not somebody actually at the top, whether it is the CEO saying that this is actually a mandate for the company, or it isn't a recommended tool that CIOs actually feel comfortable provisioning, you are going to have a blocker where you're always going to be stuck in deployment land. I think that this is correct, where if you look at 9 out of 10 deployments are typically stuck because they actually haven't really deeply understood why do these companies not get a chance to go and deploy AI in the workplace. It's very rarely that it's not that you couldn't figure out how to connect to a legacy system. I think the Valley is very good at solving those super gnarly problems. We just are really bad at paying attention to the basics of, tell me why, again, you have to have auditability for that regulator over there who's going to then fine you hundreds of thousands of dollars around it. So it really comes down with just basic usage and who is typically driving, adopting, or blocking the next person from getting the adjacent seat.
Good. Anyone else?
No, I totally agree. I think 100%. I couldn't. Yeah, I think the only other thing is that as you guys think about this, like really understanding the pain point and also being comfortable to say, you don't need AI here. Like, you just don't need AI. Like, you should just use something else. And being humble enough to tell the clients, there's things that we're very good at. Here you can probably use like a basic NLP rule engine, and being okay with that. You might lose the deal, but you will gain the respect of the client, so that when they do actually are ready to tackle these use cases, they'll come back to you. And I think that's fine. Like, it's better than, so that's that. On what are the signals, I think Again, similar here, we don't look at input and output of customers at all. That's the nature of enterprise. But seeing things like usage, which is more like token consumption, for example, I think depth of usage in the sense, because there's a professional services element, so understanding the use cases and how ingrained they are versus something which is more like, I don't know, a co-pilot, which is like, yeah, changing the model in the back end is not that big of a lift, but something that's much more interconnected within the fabric of the organization. And push comes to shove is renewal and expansion. So like new use cases, more seats. Yes, you want to see if those seats actually use the license, but more seats. So those are all the factors to look at.
I was going to say also inherently too, like workplaces are inherently social, and especially for trying to introduce productivity gains. Like I think the virality of how fast does something go wall to wall is like a really good measurement. Like if somebody has a tip or a trick at work, typically it is known within the organization pretty quickly. And I think some of the best tools do spread very organically because they're viral. And so looking at some of the traditional consumer-led metrics around K-factors is another one that is really good. Are you actually solving something, or are people sharing it because they're able to focus less on drudgery and more on judgment?
Correct. So perhaps shifting gears and really looking at maybe the role of design in the evolution of this transformation of AI agents as maybe separate tools to now starting to become more and more teammates or collaborators more deeply. Harry, David, especially you guys, I know, David, you are in the design function in Atlassian, and then Harry, you're designing a lot of these products for a different segment of the companies, right? The mid-market and the SMBs. What can design do, design as a function do to sort of support this shift of taking these AI systems from classical tools or applications to really becoming more and more teammates in the future? That's, I think, a little bit more around product evolution and how do we navigate this transition.
Yeah, I think we recently launched a study at Atlassian on AI collaboration. We found that like 96% of companies haven't felt the transformation, even though adoption has doubled. So people are using it more, but they're not seeing the ROI, and it makes you wonder like why. And it's probably we're still in our mental model and constructs on how workflows happen, right? So what's probably happening is people are generating more like emails using Gen AI, the other person on the other side summarizing it, and they're sending it back. And I think the role that design can really play, or like design, like capital D, lowercase d, just the intentionality of how you think about it is like, what is that ideal sort of like working relationship you want to have with AIs, right? I think a lot of times people kind of naturally fall to this default of like, hey, it's this anthropomorphic type of person that sits next to you. It's like when television was first introduced, and the television shows were just people sitting at the radio station, and you're seeing the video. Like the behaviors have not like been pushed and innovated. And I think the thing that like I'm just an optimist at heart. So I think for me, like what's exciting is just like what is possible of just like living this future and sharing it with our customers. Like what are the new roles that are going to develop from this type of design with this like collaboration with your AI teammates?
Got it. So today, a lot of these AI systems tend to be more text focused, right? To first order, it's more language models and language focused. I assume, especially as we go forward, multimodal interactions, right? Human agent interactions are probably going to become a lot more commonplace. Any thoughts on what patterns or what interactions might be needed there? I think, David, you mentioned earlier that we are still figuring out what those actions and primitives are. Any thoughts on this? Maybe Hemal, if you want to.
Yeah, I get really excited for, ironically, moving away from text-based in many different ways. I think that multimodal will fundamentally change how we interact with AI. The most simplistic form that I can think about is if we relate it back to how we engage with humans, we do some of this, but a lot of it is being able to speak, right? So you can hear, what do I really care about? Like, what am I accentuating when I talk? Or you can, like, what do I really spend a lot of time focusing on? What do I keep describing over and over and over again? If you had the ability to go and see, you can literally go and point to something to be like, this is actually what I'm looking at and what I'm doing. Or you can use hand gestures to make sure that you can interact with systems overall. And so when I think about what multimodal will do, it's really collapsing the instruction task of when I tried to go and work with AI. What are some different ways that it can actually truly understand what is important to me? Because as we all know, we always say this, that communication is very much not as much of what you say, but what else they can infer and understand about what you're doing and how you're spending time. So to me, it's actually going to be one of the biggest unlocks of how we interact, whether it's in a work or a non-work perspective. I'm really looking forward to that future.
Yeah. I'm sure all of us are as well. Harry, maybe one last question for you. Just projecting 2-3 years down the line, when we have a large number of agents and they're floating around in enterprises, what new challenges or unforeseen things you think might emerge? Are there any early lessons that we are learning today from large-scale deployments that you're seeing?
I think two things. I think one of you touched on this, which is the first thing is role-based access control is really hard to get right. It was already really hard to get right with humans. And now with agents, 100 times more agents than humans, it's just really, really hard, right? The simplest example is actually prompt injection. When your agent has in different phases of executing a workflow, what tools do you have access to? It's prompt injection is still an unsolved problem. And so yeah, I don't have a great solution to role-based access control, but I hope OpenAI or one of you figure something out. Obviously you put guardrails, right? You put strict guardrails, there's a way to solve it, but I don't think it's a great way to solve it right now. I think the other thing is I kind of mentioned a little bit. It's how it's kind of in data science, before AI, when you are doing data science, you're really spending 90% of the time just getting the data and cleaning up the data. You're only spending 10% of the time doing data science. Right now, on large scale enterprise agent deployment, or even just deploying to SMBs, right? 90% of the time are not spending building an actual agent. Building an actual agent is actually very easy if you have a very great orchestration or agent builder, right? 90% of the time is spent plugging into legacy systems, getting all the data cleaned, getting all the context in the right format. 90% of the time is spent over there. So yeah, I think that just needs to be a lot easier through any set of solutions. I think MCP could be one. I think in general data interpretability needs to go up. Another way is just especially for smaller companies, building magical all-box solutions where the platform agents are integrated. So yeah.
Thank you. This has been a fantastic discussion, and I'm sure we can go on for at least another hour, but unfortunately, I think Chris just told me that we are out of time. But before we wrap up, just maybe if each of you can just say one sentence or a one-liner about the takeaways that you would like to leave us with in this panel. Martin, Paul, do you want to start?
AI is hard.
AI is hard, okay. NP hard?
Yeah, I would like to see the agent being human-driven to human-aligned. That's very important. Being autonomous, but never unaccountable. It has to be accountable for all the actions. So that's how the agent should evolve to gain the trust.
Okay. Accountable, okay.
I think a lot of technology with AI is really bringing it back down to how do we interact human to human and figure out how we can mimic that in the workplace.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, it's just to kind of build on what Hemel said. Like, work is social and collaborative, and people want to have that sense of impact and purpose. How do you build the AI systems around that really elevate that human experience?
Harry?
I want to repeat that building AI agents is very hard. I think I'm a very long-term optimist. I think it's like, I think in a very short term, I think people are overestimating a little bit on what agents can accomplish. There's still a lot that needs to be built. Data interoperability just being 1% of the puzzle, like, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for all of your inputs today.
Thank you.
And thanks, everyone. And I'm sure we'll be happy to chat offline as well. Thank you.
Well, where's one? I don't even have number one. Okay.
Check. Let's try that, huh? Thank you. You have to share. That's all right. Are you going to share it until we get this figured out? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, we'll get started. Thanks everyone for joining. I think we have a great panel today. In our pre-brief, I tried to create some sort of adversarial questions, but unfortunately everybody really gets along well here. So I'll try to poke them a little bit, but I think we're all ending up being friends here. So thanks everyone for coming. I'm Ali Gulshan. I'm part of NVIDIA right now. Prior to that, I was a CEO co-founder for a company named Gretel that NVIDIA acquired. I'll try to moderate this group of brilliant folks, but why don't we just start it down here, do some introductions, and go from there.
Hi everyone, this is Barish. I'm the product lead for AI at Snowflake. Been there over the last 2 years, and before that had a startup that got acquired, and then Google. It's good to be here.
I'm Robert. In grad school, started an open source project called Ray, which is widely used for scaling compute-intensive AI workloads like reinforcement learning, post-training, inference, multimodal data processing, things like that, and started Anyscale to commercialize Ray.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Jitendra. I lead Azure AI Foundry Models team. We're responsible for scaling our OpenAI models and models from other families, both in our internal co-pilots and on our Azure platform.
Hello, my name is Zhe. I'm a distinguished engineer at NVIDIA, focusing on providing infrastructure support for NVIDIA's research labs. Right now, actually, I'm building a new team to revamp the compute and data infra for NVIDIA's robotics research project called GROOT. GROOT aims to building foundation models for humanoid robots. If you remember in GTC's, Jensen would kind of demo with the humanoid robots. So we're aiming for a new release for this year's, next year's GTC, so stay tuned.
Hiring?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we'll just start at that end. So I think it's really great for folks to sort of hear and see what you guys are doing. So maybe as a starting point, if you can give us sort of a sliver of what the life and the day of your world looks like, especially immersed so deeply into AI, and what does that actually look like in practice?
Yeah, happy to get started. So I think robotic research is kind of different from large language models. One important aspect is data. Robotics data is very heavy. It incorporates video data, robot actions, and human teleoperators. I think that makes the compute much more complex. Actually, I need to mention that before NVIDIA, I worked with Robert on the Ray project. Yes, we heavily leverage Ray in collecting data, processing data, and do the model training. In model training, one thing to note is that we need to make sure the model is small and specific enough to fit in the robots. And also another important thing is evaluation. Later, I hope we have time to talk about this in the entire loop of scaling AIs. So in robotic research, after training the model, we first run the model through simulation-based evaluation and then real robot arm-based evaluation. So I think this circle pretty much represents many of the challenges in scaling and governing next stage of AI, like the subject of the panel indicates.
Thanks. Yeah, in my role, I spend time in two big things. One is keeping up with all the innovation, model innovation going on in the industry. You know, we have a goal of shipping the same models that OpenAI has, or even Grok, that our Azure customers have on the same day, as well as our application platforms have on the same day. So I spend a lot of time thinking about how do we build a platform so that our platform customers and our application customers have the best of latest model innovation. Second is, as you know, this GPU infrastructure is quite capital intensive, so we spend a lot of time thinking about how do we efficiently use this, all the big investments we're making. How do we make sure we have most optionality on these things, from model choice to what other workloads we could run, how do we schedule these things most efficiently? That's where I spend a lot of time. If you want to geek out about inference optimization, happy to chat after that.
So I was CEO of the company, of the startup, for a number of years, and hired a new CEO about a year ago. And since then, I've been more focused on product and our open source community. And day in the life, it's like very varied. I spend a lot of time with customers and our open source users, learning about their use cases, helping them work through issues. I spend a lot of time just actually, writing code, using our product, like building AI applications, and using that experience to kind of inform our roadmap and our just user experience. And I think, yeah, AI, we'll probably talk about AI tools later, but coding tools have enabled me to actually do a lot more engineering than I otherwise would be able to.
Okay, and just for everyone, I'm going to ask you what your favorite AI tool is, and it can't be anything from your own company. So you have until the end to think about that.
At Snowflake, we think a lot about data, of course. Snowflake is the data platform. A lot of our customers want us to bring AI to run next to data. And to be able to use AI, you have to spend a lot of time to bring the data together, to govern it so that AI can run efficiently and in a secure environment. So the types of things that we build are, one is to be able to use AI really easily as part of Snowflake's SQL engine. So we build AI directly into that engine, make it easy to process data, and build large-scale kind of analytics for classification, extraction, and so forth. And we also help our customers build agents, what we're calling data agents, to be able to orchestrate structured and unstructured data lookup to reason across all the data set that kind of they have access to through Snowflake. So a day in a life is all about kind of thinking about how the products need to evolve, as well as talking to lots of customers.
So that's a great transition. Let's talk about data. And one of my sort of favorite phrases is your AI is only as good as your data. And I think that really holds true, especially now that we are seeing this sort of major shift where we're going for, more or less, we're going from general purpose AI tools, models, to highly specialized models, tools, data, essentially like what enterprises or organizations need to do internally to get to very specific outcomes. And those specific outcomes, the data could be siloed, it could be limited, it could be biased, it could be incredibly difficult to put together. One of the things we certainly experience is that companies that have even stored data for a very, very long time, they didn't store it in a way that was optimized or built to be used in AI. Nobody sort of foresaw this. So there's a lot of complexities in data. And ultimately, data bottleneck problems tend to be one of the largest pillars for sort of inhibiting projects from actually getting success. Whether that's data for building or from where we've seen from building very custom or sort of unique benchmarks or evaluations you need. So I would love to hear from each of you sort of how do you think about data in sort of a specialized world, and where do you see bottlenecks, and what are your sort of focuses to solve for those?
Maybe I can start. So I think a lot about data from the compute side of things, right? So with Ray, we spend a lot of time trying to scale compute-intensive workloads. And you use compute to get value out of data, right? Companies have had large amounts of data for a long time, and have always asked the question of how do I, process this data? How do I just get insights out of my data? And of course, I think one of the dominant paradigms for doing this today, for really getting value out of data, is to run SQL queries on your data, or simple, or analytics on your data. And that works. It's extremely powerful, and there's a lot you can do there, and that's like, going to become even more powerful as AI gets better. But I think the new thing that we are seeing is the rise of multimodal data, in the sense of there are all sorts of types of data that historically are just kind of difficult to work with, like a PDF or a video or an audio recording or just a text document, where there's a lot of, in principle, there's a lot of information in it. Like there's a lot of value. The question is not about whether the value is there. The question is how to get the value out, right? Because you can't just at least naively run a SQL query on your video, right? So the question, I think the thing that has been changing is that you're starting to have really good multimodal models, right? Whether it's simple embedding models, or just like vision language models, or other powerful models that can make use of all different types of data. And so now you can, ask questions about a video, or you can start analyze a PDF, or do all of these types of things. And so this kind of data is becoming more useful. And as it becomes more useful, people are going to store a lot more of it. And so the shift, or not necessarily shift, but a big area of growth that we're seeing is the rise of like multimodal data. And the way I process that data is by running inference on it, right? And as I'm running inference on it, the inference runs on GPUs. So data processing is becoming more inference heavy, more GPU heavy. And I think that's actually a pretty maybe underserved area right now, and something that we think a lot about.
This actually tees up what I was going to say really, really well. So first of all, +1 to the power of using AI on structured data. Text to SQL is a really hard problem for AI to solve, and we've been working hard at it. And the biggest unlock is to be able to bring the semantic understanding, the semantic model, in an accessible way for these models to go reason against, and that's made a big difference. So. Huge opportunity, I think, when you have already extracted, golden data set to be able to use it with AI. And then +1 on how, we're expanding from just, text-only world to PDFs, images, video, and audio. And being able to process all of that just unlocks a substantial amount of data on top of what's possible today.
Yeah, at Microsoft, we're both a horizontal platform company and an application company, right? So we see data everywhere, right? All the way from you have this data, how do you get an MCP server that helps you get the data, to you want to do a fine-tune a model, how do you get the data for that? How do you get a customized model built? To, we are guardians of some of our customers' data in our application platforms. And how do we use that to build the customized experiences for their own products, right? These are all the spectrum of things we work on. And usually when we talk about data, we usually talk about a lot about the input side of the problem, but it's really the output side of the problem too. Once you start using the model, now you start generating the memories, and how do you think about that? That's another area we're actively thinking about as well.
So I think I can add a little bit from the physical AI perspective. I think really in physical AI, the data conceptually, in theory, is infinite, right? So you can just capture videos all around. I think the bottleneck is really good, solid data infrastructure. So we have more data than the infrastructure can efficiently store and effectively manage. So I think the entire industry, if we just create better data infrastructure, that's a huge multiplier for getting better physical AI models. Another one, just circling back to my background in big data, I think the entire AI research industry probably is moving too fast, and it's not sufficiently learning from all the progresses made in the 20, 30 years of big data, data warehouse, data management. I think we should bring back some of the rigor, like governance, lineage, and all that. I think, in the audience, I see many people from the big data governance industry. We should always learn from the best, learn from the past.
So that's a really interesting thread, right? Because I think like what we're talking about is like data represents a number of different types of bottlenecks, right? Like one could be around, I have the data I want to use, but because of compliance, regulation, sensitivity, I can't use it. The other one could be that it's just the form factor, I have to bring infrastructure to it versus being able to move it in such a way that I can actually be much more flexible around it. Other might be a quality issue, and then might be like, how do I actually measure downstream the quality of its impact for what workloads I'm trying to run? And then there's sort of an entire category we focused on, which was around synthetic data. I would love to understand sort of as we transition talking about like practical, more applied use cases that you're seeing that are gaining traction. How have they solved some of these problems, or how have they, for example, like managed to build around these problems to kind of start gaining traction? Because as you put it, AI is basically just compute and data, right? So that if you're missing one, the other one's somewhat weak.
And I can take the governance part of it. We spent a lot of time on the data governance part. So first of all, it's kind of similar to your phrase, we'd like to say there's no AI strategy without a data strategy. So the first bit is to start thinking about what are all the silos that need to be broken so that you have ability to be able to kind of combine that data. And then, thinking about what are all the kind of access controls that you need to have at the data layer, then at the kind of agent layer as well, so that you have you're able to bring in access controls so that the right user can see the right data and nothing else. So that's a huge focus for us, and it requires both kind of structured data, role-based access controls that is part of the core data platform, as well as with more and more unstructured data, bringing in user-level access control, continuously getting that up to date so that you're able to make sure that whenever a user does not have access to a certain document, they no longer can see it through that agent that is built.
I can talk a little bit about the quality dimension of data. So there's certainly been a huge trend toward an increasing emphasis in data quality. If you go back a decade, a lot of progress in deep learning was driven by computer vision. And a lot of progress in computer vision was driven by this ImageNet benchmark, which is basically an object recognition problem. You have a million images, or millions of images, and each one has a label like this is a car, this is a dog, and so forth. And you try to train the best model you can to recognize the objects. But the data set was static, right? It was just your ImageNet set, and it's like your part of it is training and part of it's for test. And the whole research community was trying to optimize the model architecture, optimize the optimization algorithm, but the data set was kind of considered static. And now, everything else is more static, and really all of the art is going into really optimizing the data that you train on. And now it's, so when people were doing computer vision, the extent to which you would pre-process or curate the data was quite minimal. You might randomly crop and scale the images in your data set to sort of to augment your data set. And now, there's a huge amount of data curation that goes into training a model. You start with a ton of raw data, but then you are, you're filtering it to remove low quality data. That's an inference task or an AI task. You're like augmenting it with captions and other types of, you're running other like LLMs on these and vision language models on these images or your data to kind of curate it. You're potentially using LLMs to catch mistakes or rewrite your data. You're using synthetic data to really just improve the data quality. So there's a huge amount of compute going into increasing data quality. And of course, you need the data quality to have better model quality. Now, I think the equivalent with agents of data quality is something like context quality, where there's a huge, you can just stick a ton of stuff in, but you really are going to need to curate and optimize that. And I think today when people do RAG, they largely just retrieve raw data and stick it into the chatbot. Like if you want to have an LLM that answers questions about your product, you retrieve chunks from your product documentation and then try to get it to answer questions. Now, or if you're trying to do coding, maybe you retrieve snippets of code and stick that into the agent's context. But I think where you're going to get to is actually taking the raw data and doing a ton of reasoning with reasoning models on that raw data to generate more curated and like some knowledge that's like one level of abstraction higher that captures more of an understanding of your data. And that's going to be the main thing that's in your agent's context. So for example, with coding, if I have a coding agent, I ask it to implement a feature in my code base, the first thing it should do is read over the code and develop the right mental model of how the code base works, like how the information flows, architecture diagrams, just how things work. And then that mental model, which is the output of a lot of reasoning, is what should be used in the context to actually develop the feature. And of course, that's shared across the next feature you implement, and it's constantly updated and things like that.
So the agent shouldn't just YOLO code.
Yeah, Ali, you mentioned synthetic data. I do think that's definitely going to be growing much more in the following years. I think what I can share is, I think, a very interesting example of how synthetic data is benefiting physical AI and how different models are being used in the pipeline. So I mentioned I've been working on the NVIDIA GROOT project, the robotics project. The models on the robot need to be small, but the model that generates the synthetic data can be much larger. So in this case, so we have another project called GROOT Dream, which uses a world foundation model called Cosmos to generate the data of the physical world. And again, Cosmos uses large language models, Q1 and stuff like that, to do the language part. So you can see an interesting chain of the very large language models doing the text work, and the more specific world foundation models doing the data generation, and the even smaller, more specific model doing the robust work.
Yeah, if you look at organizations, right, we sort of scale through creating specializations, right? We have this marketing department, finance department, and engineering departments, and all of these departments tend to have their own systems, their own process, and eventually, they got these data assets that are actually fairly disjoint, right? To your point about, yeah, we need to get a data asset that actually brings all of these things together. Other thing that Jamie talked about, right? Contextual quality is very important. Just because this data is works in one scenario, you cannot assume this data works for a different scenario. So you have to be quite intentional about it. Other thing I would think about is, these limitations that people have. AI doesn't necessarily have these limitations. They can actually go across domains much more naturally than humans can. So now we have all this brownfield investments we made that we need to bring greenfield thinking to, right? And that's the thing, so just don't go full greenfield and think that nothing exists, but don't go full brownfield because clearly we're at an inflection point. You got to think about problems differently.
So I think data is a really good starting point, and this is sort of where most companies tend to hit the initial friction. I think the second part that we've certainly seen is when you're trying to go from some level of idea to an actual deployed app and then trying to operationalize that, right? Like sort of our perspective, maybe just because I came from the startup world, is like operationalization is really the most difficult thing you have to do. And that tends to be where, especially in AI, everything being very new, a lot of sort of changing landscape, it's very difficult to build these repeatable sort of scalable patterns. So you have to really orient around one or two use cases. And then if you're thinking about operationalization, you're really trying to think about tooling and what are the kind of core components. So I would love to sort of get everybody's take on, as we sort of, on that thread of operationalization, we also look at sort of a post-training specialized world. How do you think about what we need to do to improve, for example, use of ease or sort of usability of functionalities like RL or fine-tuning, or how do you build sort of these data flywheels that eventually get sort of that optimized output you want? Because one of the sort of the big things I believe in is that the iteration speed at which you can build, test, evaluate, and retest and evaluate is really what gets AI to that point. And some of these polls are just overly long, so it's not that projects get abandoned because they don't work, it's just the time to value is incredibly long, and it makes it difficult to stick with them. So I would love to sort of hear from all of you, like what have you seen to be real major friction points for operationalization, whether it's for some kind of functionality or tooling or parts of infrastructure that are just incredibly immature. So yeah, anyone who wants to jump in on that.
Yeah, I can take a shot at that. At Microsoft, we have a goal of shipping the latest models in our Office products, as soon as they're available. And that takes a lot of discipline, right, in terms of making sure that the evaluations are ready, that you invested heavily into your A/B experimentation, so when a new model shows up, that actually advances your scenarios forward, right? I think if you look in the industry, a lot of A/B experimentation sophistication exists in the. You see all these mega tenants that have this sophistication, all these big companies that you expect to have that level of sophistication they do, but a lot of others don't. But I think you get started with the tools you have, making sure that you have good evaluation. I think Jay talked about it when we were all meeting. Make sure you have abstractions layers correct. And these problems exist with just model going from one base model to another, right? And then when you go to this, customization, that's one more layer of complexity to it. And I think the data gathering and understanding what scenario works and making sure you have good tools. I think there's a lot of tooling and pieces you need to be able to pull that off. I think we're early in the journey for broad adoption.
So I can happy to go next. First, please raise your hand if you watched the F1 movie. Who has watched the F1 movie? Okay, so I think my analogy is that today's frontier AI research is kind of at the stage where the car is kind of the junk box, if you remember. So meaning the infrastructure. But again, I'm happy to talk to researcher friends in other labs here. So I think my analogy is that the researchers, they're like the drivers, they try their ideas, the infra is the car. I think the entire industry has a stage where the bottleneck is probably still the car. At least from my angle, the researchers cannot try their ideas quickly and enough and in a repeatable way. So I see this interesting duality that in a research team, you need the researchers with their ideas, but you also need the engineers with enough rigors. So if these two can work together, I think the entire industry can go much faster.
So one of the complexities that I see is things that makes this challenging to do is that AI applications are just becoming far more complex, right? You have, of course, people have been training models for a long time. Now you're doing reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is just, there's way more moving parts than just training. Just from a systems perspective, you're not only training the model, but you're also generating data to then, using the model to generate more data and then training the model on that data and then taking the updated model and generating more data. And like to generate data, you're both running the model, doing inference, and you're also running some environments or simulations. And so there's all these different moving parts that you need to coordinate. So RL is far more complex than just regular training. People also have been deploying models for a long time. Now people are starting to think about multi-agent systems, agentic applications that have many different models with far more heterogeneity. Some are big reasoning models, some are small specialized models, could be open source or fine-tuned models. And they might have different hardware requirements. Some are more like throughput, need to be throughput optimized. Some are more like very latency sensitive. And on the data side, like we talked about, of course, people have been working with data for a long time, but now you have a lot more multimodal data. You need to use mixed CPU and GPU compute to do the processing. So there's just a lot more complexity on the application side. And you also have a lot more complexity on the hardware side, which is, of course, more heterogeneity, more types of GPUs and hardware accelerators, more need for scale. The hardware fails, so you have to handle that. Just you have all sorts of new, more GPU cloud providers emerging. And so because you have growing complexity on the application side and you have growing complexity on the hardware side, there's just more and more of a need for a software stack that really connects the applications to the hardware. And I think about that a lot from the compute perspective, right? And that's why we started Ray. And we see, of course, you have to have a software stack that solves all the challenges around scale and reliability and cost and flexibility, right? Because people know there are going to be new use cases and new technologies and new models and new applications, right? So you have to support the next thing. And this is where Ray sits along with frameworks like Kubernetes and PyTorch and VLLM and to kind of make up this compute stack for connecting the applications to the hardware.
Yeah, so that's an interesting transition. So before we were all talking about the complexity of AI applications and what it really means. And I think one of the things we were talking about was, like, if you think about traditional product development and the concept of like UI in traditional product development, right? Like what is UI? UI is a decision tree on a CPU that has to account for everything you can do with that product. That same concept doesn't really apply what you can do with a model, especially if that's a very powerful model. So it feels like product development as a whole is also changing because we're now building products or workflows or infrastructures around these almost organic systems at its heart, where their capabilities, their modalities, input, output, requirements constantly change. So to build sort of static products around them seems to be a little bit of an anti-pattern. So I'm kind of curious, like as you're all thinking about that, and that's sort of my mental framework, but this sort of extends then further into how they are being used in agentic systems. What kind of tooling do you need for agentic systems? Like to all of your points, I think like the entropy and the complexity is just growing exponentially. And what we're realizing is like this is very traditional of like traditional engineering, like automation problems, except it's just such a wide spectrum. It's very difficult to try to figure out the deviations from each one. So as sort of, I think we all recognize that AI in the form of models or agents will be part of everything we build and do going forward from here. So what are the first low-hanging fruits do you see that we have to solve? And then what are some of the early promising work that you see that can potentially help us on this journey to operationalize but drive value in time that is acceptable, right? Like you're not spending 10 months, a year building infrastructure, testing, slow rolling, giving an environment. Like in my head, I think of what AI needs, to your point about its maturity, is like it needs its like public cloud moment, or it's like managed kube moment, something that removes that level of complexity, the things that need to be standardized to a certain degree with the right extendability. So we'd love to get your take on that.
I mean, I'll maybe have a take on a certain part of it. When I look at what's happening on the product development side, what I'm seeing is a lot of the, as you described, the software is like, here's my specific workflow. There's compute, there's data, and there's a UI that's associated with it for this use case and different one for that use case and so forth. And there's nowadays a lot more homogeneity, so people are recognizing essentially like there are certain workflows that I can go create. Some of those I can automate. Some of those I want them to be very predictable. And can I go make that happen with AI, which then starts breaking the boundaries between products, between workflows, and then starting to make it easy for creating custom workflows that still span the spectrum of predictable to kind of one that requires reasoning in it. So what I'm seeing is the user experiences are changing, but they're changing in a way where kind of traditional software is evolving to more of I need something custom, and I should be able to go create that thing that is custom, but still have the predictability I need in that experience.
So sorry, making another analogy. In software development, we say test-driven development. I think my angle to the question would be eval-driven AI adoption. Develop the evaluation framework and also put in the quality ratchets to make sure there's no regression. And then you can always make step forward.
Yeah, I think the traditional applications that you see, if you take a look at generally how problems break down, right? There's an intent/instruction, and then you got to do the data gathering to make this decision, and then you got to do the analysis, and eventually you act on the data you gathered based on the analysis you've done. I think AI will touch all of the, will touch every bit of it, right? Like I think, if you get an email, can you reasonably infer what you would want to do next step, right? And then for you to do the next step, what are the data you need to gather, and what is the analysis you need to do, and what is the likely recommended action? I think all of those would get revisited. In some ways, right, I think the job is no longer like, can you go build a better calculator? It's about like, what is the person doing with the calculator that we can actually help you do, right? I think all of those things need to be reimagined. And that's what we try to do with some of our Copilot is like, can we bring all the context to help the people make the decisions, regardless of wherever the data happens to be, whether it's an email, SharePoint, anywhere else, right? How do we make the data gathering so help you make decisions quickly?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, if you think about use cases inside of a business, I think about sort of two sides to this. There's the agents that hopefully will exist to automate a lot of internal processes, and then there's the raw data. And this could be Slack messages, it could be recorded meetings, it could be just design docs and things like that. And then sitting in between the raw data and the agents, I think you have this layer of knowledge, essentially. And this could be something, the thing that plays this role today might be your internal company wiki, like a Notion or something like that, where in theory you might document all of your business processes in your wiki, and then new employees can onboard by looking at the wiki and following the processes, right? And so, of course, we don't actually document everything that well in practice, but you can imagine two different types of products here. One is models or programs or whatever they are that consume raw data and turn it into knowledge, that maybe just sit on your desktop and watch what you do and kind of auto-document the processes and turn that into human interpretable knowledge. And that is higher level than the raw data, not just the raw clicks and you did this and this. And then on the other end, you've got agents that consume that knowledge and actually take actions and automate tasks. And I think a lot of products can sort of fit into one side or the other. And I think sort of one interesting question is just whether this will be completely verticalized, whether each application will kind of go end to end with its raw data and keep all the knowledge inside of itself, or whether you will have this actual human interpretable interface between the two that allows new products to be built by reading from the same pool of knowledge that other agents are reading from.
Got it. So we have about 5 minutes left, so a couple of quick questions, and we'll give everybody their time back. One thing I would love to hear from all of you is sort of in the context of everything we're talking about, if this were to play itself out, what would happen if open source became dominant versus proprietary became dominant in AI? Like, how would each one of those influence this journey differently if we were to go forward?
So one difference, I think, was with open source. I think research will advance much faster. Like our understanding of how models behave, how to align them, how to control behavior, things like that, will just be far more advanced because you'll have so many more researchers working on these problems and able to make progress versus a small number of companies. And so I generally think open source will play a big role in accelerating progress, accelerating the scientific understanding of these models.
One other aspect is kind of how platforms are going to emerge. And it's maybe less of a open source versus closed source question, more of a what are the platforms that have the largest number of audiences for whom developers develop? And that's a super interesting question.
Makes sense. The other quick question for everyone is, what is a particular technology, tool, or trend in AI that you are personally very optimistic or looking forward to seeing it mature and evolve? And then the counter of it, what is one that you're somewhat either becoming skeptical or are somewhat skeptical of? Start on the positive notes, if you like.
I can start. So kind of naturally biased on physical AI. So on robots, I'm really excited about elderly care. I think that's a huge area that can greatly benefit humanity, and I think we're not too far away from that. I just hope, the researchers will go faster and better.
One area I'm thinking a lot about is memories. I think, we talk a lot about the front end of AI. I think as you start using AI for it to get better, you got to get a lot more organized about memories. Other thing I'm thinking about is, have we done a good job of separating the role from the person? I think a lot of times, I'm playing a particular role at Microsoft. What is my role's memory versus what is my personal memory, right? Like I see in government, my friends who work in India, they have a fairly clear separation. There's a person that plays a government role, and the person moves on, and they still continue to do the business. That's not how we build a lot of modern day enterprises. And is there an opportunity for us to start separating these things, especially if you think about the memories layer? That's top of mind for me.
That's a cool idea. You said you want a positive take. So I think people often talk about how AI can be used for generating fake news or misinformation. I think misinformation is not going to be a problem. And I think we can hear the people miking up. But anyway, I think misinformation is not going to be a problem. Basically, yes, you can use AI to generate fake news, but you can also use AI to fact check and research everything and find sources. And I think this is largely a UX, like product question, and it's a hard one, but I think it will be solved where eventually everything I see or read or consume, there will be a lot of deep research going on in the background that is finding sources, providing nuance, and not flooding me with notifications, but is like kind of providing some subtle UI cues that something might not be true, or I should double click on something. And I think, of course, I'm making some assumptions here that people want to, actually care about what's true or not and things like that. But I think that's how it'll play out.
Just very quickly, I'm excited about the user experiences evolving. We love the chatbot experience, and that cannot be the only answer. So I'm expecting a lot more, custom user experiences that are just brought together super easily for the specific task.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm looking at is trying to figure out how do we move a lot of these models and workflows from probabilistic to deterministic, so you can actually have them be able to take certain actions that are going to be incredibly valuable. So that for me is a very open question. I feel like whoever is able to actually solve that is going to have a huge opportunity. Okay, last question for everyone. What is your favorite AI tool? And it cannot be anything your company produces.
I do love Cursor. So.
All right.
I'm trying to think of a non-boring answer, but I do use all the chatbots quite a bit and the coding tools. Yeah.
I love all our co-pilots, including GitHub Copilot, but not counting that. I do like using Cloud Code.
So I'm the last, so I cannot repeat. So I think v0.dev is interesting. I've been using it with my kids. Build some, just zero code stuff.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. The panel, appreciate it. Thanks, everyone in the audience.
Thank you.
They're down with it? They're down with it?
Charles, let me introduce you. Okay,
Put this up on the top.
HDMI right here.
It's been fun.
Good.
However, taking a session.
Cool. So go ahead. Start your video switcher so I can put you on the screen.
That was off for a reason.
All right. Okay. We have a good microphone. I'd like to thank everyone for making it to the last session, although the people who are outside have really been missing a lot of valuable insights into the AI industry and what's coming in the future, the near future and the far future. And we're very lucky that to have saved some of the best for last. We're going to hear from Ben Buddy now. Ben is head of go-to-market at 11 Labs, a very important company in the AI industry. Very happy and glad to have Ben here with us, who's going to be talking about lessons from agent deployments and scaling go-to-market. Very important to almost every company represented here today. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, 11 Labs speaks for itself, so we'll go ahead and do a quick demo while we get the mic going.
Test it. Is it up and going or mine? It's worked. Is this working?
Is there a clock up here? And we're on.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you so much. Awesome work today, though, crew. It's been an incredible, incredible day. And just so I get an understanding from the audience, who has deployed or is building now or will deploy or build over the next year a voice agent in their world? All right, some good hands in the audience. I work with this stuff every day, working with 11 Labs. We are a voice AI company, and it's so exciting to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit about today on just some of the challenges that are faced in the market, some of the evolution of voice technology, and we'll talk about some of the lessons learned from many, many deployments in the voice AI space, and then we'll close it out with some go-to-market lessons, since there are some founders in the audience, as well as a bit of a demo. So let's get after it here. If we can put the slides up, if you all don't mind, please. We now live in this instant resolution economy where you all are very used to getting the news right away. You can go to social media, get instant response on anything, including Fellows Forum or whatever. It's like you want answers, they're right there at your fingertips. And then, of course, in the consumer land, we can push a button and get an Uber within 1 minute. You can get anything delivered to you in quick order. Our customers are used to the same level of expectations, which are rising over time, right? Same thing in our work circles. I mean, Slack, Teams, you're just like a ping away, where you don't have to wait for someone, to get an email or get out of their meeting. It's just immediate response and gratification. But that is not translated into voice AI. I love the content today. There's some really good, just thoughts and leaders really across the agent space. But when it comes to voice AI, these experiences, we've all been there in these like really clunky, unreliable solutions. You're like hammering 0 or shouting representative at the phone. And it's because the technology historically has just not been there, really robotic voices. And then there's latency. I mean, if you have a chatbot that takes 10 seconds to get an answer, maybe that's okay, and you still walk through it because you're doing something else. In a conversation, you can't take 10 seconds to respond, right? Latency really, really matters even more so. And of course, nobody wants a robotic voice. Like, it has to have emotion and character if you're gonna have some real response there. So this real evolution that we've seen from frustration to resolution is, it started with the push 1 for support, and then we moved into more of a rule-based if-then scenario. Then we moved to natural language processing and understanding where the technology could understand the general topic that you want to talk about, but it couldn't do the most important part, and that's take action or give you that answer. And that's really the world that we're moving to with voice agents, where things can take an action for you. And there's been a lot of talk about voice. I love this space. So Jeff Bezos says the future will be a world where, of voice-first interfaces. And then the next platform will be voice, is what Zuck says. You can see what Satya's chimed in on as well about moving to this era of voice. And my favorite one here, Andrew Ng, legendary, AI scientist, leader, coach, and also founder of Coursera. Voice is the new keyboard. There's a reason why podcasts and audiobooks have taken off over the last 5 years. We don't need to be tied to our mice and keyboards. And the idea that you can have conversations with technology, with companies, with people, just through your voice, I think is really captivating. So we're really moving from this old world of just ultimately pressing 1 for support and a robotic experience to a real human-like conversation. And that expands far beyond support. It's in day-to-day interactions in a lot of different capacities we'll talk about. But I've never seen anyone raise their hands to this question. I'm curious if this is going to change. Does anyone like hold time? It's like, I don't think I've ever seen a hand for that question, because we just deserve better as customers that want this instant, instant answers. So reliable and end-to-end outcomes is really a shift from these pre-scripted, very robotic interactions to multilingual, multimodal experiences that can answer questions and take action. But it's not just about voice, it's about control. Some of you work for very large enterprises, some for startups that still want control and to make things stay on the rails. So having that real consistent performance that is reliable and stays on guard and on rails, that you can script and navigate how you like, and then it is real time, that can actually give you an answer and have a conversation and get things done and move to the next topic and jump to the next agent or the next language, and just to feel that progress, that is what customers expect these days. And of course, having it in a voice that is worthy of your brand, I think, and talk a lot about with enterprises, what is the brand experience that you want? And I think there's a lot to be said on voice strategy. So that is ultimately what the magic is when this comes to implementation, the orchestration. It's not just the voice and the TTS, the text-to-speech, or the prompting, or the actual understanding of the ASR, the speech-to-text. It's like, how is this all orchestrated together to do the right tool calls, the right RAG, have the right guardrails? All of that is very, very complex. Of course, it needs to integrate with the systems of the organization that you're working with, and that ultimately is a lot of technology in terms of just integration and meeting companies where they are, and then of course deployment and testing. We'll talk more about that in a second, but that's where we come in ultimately at 11 Labs. Our co-founders both grew up in Poland. They're best friends from Poland, and still to this day in Polish, Oscar-winning films produced out of Hollywood will be dubbed into Polish by a single male voice actor. So men, women, and children voices are all dubbed by the same person for the entire movie. This is how Maddie and Piotr grew up watching these films, and they said, this is terrible. There has to be a better way, and there has to be a way to match the character of the voice with technology. And so it was an immediate hit with the initial text-to-speech and voices, because they found there's so much more that customers are wanting out of voice and voice AI. Since then, it's been a wild ride of 3 years, and we've extended from just text-to-speech and a whole range of voice options I'll talk about, to an entire voice audio platform that is trusted today by many enterprises. Maybe I'll take just a moment to tell one story. So we had the great pleasure of working with Epic Games, and of course the Disney organization and the James Earl Jones estate, to bring Darth Vader's voice into Fortnite, so millions of people could have a conversation with Darth Vader at the same time across the world. This was such a cool project to work on and play a small part in, but they can't screw up Darth Vader's voice. Like that, there would be a revolt. And so that quality bar of like a really, really high quality voice, as well as the ability to scale, across these millions of conversations at the same time. And that's the kind of experience that just wasn't possible before. So if you think about how voice can play in that type of interaction in an entirely new customer experience, it's pretty cool. And I will say, this is the first time my kids thought what I did was cool when they were having a conversation with Darth Vader in Fortnite. They're like, all right, Dad, that is pretty cool. But so many great stories that really are across, I would say, technology, learning, and education and training, media and entertainment. There's just, customer support. There's so many wonderful use cases, and we've got, over 1,000 enterprise deployments that are, we've learned a lot through our field deployment engineering model, as well as working with this groundbreaking research. It's so much fun to see what you all are building with this type of technology. So I'm going to run through a few lessons learned, and then we'll jump into a little bit of the tech under the hood as well. Voice to voice, really cool in theory, and we're seeing a lot of research teams, 11 Labs included, are really working on what we think is a viable option for the future there. But today, every single large enterprise production I've seen uses the cascading method of speech to text, and then LLM and text to speech, and these models are getting really good at latency and being able to talk between in that orchestration. And ultimately, that gives you way more control today for control metrics and ultimately reliability. Latency is, of course, extremely important. So as we think through that cascade, the LLM layer is usually the longest part of the latency. So we find cascading LLMs as well helps, because if you're 4 seconds into a conversation and the LLM hasn't responded, that's not good. Maybe there was some error in some way, shape, or form. So having backup LLMs so you don't leave the customer hanging is really, really helpful there. I will say voice quality matters a lot. So encourage you all to have a voice strategy for what is that voice I want of the product I'm building, the experience that I want, or the brand that I represent, because there's a lot of value there. We've seen some hard ROI for sure. Testing. Don't just be in a very quiet scenario with one voice and one user. Testing really should represent our mixed cultures and languages and realities of background noise and dialects and intonations and ums and ahs. So that can drive strong ROI as well. Native multilingual agents can also really just drive delight. If you start with one language, you should be able to flip to another language if your user's speaking that other language. We've seen a lot of value there. Knowledge bases can be messy, so it really helps if you can have them as clean as possible when you're bringing that information into a voice agent, as we saw with the previous sessions on like that data underneath really does matter. Start small, iterate quickly, focus on the workflow, not just the agent, and task-specific agents. They can perform way better. We've seen a lot of like supervisor models where you get kind of a supervisor agent that then passes you down to different agents with more specific and deeper expertise. And then of course, find the right partner who can support you on your build, buy, or in between decisions. There were a lot of founders, so I was asked to like talk about go-to-market a little bit. Hey, we could spend many hours on this topic. I love this stuff. And you know, after 11 years at Google, post-military, and then 6 years at a startup with a year and a half being at 11 Labs, I deeply believe in these 4, but we could talk about a lot more as well. Hire the right team. There's nothing more important than really being able to trust and have people that can run and collaborate. Strategy is eaten for breakfast by culture, as we all know. And then on that strategy, hey, ICP work never stops. The ideal customer profile. Who are you going after? Who are you building for? Who are you delighting your customers? We saw at 11 Labs, it's really, really helpful to ultimately have a PLG motion with our business to be able to then get that rapid iteration, get testing, get feedback to the product team, understand where we're landing from a go-to-market perspective. But ICP work never stops, always thinking about this. And then execution. If you're building, you should be shipping product. If you're selling, you should be shipping revenue. We should be all influencing one of those 2 things, if not both of them at all times. That execution speed is super important. I think speed might be our only moat in this era of AI. And then just keep that feedback loop really tight. We should all be learning and flexible and adapt. So with that, I've got lots more to show you, but I do want to ultimately get to the technology for just a few minutes. This was the prompt that I set for that initial, the initial announcement. You can see now you can play with the emotions. This is our new V3 model. I said this fast, that slow, caps, and faster, shouter, etc. You can whisper, laugh. There's so many things you can do to really convey the emotion for your brand that you would want. Also, I'll just pause for a second and say on voices, being able to like clone Jensen's voice for his keynotes at NVIDIA that he then translates, into Mandarin to resonate with that audience. There's so many wonderful use cases for taking a voice that whether you want to clone or create it out of thin air or use one of our 7,000 voices that we have in our library where we've partnered with voice actors and are giving them a cut in this. There's so many just wonderful options here to be able to say, okay, I want to choose out of these 32 languages. Let's go ahead and just pick English. I won't go with any accent. And we'll just see, okay, what are some of the top voices here used in English? We'll listen to a couple.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're talking about all the latest news, trends, and celebrity gossip. Let's get into it.
And we'll do one more.
I think this is a really nice way to just talk naturally together, talk plainly.
All right, so you get the idea on these vast range of voices, and maybe you want a Vietnamese voice or with this Spanish dialect, and then and then it's conversational, or maybe you want something that's like more performant for advertising. Lots of options there. And then under the hood, we can basically say, okay, here are the languages I want of the agent. Here's my first message, prompt, etc. And then, of course, we support all sorts of LLM flexibility. What we found in a lot of these deployments was we were taking our voices and our text-to-speech, and then people were getting really stuck on like the orchestration, the turn-taking, the interruption. Those problems are very hard, and ultimately, being able to have that LLM flexibility, we've seen provide a lot of value. So we work with all the Gemini, GPT, Anthropic models, even custom models. So you can bring your own, RAG or fine-tuned LLM, and we can do the audio orchestration on top of it, and be able to, pretty rapidly get a prototype MVP with you, and then do some testing for further use. Of course, tool calls, super important, and we can go very deep there. Integrations, we can go deep on as well with MCP servers, et cetera. Also, just want to show that there are workflows here that are really important to be able to say, okay, pass to this agent for this purpose, escalate to a human agent in these contexts. These are working pretty well for us. I can go very deep on all the evaluation and testing that we can set up for your agents and ultimately partner with folks on. But let's give a listen here. This is our 11 Labs agent we call L on our product documentation on our website.
Hey there, I'm Elle from 11 Labs Support. How can I help you today?
Hey, Elle, I was hoping you could help me with API documentation.
Absolutely, I can definitely help you with that. To give you the most relevant information, I'll direct you to our API documentation. You'll find a comprehensive introduction there, covering everything you need to get started with our API. Just a heads up, if you don't see a new tab or window pop up, you might need to allow pop-ups in your browser.
Got it, thank you. Okay, can you tell me about your API endpoints, specifically around text-to-speech, please?
Sure thing. For all the details on our text-to-speech API endpoints, I'll point you to our documentation. You'll find information on creating speech, streaming speech, and even getting speech with timing information there.
Okay, I got it. Actually, let's go to authentication, please. Can I learn more about that?
Of course, I can definitely help you with API authentication.
Possible to be able to navigate a website as well as just talk to an agent when you're on the go. If tool calls are set up and you have the right voice experience and the right guardrails and partner, et cetera, there really is very few limitations on what you can do with being able to have voice as the future of a human-computer interface. So we have a lot of different vertical deployments that I can talk more about, but would love to take some questions if there are any in the audience about voice AI, the history, what we've seen in the market, as well as some of our traction today and lessons across deployments. Please.
Does it do any sentiment analysis, or is it a third party?
Great question on sentiment. So what we do today, we have our own models on the transcription side, so it's really understanding what is being said. The how it's being said and full sentiment analysis, I haven't seen anyone really nail yet. I think that's a really hard research problem to solve. Transcription, actually, I thought that was a solved problem. Like, I've watched dub movies before, but there's a human in the loop with all of that. Word error rates across the board are in the 10 to 15% range, which is really bad if those words matter. And so what we found by using our own speech-to-text model, our ASR model, is we can really understand what is being said, and that helps with a lot of the sentiment is what are the words being said? Now the emotion of what's being said, that's I think the harder research problem that many research teams, ours included, is working on. Thank you, fantastic question.
So the current the hot research topic in the voice is native audio, meaning directly from voice to voice. And here you mentioned that you have not done that yet. Do you plan to do that, and what's your plan?
We do plan to do voice to voice. That is something our research team is looking hard into. You're right, we are using the cascade approach, right? The speech to text, LLM text to speech. We've found, especially in enterprise production deployments, it's so much more measurable where you can see, okay, which part is failing, as well as keep it in control. Like your guardrails and reliability have just been way better with that cascading approach. But our research team is pushing hard on both approaches.
Okay,
Great
so
question.
you have probably some plan to do specialized tokenization of the voice to make that to be token somehow. Well, if you can share some thought, that would be great.
Yeah, TBD on parts of that are research priorities. In terms of tokenization, are you ultimately getting at like authentication from the voice itself?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Please, sir.
So I have a two-part question. The first part is, how do you think about the roadmap as it relates to 11 Labs expanding outside of, or into more domains that may be competitive to companies like Bland, Retail, Vapi? And then the second part, so that's one question. Then the other question I was curious about is, how do you gain confidence between language to language performance, in the sense of like, is the sentiment or word for word or translation effective? Or just help me get confidence on how you guys do that.
Great questions. Okay, so on the first one, yes, as I can show you here, ultimately we are a voice agent platform, and so we started with the base models underneath, and you're right, many of those great companies are using our voices, for text to speech, and then they're stitching everything together, right? So that's where we started in the research layer underneath. And in a lot of these deployments, we ultimately found there is so much complexity there, and we think we could add a lot of value with our audio expertise to be able to like do the full agent, because we're really still focused on audio, which has been helpful in terms of our focus. But I think, look, there's a lot of companies building agents these days. We think that audio expertise is really, lending some value there. And it's early stages, early innings here, and I think there's a rising tide, sure, but there's going to be a lot of winners in this space, and I like our chances. In terms of your second question, sorry, remind me again. Translation accuracy. Oh yeah, translation accuracy. Okay, so ultimately we're relying on the LLMs today to do the translation, and I think it just depends on which LLM, which use case that ultimately you're looking for in that voice switching. That's us to say, what is this language, and ultimately being able to switch and easily navigate a conversation. But in terms of the translation itself, that's what we're going to rely on the LLMs for. And they've been pretty good in like very deep vertical scenarios. Sometimes there's a miss, and that's kind of like the first area that we would look at on which LLM they're using specifically. Great questions. Please.
So when 11 Labs, let's say, launches a new model with better quality, or let's say new capability like multilingual, so how do you convince your customers, like what's their process to take that new capability, or let's say even could be new voice type? Do you find it to be hard to convince customers to do that upgrade, or is it straightforward?
So in terms of upgrading customers to a new model, first off, we don't want to mess with anything they have in production, right? Like that's great. It's more of, okay, can we up-level that experience with existing models? A lot of times people will have like multiple different projects with us. And so it's, okay, if we have a new model, what's that model really, really good at and differentiated on? And then we'll go talk to them about the most applicable use cases. Not messing with anything current, but really thinking through their next like 6 to 12 months and roadmap. And ultimately, it's like where to add value. Some customers maybe don't need the more expensive model or the new faster model. It kind of depends on which model we're launching, and then we try to fit that to really our customers' needs as part of our approach.
Thank you. Really fascinating stuff. Maybe a two-part question also. What do you see as most exciting developments on the shopping assistance, kind of e-commerce, commerce use cases for voice agents? And beyond that, is that an exciting category? Which of these categories of the end agents you see as kind of the most thrilling to observe being built out and used?
Did you say e-commerce and cars? Was that the last part?
E-commerce or commerce. It doesn't need to
or
be
commerce. Got it.
Right.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. In e-commerce shopping, I mean, I know I want to be able to just, push a button, call my local restaurant, do the takeout that I ordered a month ago, same order, plug and play, just like make it happen. And same with shopping, right? The idea, really, like voice agents today are way better at memory with all of the advancements in audio and LLM models, of course. So I see like what I just showed you on our website is like the documentation. This is all coming to a more web-friendly version of like being able to just order things. I think retailers are doing some small pilots today, but I think in the next 6 months in retail and elsewhere, you're gonna see a lot. I asked about cars because there's like, that's one of the most exciting spaces. I just think about bringing audio to hardware. Why can't you talk to Siri and have it do everything that you want to do? Why can't you talk to, your kids' toys, your cars, your devices in your house to be able to just like have a frictionless experience and not need to pull up a keypad or your phone or whatever? I think that's one area I'm really excited about, but there's a few others as well. Great question. Anyone over here, please?
Voice actor lobbying or regulations in place, how does 11 Labs think about the opportunity to disrupt those entrenched players, and are those spaces you guys are thinking about?
Yeah, film, media, and entertainment, I mean, they produce some amazing content. Same with podcasters. Like, we work with a Mr. Beast, and I think the idea of, look, this isn't like a replacement thing. We can help amplify their content, where if Mr. Beast launches something in English, that's gonna do great. But that same content could be dubbed in different languages, and he can make 4 to 5x on what that initial video and that initial language is. I think the same is true for movies. We work with some of the major studios as well. But there definitely is some hesitancy in just obviously like respecting all the voice actor and the talent. But I think that the approach we've had is ultimately to be able to partner with them, as well as, look, we have this entire marketplace that is full of voice actors where they're getting a cut in every single time their voice is used. And so it's having a really high safety and security bar so that no one can use our technology to ultimately clone voices without permission, but then also partnering with the industry so that they see a rising tide. Like, some of these voice actors make a lot, and then even in their, in our platform, but then even in their regular day-to-day jobs, the idea of being able to expand the impact of your hard work, I think is definitely there with technology like this. Great question.
Thank you very much, Ben. So we have to give this room for summary readjournment. Thank you so much for everyone to stay so late, and we have a great day talking about the foundation model, infrastructure, and agentic AI. Tomorrow we're going to have 2 sessions, 2 tracks, and in this room as well. Big one will be enterprise consumer, and the smaller one will be healthcare and robotics. We're going to feature more unicorns, right? So in both healthcare, enterprise, and and both tracks. Thank you so much. Thank you.
2, 1, 2. There it is. That's on. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. So here's something interesting. This fader is all the way down. So do these faders even matter? What is the fader doing? Cha 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 da 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 da.
Check, 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 check. Yes, sir. Check, 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 and check, check. It's off. Check. Check. Full battery, full battery, full battery, full. That doesn't sound. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. We gotta make sure we have a good mic. Check. Check, 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 check. You wanna bring it down a little bit? You good? All right, good. Check, 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 check. Check in, check, check. Check now. Everything's down. Number three. Oh, that's.
So at least that works. That's good.
That's the master.
I think it's probably the send can be either pre or post fader, and send.
So this is okay?
It's okay. The problem's in the board. The mic itself is fine.
Check in, but how we turn it up, turn it down. Check, 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 check. Well, I wouldn't touch any of that stuff right now. Be careful. Let him comes back at 6:30, I guess. Check, check. Well, all we need is like one mic. Check in, check, 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 check. Check, 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 and check, 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 check. Number five, checking number 5. Check, check, check. Thanks for coming out. Okay, good. Yeah. Checking, check, too loud. Checking, check, 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 check. Okay, there you go. It's still a little high there. Yeah. Okay.
So I can turn
Thanks.
the volume down on here so it better matches the handheld mic. Otherwise, every time we switch between handheld and
all right.
it's going to be all right, so we're going to be on that's number 2. I'll do that afterwards. That was number 3. Oh, that was number 3. I labeled it already, so good.
Check 1, 2, check, check. All right, I think we're doing good. It's kind of okay, and you can get that later. Okay.
So what number is that? Also, it's like a lot of gain because you're holding it right by your mouth.
Yeah. Check, check. Okay, we'll be fine.
So what number is this?